that is doing it. It's an external force coming in to attack us. And you're going to see the entire continent.
So let me ask you one more question. I think you've
answered really well. You still haven't answered the question. He just told you we already have external forces that literally colonized us, bro. So how's this France invasion going to be any different? In fact, it's not even going to be on the same scale.
You mean the ones that, okay, the one that did it before now, or the ones that are present in various countries?
Whichever
like the one that colonized us. The one that colonized us, like I said, there was a period of peace that they actually groomed the leaders that came after. That is the problem. If they're being
okay, Tunaja, this is how you're wrong. Congo is a perfect example. DRC.
Yes.
After they had 10 million of their hands chopped or genocided or whatever, the first person to rise to power was not some Western controlled puppet. It was Patrice Lumumba. And he, just the next day, just in 1 year time, he got his head decapitated, and no population in Congo, the Congolese population do not rise up to defend him, did not do shit. Just a few, those same people who experienced the British colonization didn't even rise up to protect him. So what are you talking about?
Let me ask you a question, because I don't know the answer to that. When what was the time gap between when the Congolese, their hands were getting chopped off from when they were handed? That's when they handed over power to. That's when they got independence.
I mean, he was the first leader of the country.
But what was the time? When did the hand chopping end to when they handed over power?
Yeah. Okay, so let's use another one. Herrero.
Wait, what? Throughout colonization, what are we talking about?
Okay. Was it happening throughout colonization? I don't know. I'm asking.
Yes, so
let me ask you a question, Nilotic. Okay, and I'm sorry for doing this. Let me explain why I'm asking before I ask, because it's all about why I came up here. I'm coming up here to kind of there is a point about this intuitive versus blah blah blah. The other thing that you're doing now, which always happens when you and Tunija get into it, is you guys use empirical points. Like, how about Congo? How about this? Well, can you explain, Nilotic, conceptually why it hasn't worked, if indeed you think that such catalytic events have happened in all forms? Why it hasn't worked? What exactly is the nature? Is it land, the people, political, blah, blah, blah? It might even go back to your whole point of the people not being consolidated enough. But if you explain you lift the conversation up a level, because you can go back and forth forever with point after point in history or with point after point in nature, right? Those types of arguments philosophically or politically don't work. I can always find an example, right? I can always go to some dusty village somewhere and bring out so you get my point. So why do you think that this hasn't happened? Why do you think that the catalytic event has not caused the kind of uprising that Tunija is hoping for?
So basically what he's saying, Nilotic, you have to go through all the history to explain it to him, because once again, he doesn't understand it.
Okay, so let me add something here.
Okay, look, I can explain this, but I can't answer it the way I want, because it wouldn't cover the whole point. Basically, my point is, yesterday when we said Africa, let's just start from there. When I said Africa is just a continent, it doesn't exist. Like, it's just a landmass. We are not the same. With someone like Tunija, who's a Pan-African, hears that. He hears it in a way, oh, we are not the same people. Fuck your Pan-Africanism and fuck any coming together that you want to do. And it will never work. My point is, the whole foundation of Pan-Africanism is a Eurocentric foundation. It is based on the idea that just because we share melanin, we have something in common. We are a common group of people. And it is like we're just going to come together, like just the way they fantasize white people coming together and just throw away our own individual interests. That will never happen. We are not the same. That's my number one gripe with Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is literally a Eurocentric point of view. Just because the white man, let me finish. Just because the white man tossed you in one group, all of you darkies, all of you melanated people, and he said, hey, all of you are just blacks and you are the same. Now these Pan-Africanists take that ideology and say, yes, we're the same. We should unite. No, we're not the same. That's why I keep bringing up the Asian point. How the hell can you go to Asia and say Asia needs to unite? Russia, China, India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, all of these countries. Imagine trying to unite all those countries. Like, of course, you're going to have a headache and you're going to fail consistently. you're never going to unite them. So my point
That's
is,
a great point.
once you accept the fact that we are not the same and that we still need to unite, look, this is my thing.
Abby,
we are
Abby, you guys are
for our own individual self-interest. We need to unite. Now, how do we do that? Now, 90% of the stuff that Pan-Africans talk about is now talked about.
Want to say something? You will let him talk.
Yeah. Let me come in quickly, Abby. 1 second. Shout out to today's sponsors for this stream, Spellcaster with his Voodoo $5. Grants or congratulations on your new home, Kaiser. Thank you very much. And also shout out to Zulia for the £10 for being a Zulia friendly zone. Yes, you're very welcome here, Zulia. You're free to be rainbow. Thank you very much, brother. But I wanted to add something here to Niger, right? Because here's the thing. You're not wrong in the sense that a catalytic event can create a cultural identity, right? This happened, or it can even destroy it, right? Let's use Somalia as an example. Somalia lost the war in Ogaden. And did they become stronger or did they become more divided? They become more divided. So I'm saying it can help, it can work or it might not work, but I don't think it's something to rely on. That's the only issue.
You have to either win the war or survive the war intact.
Well,
that's the only time you can. Yeah. Let me just add one quick point, question that Nilotic asked. He asked about what happened in Congo. You see, I had to go and check it up now. It turns out that the hand chopping business seems to have ended somewhere around 1908 or so, when the administration changed from Leopold to the Belgian government, even if they carried out some mean stuff like other regimes in Africa. So this is what I mean. They went on from that time. How many generations? 40 years is 20 years is a generation. So they had two to three generations to groom to still be like other African countries.
When was the independence of Congo? Because I have the same source as you, but I then cannot find independence.
I suspect it's somewhere around. I'm not sure. I think around the 60s. I think that's when everybody started getting.
Yeah, early 60s or mid 60s, somewhere.
So they groomed them. They groomed them like they groomed all the other African leaders. If you look at the one that they didn't groom fully, like the South African ones and maybe the Zimbabwean one, because the Zimbabweans were fighting them, they seem to be exerting their independence a bit more on the continent.
When you say groom, what do you mean? Do you mean
indirect?
No, apparently, if your father had his hand chopped, you're going to forget about it in 20 years' time. Okay.
Right. Do you know about the Oromo people who had the breast cut off? Do you think they forgot about that? No, there's OLF right now.
They still cry about it today, bro.
Hold on, Nilotic. It's not about whether you are going to forget. Knowing facts is different from feeling it, being the one that experienced it. It's very different. And what seems to, that's what I observed anyway, from looking at the examples you see around the world. So what I see going on is that even if you know it, it's because Mugabe and the others felt it. Mandela felt it. The Algerian regime, they felt it.
Wait,
so
didn't Mandela sell the country? Didn't Mandela sell the country and become a coon and let white people?
No. See, hold on. See.
Sometimes they're saying yes.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me
explain that one.
Let me explain my point. He did, but that's why I said Mandela's one is in between. The kind of actually hold on now. Calm down. He lost. It's not like he kicked the white people out. He lost. He lost that war, and he had to still, even if he lost the war, he still had to straddle a middle ground. You notice that he's one of the few African countries that's like, I don't care about whether the West loves Israel. I don't care about Israel. I don't like them. And if you look at South Africa today, they are the ones that are exerting their independence more than even Nigeria.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
South Africa is owned by whites. All the banks stand.
Yeah. I told you they lost. I told you they lost. But
they're even turning against other Africans. Sunaja, what are you talking about, man? They're even lying more. Sunaja, they're even lying more with their white people in their country. No. They will. Sunaja, listen. They like their white countrymen than they like you. They're like. So what? That's the whole point. If you are just, you can. No one wants to unite with you if you are powerless.
Oh God!
The white South Africans rather unite with their white people.
The dust has returned. It's all right. I've had a good conversation already. You guys,
you have to understand.
I was wrong.
People respect power.
Yeah.
The black South Africans today respect the white South Africans, and they respect you. Because they have power.
Ramaphosa was having a meeting the other day, and he was able to say to the white people right in front of them, say, people, when you are doing business with South Africa, you seem to be engaging only with Europeans. that you need to do business with us in such a way that the black population will profit from it. That was what Ramaphosa was telling them. This is not something you will hear from like Kenya.
That's what we know how to do.
Hold on. Tonight.
I
have a question. In the future, do you think South Africa will go the way of the Kumbaya Pan-African, or will go the way, as some of us think, in an African version of good old Nazi Germany?
You said South Africa will go the way of this thing, Kumbaya or Nazi Germany. It depends on what Pan-Africanism, the kind of message they shape up later on, because it could go either way. They could decide to turn completely, it's Scotch-Ed policy, or they could say, you know what, we have to embrace everybody. We have to go. It depends on the side that wins the argument.
Because in both ways it becomes strong, but in one way it's helping us Africans, when it's also a way to just make slave camps. And
I think there will be two factions that is going to emerge. Some people are going to be more extreme. Some people are going to be less. So I don't, personally, I'm not even sure which one will win. I think part of the argument that is going to win out is going to also be based on events. This is what
Niger, let me ask you this. To Niger, can I ask you this? You come from the idea that you don't want to accept that we're not the same people. So why is it that your Pan-African ideology, wherever it has been tried, whether it's in Ghana, with Nkrumah, Burkina Faso, DRC, all of these places, these leaders don't last more than 2 to 3 years maximum. They don't even make it to like 5. They don't even make it to their first re-election period, if they're even having elections. Why is it that they fail so dramatically, bro? Why do you guys fail? You guys just keep arguing that, no, it's not being tried. Nigel, let me finish. Your argument was always, oh, it's not being tried right. We're not doing it right. Maybe it's not that you're not doing it right. It's that your ideology is fundamentally flawed to begin with. That this idea that we are the same people, that Africa is just going to unite based on hugs, rainbows, and kisses, and the trauma of colonization. The trauma of colonization is not deep enough for most of Africans to where you're going to tell me that Kenya and Nigeria are going to unite and there's not going to be any conflict, or there's not going to be different interests within these two separate countries that want to maintain their little chiefdom within these countries. Like, you guys don't even understand power structures. That's my input.
Let me explain myself. I think regarding this fact that we are not the same, from where you stand, I agree with you. We are not the same. Even children of the same parents are not the same. People that live in the same neighborhood are not the same. Hold on. We have multiple identities. Where I'm coming from is at a level where our identity coincides. That is where I'm coming from. You may not like it, but that's where I'm coming from. And in terms of what is going to result in changes, is something that is going to affect us at that level. That's what I'm talking about. If it affects us at a lower level, it will be individual argument, tribalism, or religious stuff. But when it affects us at the level that I'm talking about, where that identity is concerned, you're going to see that the Pan-Africanism will emerge. Like, if you look at Zionism when it started, a lot of people probably thought it was stupid. It was like rubbish idea, because they were talking about Israel being in Argentina and in Congo and all kinds of. You can't believe how quack it sounded. But look at today, what they have today. Ideologies can survive based on events, and it took Hitler to happen for Israel, for the Zionist movement to actually.
Yeah, it took Hitler to happen, and then the Jews didn't do it themselves. They got the support of America, of Britain, pretty much the two most predominant powers in the world. If you got America and China to believe in Pan-Africanism and to force you to unite, you would unite. But you are trying to do it by yourself. These countries are, by the way, not interested in helping.
Who says we are trying to do it
you
by
bring up historical facts that have nothing to do with one another, bro. Like, literally, the Jews had America and Britain on their side.
Yeah,
bro, look, just leave.
Yeah, hang on, Abby.
Kezo, you know what Pan-Africanism is? Kezo, you know what Pan-Africanism is in 2023? Right. No, you see these guys that are Pan-Africans by the letter of the word, by the Marcus Garvey definition of Pan-Africanism that they follow, even though they don't want to call it that. It's literally looking at a wall and banging your head on that wall. And every time you get concussed, you say, you know what? It's not the fact that there's a wall in front of me that I can't move. It's that I'm not banging my head against that wall harder. So let me hit it even harder. Maybe it will break next. You're going to end up dead before that wall moves away. Like, just
Also,
reanalyze yourself.
It's not only that.
We still need to unite. How can we do that? Maybe instead of trying to create this grandiose plan of African unification, let's do it on a smaller scale in all of these African regions. Maybe you can give Ethiopia a sphere in the Horn, where Somaliland, Djibouti, Eritrea, and maybe like another country can be added. You can give Kenya its own sphere of influence, Southern Somalia, and the rest of the EAC. And you can give Nigeria its own sphere of influence. And then maybe 50 years down the line, when these spheres of influences have amalgamated into something more concrete, you can then come together and instead of trying to unify 54 different countries, 50 years down the line, you only have to unify like 7 spheres of influence.
Let me just say, sometimes I worry that Nylos just wants to buy time for the Niger-Congo group to be destroyed. That's what I think he's trying to do. Hold on. I think that is his true destiny. You know why when he said 50 years, the continent right now is already operating regionally, and they already have their sphere of influence. They're already doing it right now. What sphere of influence?
Niger is on your border right now, and it's giving you a middle finger. What sphere of influence? What's the illusion that I talk about Pan-African?
See. Niger is giving the French middle finger. Maybe Bola Tinubu doesn't like
it. They're giving you a middle finger along with the French.
See,
oh my God!
Hold on. So the problem is when two Niger, and that's why I say I can never have this. We talk around the point thing. It's impossible. I was not trained that way. When two Niger brings up historical facts, he always, and I don't know why, ignores the facts that his historical facts had mass death in it, in some shape, way, and form. So that's why
basically he likes to repeat. He wants to repeat the old mistakes. That's what it is. He is one of those people that don't learn from history. They want to repeat.
Not only that, he wants to ignore. I'm not done. I'm not done. See, the events you bring up always have mass death in it. When I have nothing against it, my problem is when we say, okay, let's do it like the other people, and then we say, okay, who's gonna bleeding? Someone must bleed. In that plan that other people that someone had to bleed. So who of us Africans bites a bullet?
Yeah.
How do you mean? I don't necessarily.
Yeah, basically like Zionism. No, for example, like Zionism. Okay, who of the Africans? Because let's give 100 white people is the entire word for two was white.
Who's going to be? Who's gonna be
the fascist or who gonna be the fascist? Who gonna be the communist? And in which area do we have our million man against million man fight?
And also, wait, just before you answer that question to Niger, answer this easier question. Ike, are you there? Are you listening to this? Just say yes or no.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, he's there. Okay, so I want to define Ike's point, right? When you mentioned something about, let's say, Niger not getting a point. And then Niger defended himself nicely, but I think Niger may have just been using high IQ in that moment. Right now, Abby just said you need to develop these regions into spheres of influence. Now, to Niger, you said they already have that. No, they don't. What Abby's talking about is having industrialization. He's talking about economic and financial freedom from the Eurodollar system so that they can come together with a proper trade network. We don't have that anywhere close to that. So how come you said we already have that to Niger?
Sphere of influence I specifically addressed the idea of sphere of influence that we already have it.
No, we don't.
Like, see, West Africa.
Hold on.
We don't have industrial trade routes. No. So what influence do we have?
Don't worry, when he shut me down enough, you're going to be correct.
Let me make this an example for him. Kezo, you see how England has a sphere of influence.
Let's let him talk.
Within the United States. Let me explain this to. Wait 1 second. Okay, England was just once a nation of itself. Today, you have something called the United Kingdom. That's a proper sphere of influence. That is 3 other countries coming together to create four separate nations. That would be something like if Ethiopia was to include Somaliland, Djibouti, Eritrea, and maybe another country, or what Kenya is trying to do with EAC. EAC is just on paper in today's day and age. It will still need like another 20, 30, 40 years of integration, of building of markets and so on, to even be a functional sphere of influence to the level of the United Kingdom. That is what you call a sphere of influence, or to the point where you can't even differentiate those. They almost act as one country at this point. And then when you have those spheres of influences, they could probably, like, let's say just 7 of them or 8 of them. Then you can come together and then create an Africa or one Africa. But trying to create 54 different countries or 55 different countries and uniting them into one. Oh, you know why this African trade agreement will never come into fruition? Why it was just signed? It has been signed for like 4 or 5 years now, but you don't even see any traces of it on the ground. Maybe a Kenyan industrialist wants Kenya to be open to the whole world. Let's say you in Kenya are creating, you have a plastic factory. Do you want to have to compete against 54 different countries, plastic factories that you have to compete with for price point to sell to your own market? The chaos that will cause is just too great, bro. That's why none of these countries are even moving one step into trying to implement this. They just talk about it, but they don't do anything tangible. If you try to do this on a small scale, the chaos is much more controllable. It's much more manageable. And even the population movement, that is this level of trade agreement, I don't think these people understand what a trade agreement is. That means industries are going to have to separate to their spheres of influences. That means one industry will just be in Nigeria or in Kenya. That means all those people are going to have to migrate to that country to work there. If you're doing it on a regional basis, Kenyans are much more willing to have Tanzanian migrants or Rwandan migrants or people that drive in the EAC. Same with Ethiopia and the Horn. Same with Nigeria and their own ECOWAS influence that they're trying to create. Same with South Africa and their fellow Southern African region. Like, I don't think you guys understand the chaos that you want when you talk about these things. This is what I mean. You guys don't understand the material consequences of what you're asking for.
Can I add something to you?
Could you answer the question that was posted by Kaiser before you answer Niall's question? What spheres of influence does exist in Africa? Could you give us some examples?
Like West African sphere of influence, the SADC, South Africa basically runs that region. And if you look at Central Africa, it's the Cameroonians, even you can testify, Kifaru can testify to that. And the Northern African countries, apart from this in Algeria that seems to be playing the rogue, the Northern, I've forgotten what it's called, the Northern Organization basically controls it. And the reason why I say I'm not saying it as
controls how ECOWAS couldn't even invade Niger.
Stop saying that, because ECOWAS people don't want to invade.
Hold on. You said a lot of region. Could you say the name? Just one name.
My point.
No. Could you say one name? Because I tried to understand one name of those influences. Like Nilo brought up the United Kingdom. That's a name for a sphere of influence.
Like Nigeria, the sphere of influence of Nigeria is West Africa. Like I said, Cameroon sphere of influence. That's why they don't want to join ECOWAS. Is in Central Africa.
So Nigeria has total control, like the UK, over all the states in West Africa.
They don't have total control. They just have sphere of influence. You can't. You're not their government. What are you talking about? You can't.
So now we have the problem is now Nilo talks about sphere of influence in form of control and cooperation, when Tunaja only talks about they live next to each other. They live next to each other.
I think what Nilotic is saying. Let me elaborate on what Nilotic is saying.
Don't forget industrial integration and economic market.
Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying. And this has always been the argument that I've always had with people in our community, because we seem to have this idea that we have to have a shiny finished product before we can actually do anything. I don't subscribe to that. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not going to say I'm 100% correct on that, because events can prove me wrong. But I believe events are more likely to prove me right. One, the reason is that if you wait for the scenario that Nilotic paints, is going to take us to 2060 or so. By that time, the current dispensation would have completely been eroded and new arrangements would have been put in place. And if we are not in a good place at that time, our future will be completely.
What is so bad? What is so bad? Everything changes tonight. I don't. That is what I don't understand. Why do you want it? Why do you want the change happening right now? What is good right now?
Okay, it's because of the dangers that I see coming down the line. It's like when the Europeans first came on the continent, they were trading with each other, fighting with each other. Portuguese fight Spain and Spain fights England and all the rest of it. They decide, you know what? Why don't we stop this fighting each other? Let's just come together after they found a cure for malaria and colonize these Mughals. And once they did that at the Berlin Conference, they colonized us. And I see the same pattern repeating itself again. As a matter of fact, the pattern repeats itself over and over again. You have a multipolar world, then you have a unified this thing in the world. You have a multipolar. When they unify, it's always been bad for us since they appeared on the continent. And what is about to happen again, you're going to have the unification of Eurasia, Eurasian countries. If they come together, that might weaken America a little bit, but Africa will be toast if we are not in a strong position then. Hence,
hold on. Now we go into.
It's not going to be 50 seconds more. To conclude, the timeline for this to happen, I believe, is less than 20 years. So if you argue 50 years, we don't have that time.
So basically, you're saying, because don't forget, most of Africa is still in control of Europe or America. So you're saying that in 20 years, the order in Europe will collapse, or there's the orders that now exist. So we form a more unified government than it already is, and try to take over Africa again. And before such
may
happening,
I interject? May I interject here? Because this is and Mr. German, you guys always go. You guys go to the point, but there's no point in going to every point. This is 3 layers based on conjecture. You asked him why he thought that it was imminent, right? And then he said, okay, maybe because of this. And then you're like, oh, you really think this is going to happen? It's like, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is the sphere of influence question, right? Right. So, to say, because he's saying, you get my point, I assume, right? This does not,
just try to understand
here. Yeah.
I just wanted to. I wanted to stop the point after unify and conquer Africa. And then I said that is your fear, and because of that we must be faster. And then I would say, okay, I get it now.
Yes. Okay.
We have
so,
to have
but
a sense of
if I may ask,
if you look at what is happening on the Eurasian continent,
the sphere of influence question. Again, I like to keep things somewhat abstract, right? So somewhat in terms of like, what is the content of the sphere of influence? Like if I take a sphere of influence, for example, called the West, right? It's not as strong as what Abby was talking about, like the United Kingdom, something like that, where it's just a stronghold. The West is made up of some countries in Europe, but there's some countries in Europe that are not West, such as Russia is European, but it's not Western. Japan is not European, but it is Western because it's under that sphere of influence. You got United States tends to be the head right now. That's what everybody agrees on. They use NATO and so on and so forth. Okay, it's this kind of loose set of institutions that they all agree to trust. Okay, so what are, let's say if we take West Africa, and again, it's a serious question because I'm trying to demarcate, as Mr. Snakeman has already pointed out, like there seems to be a difference what we're looking at when it comes to sphere of influence. And I assume, to Niger, quick question, that you're thinking more of a looser version, right? I'm assuming. And it's similar to the West, let's say. The West doesn't really have a...
my priority is timeline. It's not about if it can be as close as possible, as loose as possible, but they have to move quickly because you have to keep your eyes on the dial of what is going on out there. I keep saying it, we have to observe the macro level events that are going on.
But the fastest ideology when you want to have a sphere of influence, when you want to gain power in industrial, would be A, communism, or B, fascism. One of the two. If it's only about speed, if it only is about speed, these are the two ideologies that are proven that in a very fast time they can achieve a lot.
I guess whatever America achieved a lot, but I don't know. Whatever system,
after 500 years,
no, they were not. You see, they were busy killing the Indians. It took a while. You know, it's a whole continent. It took a while to finish the Indians and before they had time to come back to Europe. See, my point is that timeline matters. Because whenever you watch, sometimes take time to be watching the developments. What China is doing in Asia, what China is doing even in the Middle East compared to what they are doing in Africa. No. It's not the same level at all. And the Belt and Road Initiative is a threat. It's a threat to America.
I know this point, and everyone on this panel also knows this point, and this is what Mr. IC3 tends to call like whinging. But what I'm trying to do here is not say things that we already know and has already been said, but I'm trying to ascertain from you, what are the strongest parts of this sphere of influence? I give an example of a sphere of influence. I gave some kind of institutions and such. I talked about trust, blah, blah, blah. I use the West as an example. So if we look at West Africa, right, what are these instruments by which Africa Nigeria, let's say, is operating? What is the weakest link in there? What do you think that they need to improve? Now, we don't have time for it to be perfect. I understand that, right? But what do you think, like, hey, we can make this part a little better? Is it like shout out to you, kind of more of a unified military type presence, a development of Nigerian military such that it can say, hey, I'll protect you if you come under my sphere? What particular institution would you kind of focus on in the short term? What would you say to that?
The fastest way to go about this, one, Nigeria needs to upgrade this military posture, that security posture massively to well over 1 million. And then the unification of the West African state in terms of a defense pact, that's in terms of mutual defense pact, instead of this loose ECOMOG or kind of ECOWAS forces.
Can you define a defense pact? Because defense pact doesn't mean what you think it means. Can you?
Yeah, a defense pact is mutual defense pact. In other words, any of the nations that are attacked, if you attack one, you attack all. That is a defense pact I'm talking about. Yeah, because right now they can pick off one country and they could get away with it. And who's
the big boy? Who's the big boy in that pact? Because we all know that defense pacts are kind of like there's one person really, like let's say NATO, for example, right? NATO means America is going to protect everybody. Even in terms of money, the people are not even paying in. So who's the big boy? It's Nigeria, right?
Nigeria
So Nigeria needs to definitely have and be able to defend them, right?
Yes, that's why.
Is Nigeria able to defend them at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay, so
with Tinubu's defense policy, he's supposed to arrive there. That's why I keep encouraging Nigerians to force him to do what he said he was going to do. You know, Nigeria will arrive there. It will be well over 1 million soldiers. The police will increase in size, and that will more than triple the soldiers of all the other African countries, West African countries put together. So that can result in a situation and weaken the French influence too, which they are already starting to do. If you look at what Mali and the other few countries are doing, if only Nigeria takes the advantage to increase their security posture, now start guaranteeing the security of the neighboring countries, that will reduce the influence of France. And in other words, that region becomes more stronger for it.
I have an issue with what you're saying here, right? I think tonight you love to. I'm doing narratives now. You love to give credit for things which time hasn't shown if they're going to be winners or losers, right? So an example is this whole Burkina, defense pact. We don't know anything about it. This is just dust. The Africa Free Trade. All these things are unfruitful trees, which saplings, right, on the ground. Meaning we have to give them time before we even know if they're useful to talk about them that way, right?
But if you look at it from what we discussed yesterday, you did say something about Ethiopia. This is Ethiopia and Kenya defense pact to stop the dusty Somalis from coming out.
Yeah.
Technically, that worked. You see, and globally, we know this works. So you can see that from that, that's why I raised the conjecture that it will work for them.
Fair enough.
And it will work for West Africa too if we do the same thing.
Okay, I agree with you there, but here's the issue, right? How will West Africa gain its security without producing any arms manufacturing? Because America's actually put embargoes in most of these countries from even buying and purchasing ammunitions.
This is why we are talking about Nigeria exerting itself. If Nigeria is willing to change its security posture, they are already willing to do their own manufacturing. They are manufacturing ships right now, manufacturing some small arms and few. We are manufacturing drones in Nigeria. You may not know that. We are manufacturing drones, this in armored vehicles. So we can do that if we choose to. Question is this our leader a sellout or is he going to look to do it? I don't know.
I think there's a problem some people have is to Niger, and that is just for me. If you come with your kumbaya idea and don't get offended, we automatically say, okay, he wants to do it in some kind of peaceful ways that needs to have to convince people who don't think like you. Convincing people takes time. And when you do it on a continental scale, it will maybe take multiple generations. Now, the fast lane, as I said, is by force. By force. It's proven throughout history. Force can change countries very fast in a very short time.
I agree with you on that. Historically, it supports your argument, but am I supposed to sit here and say let's go for force in Nigeria or Africa right now when
no, not you, not you to Niger. Let's say I take on to Nigerism, okay, and I write pamphlets about it, and I become a to Niger zealot, and I say I am going to be the general, and then take by force this West African zone, build that shiny military that you like, right? And let it happen. What do you say to that? I mean, you're not supposed to really answer that.
If I have if let's say you make me the head of state in Nigeria, very, very rapidly, I will move in that direction. I don't care whether anybody wants to come after me.
Oh, no. Okay, so let me get personal here for a second. I don't think you want to Niger. I think you argue for it. But I don't think you want to actually shed blood.
Why do oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't come out and say you want to shed blood. I actually want to save lives. Because in the end, you have to
that's exactly what I mean, because bloodshedders don't talk like this.
See, my point is that you see, people like us, you have to be worried about someone like me, because what makes us dangerous is that when we want to do something, we believe we are saving lives and we can take lives to save more lives. Because for me, the only morality in what we do is the greater good. And if I believe it's for the greater good, lives can be lost to save more lives. Because if I believe that our entire survival is under threat if we don't do these things, you are going to be more motivated. You are going to be more driven to do the hard things. You know, the video I posted on my channel today was what the Chinese PLA was doing. I said it earlier on. These people believed in what they were doing. They took tens of thousands of deaths, and they were still marching to go and reunite and conquer the side that had even more weapons than they did, because they believed. So if you put someone like me in office, because I believe, I don't care. I'm going to move like the way I'm going to move almost like a force of nature. I don't care what needs to happen, because I believe lives have to be saved there. It might cost some lives. Whoever is in my way, God help them. And that's why sometimes they call people like me a dictator and stuff like that.
That is a problem. Is that what I mean? You talk about kumbayaism, then you talk about speed, and we all are just humans. We are all humans, and we live all in human society. We know if you try to convince people in a short time, the best answer, mostly the only answer, is force. But then you come with a kumbayais and say, okay, no bloodshed, and then we are confused. Because because in our world, it's like, okay, you try to do some kind of magical time-bending trick and tries to do something that never happened in human society in all of human history.
I will urge you to Niger not to answer that, because you don't have to. You don't have to answer that to Niger.
Okay, I mean, the reason why I'm going to answer it, because I have already thought about this before, even before I even started having this conversation. The reason why is because when I see loss of lives when I was growing up, I felt like leaders are completely incompetent and useless. I felt like if you're a leader and you have to take decisions that have to result in loss of life, there has been a failure in leadership. That is where I started from. So, and I believe that it's not a very bad place to start from. You want to see leadership as a way of not saving lives, not causing a loss of life. So if you start from that point of view, then you always calculate to reduce loss of life.
Then why use China, who are notoriously known to throw away lives to achieve support? Throughout the history, they are known to sacrifice millions of people to achieve victory. Why use China then?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm not Mao Zedong. I'm sorry.
All these empires and narratives so he can build his perfect utopia where no lives are lost. He takes the good and ignores the bad because the bad is bad for us.
Yeah, and that's why I said you don't have to answer it tonight. Like, we get your point.
What do you want me to do? The 30 people to start a war?
We get to Nigel's point. We don't have to march him to war, right? The point is, not everybody operates that. Look, I always look at things from one point of view of action. There's no point in, if I get his point, then he doesn't also have to be the person to do it. I can also get his point and know that, as I said, that you will not be the person to do it. I would not vote you in that position, even though I'm like going to be the Lord of Tunigerism. I wouldn't put you as the general because you're saying the kinds of things I don't want to hear from a general. And no shade to you, right? It's just that I understand how this works.
I hear. But the truth is, I don't think Mao Zedong would have been able to do it, or even Stalin. He always takes the environment to get the people to where they need to get to. People have to obey your orders to cause the loss of lives. And
I just wanted to say,
in that mindset, they will never obey you. Like Nigerians will not do. If Stalin was in Nigeria today and orders Nigerians to do what he asked Russia to do, they will not obey him.
Hold on. Stalin had to do multiple purges. Stalin killed his opposition. Into one part of the head. He killed. So that's what I mean tonight. He always uses examples of people known to kill millions of people to get their way.
Yeah, Tanaja, you can't say Stalin was in Nigeria because to be Stalin,
if Stalin was in Nigeria, we have gulags. Nigerian gulags.
He wouldn't. You know why he wouldn't have gulags? Because the situation is different. This is why I keep saying, observe this on a macro level. Russia had just been invaded by this in Germany that resulted in about 16 million or 18 million loss of lives. So you can see these people were already making sacrifice. Death was very close to them. It wasn't a big deal.
But before
if you try that in Nigeria today, you will have a big problem.
No, but the problem is before the invasion, Stalin had a purge, and after the invasion, Stalin had a purge. So the problem for me is, why are you always taking examples of people which control factor is if you don't obey, you die.
The reason why I take them is because they are the most recent ones that have broken out of control of world powers. That's why I use them as examples, because that's what we want to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but why then try to connect us?
Are you trying to? Are you trying to educate him? Are you trying to make him see that? You're trying to prove a point?
No.
Because you obviously see what he's
trying to understand the point.
Force him to admit something.
No. I'm not
trying to understand.
I'm not a policeman.
I think he's actually asking a question.
No, I'm not a policeman. I just to try to understand it, because once again, I have a very German mind. You cannot say fire and ice as the same thing. Give it to me and then I go, okay, yeah, that's the same thing. I'm not that manipulative. I try to understand it with logic. And when tonight says Kumbaya isn't saving of life, and in the same sentence say Stalin, not Lenin. Lenin was different. Lenin was the one who actually wanted to save life. He killed some, but he was the one who tried to save life. Stalin, who was the opposite of Lenin, who was notoriously known to kill everyone who didn't obey him. And then you say, yeah, Kumbayaism, but Stalin. It confused my mind.
This is why I say you should be worried about people like me too. Yep.
To be Stalin, you wouldn't be. Being Stalin is everything, right? The power is part of what being Stalin. You can't say Nigerians will just revolt against him. That wouldn't be Stalin then.
Because the environment was ready. They would not
the mechanism.
Somebody like Stalin.
Actually, Stalin would because Stalin fought his way upwards. He was not the heir of Lenin. Lenin didn't want him because he was too prudent. And Stalin fought his way upwards. And that's why I say, using Stalin, you say, okay, some evil guy kills the king of all evils, and that's just a simple example, gets the crown, and then starting conquering everyone else and purging everyone in his own kingdom that is not with him. That would be Stalin. What do you want, sir?
And to tonight's point, they have, beyond that recent war with Germany and whatnot, there's been a long history, beginning with when the Tsars started falling from Alexander's dad down to the Alexandra and such, right? With the Rasputin messing up and all these other things. Okay, the political climate was ripe for certain types of situations. And then an organization called the Communist Party was there for a crazy, I don't want to call him a sociopath because people like throwing that word around, but he was a crazy organization man, right? That understood power from the ground up, as Snake Man said. He had the apparatus of the party. While people like Trotsky were being brilliant orators, being Kaizos, right, ENTPs, and running around in a strain and doing that kind of stuff, being the smartest person in the room. Mr. Stalin he was controlling the party secretariat. In other words, he controlled how much barrel of X went to Y, and he knew that was the real power, not oratory and being a smart guy, right? So when he came down for heads to chop off, when Stalin said chop heads, heads will chop. Stalin, they will not give a command that he did not know. This is to the part of Stalin also being skilled at it. So including the circumstances, Stalin was also particularly skilled at taking over the reins of power from the ground up. And silly people like Trotsky just thought that he could do it with his brilliance. And he got killed in Mexico with a hammer to the head.
Yeah, so this is funny. Trotsky, you compare Trotsky to Kaiser, that's actually very brilliant because Trotsky was someone like, oh, we must industrialize. He was always someone who was talking about we must do, he never did actually anything.
Who is Trotsky?
Trotsky was, he was part of the revolution, the Bolsheviks, right? And he was presumably going to be the heir to, Lenin, right? He was let's say, to kind of put it in terms of like a dramatic way, Stalin was like what they call it, like a functionary in the mind of someone like Trotsky. In other words, like operations guy, right? And in the mind of Trotsky, he's like a Kaizo type, like, oh, I'm the brilliant philosopher, king, master. He was kind of running the military. I have military brilliance and prowess, and I can talk about this in philosophy and that kind of stuff. But Stalin had the keys to the coffers and everything, and he that kind of thing, like a functionary guy who built brick by brick his power, and then he could slam that brick wall against the idiots who thought they could just use oratory and shit.
Basically, Trotsky was a philosopher and Stalin was a pragmatist.
Yeah, exactly. And his argument won out based on the environment too. This is why I say these things is because if you bring a Stalin into Nigeria today and tell them to do what Stalin wanted to do, it's so drastic and it's so bloody. It's so. See, I was on a panel. I asked Nigerians,
about it. He went there and did it.
Hold on now. That's my point. See, I asked Nigerians.
Stalin was in Nigeria. He would be as a finance minister and he would take this corrupt money he would have gained over the years to hire a mercenary army and steamroll Nigeria.
Okay, if he did it like that, that's different. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that when you ask Nigerians today, when I was on a panel, I asked them if, say, you can solve the entire problem of Nigeria, debts, infant mortality, jackpot, poverty, you can solve all the problems, but it requires the loss of life of 50,000 people. Majority of people on the panel rejected it, and they will never do it. What that told me was that these people don't understand that by rejecting it, you've actually killed more people. And I understand where their mindset is coming from, because to them, suffering does not equate to the ability to take lives, because they've not been.
Which panel was that? Was that the Nigerian panel?
Was that your panel?
It was mostly Nigerian panel. It was mostly like almost all Nigerian panel, and that was a while ago on Dr. Damage.
How old were those Nigerians?
They were elderly, older ones, younger ones, all of them mixed groups. None of them want to accept that there should be loss of life for them to fix the country.
Now, Mr. Tunija, let me just kind of add this.
Nigerian men, Tunija, why are you lying?
Yeah, but let me add this point, which perhaps is kind of clear in the minds of some people. Tunija, you know that those people are actually worse than the people who would admit, right? Because here's the thing about violence, right? Everybody thinks that it's other people that all of a sudden become monsters. Like, take for example, the Hutu and the Tutsis, whatever, right? No, it was your neighbor yesterday that was smiling at you that all of a sudden was chopping your head off, right? And if you ask that neighbor yesterday, will violence happen? Because of, shout out to extroverted feeling and feeling of harmony and, oh, people are looking at me and, oh, how can I say that? You can't do that. They would say no. But these people are also prone to indiscriminate violence, as opposed to you coming, or your point being, okay, here's a neat 50,000. They will always say no. But these people will kill 1 million in a second and get their mobs, dangerous human beings. Again, it's a tangent that I just wanted to make, right? These people are not innocent at all. They're the worst.
I think you are correct in the sense that they have the capacity, but in the context of national decision making, I think that's where they detach it from. But if let's say they want to maintain their power in a political party, they probably are willing to kill people or for tribalism.
100%. You know that the same guy next, you can go, you see him in his living room, in a beer parlor somewhere, drinking with his buddies, and heaping all kinds of insults against some other tribe. And if they get riled up enough, they will get up and go kill 1,000 people. Right? The same person in that panel that said no.
But for the national progress, I think that's why they said no. For national progress, if it comes to national progress, so they was like, no, why would I kill people? One of them even address heaven, like, I'll go to hell or something like that. That they will not cause the death of innocent people. But like by not doing that, you're actually killing people. They say, but me, I'm not going to do it. But if you told them that, like, okay, the Fulanis are attacking you, are you going to defend your people, even if it's going to cost a lot of death on the other side? They probably will tell you yes. That is the weird mindset. And if those are people make it to office now, they need to do hard things for the nation on behalf, so that the nation will do well. And they need to look in the eyes of foreigners and say no. They probably would not want to do it because they have not been conditioned to believe in that kind of way of national reason, to shed blood for national reason. They've not been conditioned that way. Can you imagine if our leaders were the way they are for tribalism? We will not be here right now. We'll not be having this conversation because they don't want to do the hard thing. All of them want to just pretend as if everything is good. Let's just work with the Europeans. It's going to be better.
Let me ask you a question tonight, Jet, right? You keep mentioning leaders. Okay, so I agree in terms of if you had the best leaders, like let's say Kagame, running most of these countries, they'll be different. I agree with you that. However, why are you so worried about the outliers, right? The Africa's leaders are the African people, aka the average, the pool of Africans that these leaders are coming from is the problem, not the leaders themselves.
That's true. I say to them all the time that the leader, before they become leaders, they were once like us. That what is it? This is what I keep telling our people, say, what is it in us that make us those leaders? We need to start exercising it now before you end up there and start doing stuff too.
Corrupt, Nigeria. Are a stiff-necked and backwards corrupt people. You know this.
Maybe it's impossible. Maybe we are asking for the impossible because all the nations that have done this, they didn't have to do all this self-reflection. They just were dashed into the situation and they had to do what they had to do.
No. There's context here. So let me give it, right? You know, China, during all the Ming Dynasty and everything, China was one of the first countries to actually create a civil servant test. You could not just become in fact, being a civil servant in Chinese dynasties was one of the most celebrated thing that you've actually got. We don't really have that culture in most of these other countries, especially in Africa. In Africa, a civil servant is someone that can go and steal the money in the treasury. Meanwhile, in China, a civil servant is the highest, one of the highest representation of service to the nation. You had to pass extremely difficult tests in math, in science, in whatever Chinese culture, in order to depending on the area, right? Finance or
guys, don't forget that most of those high-ranking civil servants got their nuts cut off, so they can't build legacy off of it.
Chinese conditioning is on a different level. Chinese conditioning and Russian conditioning. Those guys, they don't play around. You see what they tell their people to do is loyalty to the party, even beyond the people of China. What they said to the military that if the party says one thing and the public says another thing, you have to be loyal to the party. Loyal to the party first before to the people. And they do that repeatedly. And I start to ask myself, why did they think that is a good idea to put the loyalty to the party first? What I came up with is the fact that if you say loyalty to the people and then other forces come into the country and say, I will use these people against the state, then the military could be divided and say, okay, these are our people, let's go with the people. But if you condition the military over and over again that the party comes first, no matter what noise you hear out there, chances are that you are going to have a system that functions and never breaks away from the control of the party. Hence, you see the China you see today.
But that is a problem tonight when we talk about history. What you
Yo,
just
can you hear
described,
me?
that is not something that came up of China's ass just because communism. This is an old Chinese thing. Don't forget, China, oldest civilization in human history. So they had 5,000 years to refine that technique. But that's what I mean. You want the fast lane. You want the fast lane. So my problem is that is only what I'm saying. Why you're always taking examples that basically, if you really look at the bigger picture, are the opposite. Like you cannot use China.
Hang on. Wait, hang on. You know, my intuition led me to see that whole Chinese civil servant exam, right? That they've been taking for 1,000 years in the civilization. And you know,
Actually,
my intuition made me say that because there was a point to it. 2000, right? My intuition led me to an interesting point here, right? And let me just sort of prove it. Look at this. I'm not going to share the video. Just look at it, right? If you see the screen, it says 20,000 people compete for one position. Civil service exams in China. We don't have this in any African country. I've stated this before, and you know, people just brush my ideas for what I said. The only way to have so-called governors, lead politicians,
why
or
do you
anyone.
think I'm worried for us? Why do you think I'm
hang
worried
on,
for us?
Hang on, Nigel. Wait 1 second. There's a point I'm trying to make here. Yes, China has been doing this for 1,000 years or 2,000 years, right? 20,000 people competing for one position to be a civil servant. In Africa, it's about who you know. You are incompetent. I've been through the system and no one can tell me otherwise. To get my ID, I had to go there 20 times. They made a mistake on my look. If Africa, right, this is look at Chinese, forget what works for us culture. That's irrelevant. Point is, Africa is so, you know, redundant in so much of its dysfunctional systems. I said it simply: put tests out there. Do not elect people on this stupid democratic thing that the West does. It doesn't work for us because we're corrupt and incompetent people. If you had a bigger pool of competent people to select 20,000 people like they do, you think just China just did these things by themselves? No, they select 1 out of 20,000 people that compete for the hard
guys,
run on the table.
why do
No,
you
1 second.
guys always wanna forget this?
20,000 people, right, compete for one position. What do you
Well,
think the
you
IQ
made the point. You
of
made
the
the point
average?
already. Now
Hang on,
you made the
You
point.
made
no,
the
I'm not making
point,
the point yet.
but like
No, don't
here's
get
another
me, right?
thing. I
How
don't know
long do you
why,
want to say 20,000 people to one position? How long do you want to say that one point?
bro. This guy,
No,
guys,
you
we
guys
get
know.
you, man. You just
I
wanna
hear
add
what you're
feelings.
saying, and I
You
agree
wanna
with that.
Chinese
add
civil
feelings to your
servant
topics.
IQ is probably
Here's
150.
what Abby was
The
right
average
about yesterday.
Musanda,
He said
allow
the
him
same
to
civil
thing.
talk
servant
now.
IQ, the average Chinese civil servant IQ is 150. The average African civil servant IQ is 70. That's the reason why you guys are backwards. There's no argument to that.
let me tell you what happened in
Okay,
Nigeria
fine.
just today.
Yes,
Sorry,
Tunaja,
Musanda,
wait.
just hold on now. It was
But like you've been talking,
it's
Tunaja,
not
can I just
sorry,
come
it's not
in?
gonna
You've
Musanda,
been
sorry,
talking,
it's not
bruh.
gonna take 30 seconds, please. Just yesterday, Nigerian civil servants arrived late to the Ministry of Works, and the minister locked them outside. And they locked the minister inside, and we're protesting outside. So yeah, in what case we say in terms of the way we behave is just atrocious sometimes. So go ahead.
Look, man, I agree a little more. Believe it or not, I know you hate me, Mr. Nigerian Scammer, Mr. Snake Man, but I actually agree a lot more with you and Abby and what you say on how actual societies is. Because when you actually look it up and just remove your emotions out of things, that's literally how all foundations are made. I mean, I think, wasn't it Abby yesterday was talking about the Han dynasty that actually symbolized on this, lately made China what it is, as in made it have a central point, or at least a centralized society in the first place. And the same thing somewhat would say about like the Indians. Just not directly. I'm just saying some people probably say the British played a bigger part of making sure India is what it is. But I'm just saying that we keep saying these things like these people or the citizens are the ones just deciding to become civil servants and become law abiding whatever. No, these people are not only programmed by propaganda into being in such a system. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not that different. Like
But
the more I
Musanda,
think about it, human beings are not that different. You know, human beings are really not that
Sorry,
different
Mr.
the way you
Musanda,
actually think
yeah,
about it. You know?
Musanda, can I ask
Wait,
you?
hang on.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't
How
understand what
can
he's
you?
saying. Musanda, can you rephrase what you're saying to make a point more
My,
pointful,
my, my
please?
point is this. My point is this, right? All the problems in Africa at the end of the day just boils into one thing we never had as a the one problem we never had when we got colonized is that we never had a civilization and we were never conquered by one specific nation or dynasty, not a religion, but a dynasty. That's literally the number one problem you actually do have, and not even like we can even remove like the whole continent thing, but even regional, right? The fact that you never had a powerful foundation that can at least even some, even though like conquership came in, it can still rebuild itself the same way the Chinese did, right, with the Mongolian Empire and whatnot.
Course, yeah.
Like they got freed and then just went back into I think they had that 100 years of shame and they're like, look, we're back. And the same thing is happening within India. Like this is what happened. I think a lot of the power is going back to the East because for many years it was always with the East.
Yeah, but India is well behind China, though.
Musanda, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you? Okay, can you achieve this unification, this one dynasty with Kumbayaism?
What
is this Kumbayaism?
Of course not. Of course not, bro.
What is this Kumbayaism?
I brought up something very practical of why China's ahead, and all you retards just ignored it, right? You looked at it, and then you looked.
I helped you.
Right,
I make him bigger.
Right? I'm just making it really clear to you, to Niger, Mr. Musanda, and all that stuff. Yes,
let me invite yo Kaiser. Can you invite somebody else? I want to invite this Chinese guy. I don't know if he's going to be online, but I want to know. Can you put in 7 people? Okay.
Yeah.
Musanda's an agent.
Hold on. To the Chinese guy.
No, it's on Clubhouse, man.
No. To the Chinese guy, welcome to Africa and bring chilling.
I don't know, man. What is the exact point, Kezo, about the
my point
1
is
to
simple.
20,000 or so?
Building a nation is not a mystery. The reason why China got ahead, you can tell these narratives about getting nuclear weapon, all that shit is bullshit. The reason China is ahead is because they have high IQ people that are nationalists who are in control of their country's economy, their trade, their finance. All these ministers have to take extremely difficult tests to be a civil servant. AKA
okay, Kaizo. Just to buttress your point, basically you're making a more systematic process point of the point that I made earlier that tonight already agreed to. The point I made earlier, which tonight already agreed to, was that hey, through chaos and through competition, these people need to come up as opposed to Ojukwu going to some stupid country or some stupid school coming back being anglicized and leading these people to war and then running away.
Okay, so you're saying
at the core of it, Kezo, at the core of it, these people have to be forged. And if you see the early history of the party that is running China right now, they were forged. If you look at the history of the party that is running Israel today, they were forged too.
Answer your questions. I agree with you, but let me make it simpler. Like your company, okay. Africa has a simple issue. Low-hanging fruits can't be picked. And we have too much redundancies. That's it. Just remove the redundancies, run Africa or rather Nigeria or any country in Africa like a company. And that's it. You solve the issue. It's not about coming together.
I worry that here's the other sad part. Nobody ever talks about
Musanda, 15 seconds. I worry that the elites in
how do you know? Why are you so precise on the second?
Hold on now. No. I worry that the elites in all sub-Saharan African countries will have to be displaced because their mentality is completely in the wrong place. That's my problem.
Why are you worried?
I'm worried that because I worry because, like I said, I never want to start from the point of view of because displacement means some serious upheaval event that has to occur.
Yes, chaos, like I said. It's an African standard, though.
So let me. Okay, Ike asked me a good question. Like, what's my point? Okay, my point is through chaos you can upheave these people, but upheaving them is not the issue because I mentioned the average leader of Africa is of the average African quality, both corruption, competence, and other skills. AKA, you need the chaos upheaval as well as a systematic, more or less what you said in the last point, a systematic approach on selecting new leaders. It has to be based on the creme de la creme and not some dusty democratic process that you get voted on popularity. So AKA,
like when
I think there's some truth there, what Kezo said just now is quite important. I think why China is advancing so fast because they had to select the best, like based on their capacity to perform. And democracy doesn't necessarily do that.
Can I ask you, Sandra, in South Africa, because it's more stable, from all the politicians you have, how many of them actually are vital?
Wait, what? What do you mean by that?
Basically, which politician could disappear tomorrow and nothing will change?
Almost all of them.
Which politician could disappear and nothing would change? I'm sorry, I'm still confused by the question itself.
Basically,
I'm saying I'm still confused.
Yeah, basically the system.
Like, are you asking, like, for example, if Ramaphosa disappears, will like South Africa things change?
No,
I think you've got that question back to front. I think you want to flip it and then ask that question that which politician would, if he disappears, that would impact on that country. I think that probably was what he's asking.
Okay. Okay, but remember, South Africa is ruled by a political. It's ruled by a political party, so a lot of the things that even that one politician does. He wasn't asking about South Africa. He was asking about South Africa.
Yeah, because basically, I want to hammer in the point of that the Chinese have a very particular. Basically, if you are not helpful, if you're not good for the system, you don't get the power. And I want to find out, through an example, we can take Nigeria too. How many politicians actually are useful for the state?
Oh, okay, I get your point. I to be honest with you, because even if, like they say, the president died, the deputy president will get in, or somebody within the aides will get in. So I don't think a lot of things will change if he died. To be honest with you, no. I think
in Nigeria, I don't know. I think in Africa I think Kagame, because of what he has done, is so strong, there will be an effect. But I don't know about Nigeria and many other countries really where one politician is removed.
Yeah, so
I guess Ethiopia is one.
Yeah, but the same thing in China, guys. Let's be honest. Same thing in China. Like China, even if Xi Jinping died, a lot of things are still gonna go.
Yeah, so that's actually the point I wanted to tackle there, right? Hang on, Sandra. You niggas is too low IQ to understand the point Snake Man is bringing up. So there is a bell curve in his point that he's brought up, right? So on a low IQ society like Africa, if someone can easily be replaced, it's a problem because they haven't reached the peak of manhood and masculinity. And ruling the whole country properly and effecting change. Then on the other side of the bell curve, you have countries like America, like China, where the system is developed so strongly that even if someone is replaced, it won't affect the system. So it's a two-sided bell curve that's going on there that Snake Man is bringing up, and Africa's on the other side.
To be fair, when I was answering the question, I wasn't thinking about the bell curve. I was just thinking about individual cases. But it seems like from your analysis seems to be correct. The systems can make up for the failures of leadership in some like very advanced countries, but while in others it can't, like in the case of Kagame. I feel like if he goes, these tribal stuff may return, except he does something to truly embed it and make it long lasting.
Can I ask the question?
You know how, sorry, let me finish. You know how I think he can do that is if he steps down and for about 10, 20 years before he dies or whatever, he's able to observe, ensure the system remains in place. The problem with him now is that he might stay there too long, then when he passes, the whole thing changes and he's not going to be there to reinforce and back the system up if some other leader wants to change it.
Can I ask Ike a question? Because
wait. But why? I just want to say this, Chunaja. Why do you ask questions that you have answers to? You just asked us, do you know what you will do? Well, I think this is what we'll do. Why do you do that?
Oh my God! Seriously, that's fine. I am answering because I'm speaking aloud against something that's in my mind. But it's a fair point, isn't it? Because that's what Rawlings did with the democracy of of Ghana. He stepped down.
Why ask the question is the point. Why you should have just said it. Why ask the question?
Please.
Sometimes you ask a question, and sometimes you ask a question to get people to follow your reasoning, isn't it? You can do that.
Musanda, don't use that logic, please. We did it once. I have a question to Ike. Do you think in the next 5 years it would be possible in Nigeria to have a state tax system where at least 70%, at best 80%, would pay of the population would pay their taxes to the state?
Not in the next 5 years, no.
How long do you think it would take Nigeria to have that kind of tax system?
I think that, okay, it's a question of how long it takes to do certain types of things. Like I'm going to give you an example of, let's say we take, cassava, for example, or some other thing that we produce, right? And a shout out to the cassava, tying the cassava to the naira. Who's laughing?
It's me. It reminds me of the debate we once had.
So basically, look.
Oh, sorry, are you laughing at the idea? Or yeah.
No, I'm laughing because the debate was really funny.
Okay, so I think that first, for there to be this excess, this kind of surplus, there has to be, because for taxes to happen, okay, people have to be kind of willing to give it, right? Because unless you're gonna, one way to do it is just become an authoritarian state and just grab the money, okay? But the time that it takes for us to develop a value chain around, let's say something, just one example, cassava or whatever the hell it is, wash the freaking cocoa nuts before you do step 1 or step 2 of any type of value addedness to a commodity, right? Until you start to do that and then start creating this surplus seemingly out of thin air, you are not going to be able to start collecting the taxes. The process by which you start, when you through government incentives create this value added mechanisms, you're going to have in there the means of extracting your government cut as well. And hopefully it's all systematized and out of, not corrupt, let's say. Yeah. So you don't want to go, you're not going to go now and say, hey, the way everything is right now and Dusty, give me my cut. It's not going to happen. You're going to need to create the increase. And there is room for increase, is the good news, right? There is room to take the cassava and make it into all kinds of different products and so on and so on and so forth. And if you're a smart government, you'll be there at the forefront, incentivizing and saying, hey, this particular percentage goes to me. That's one way.
So let me ask you a question, because I agree with you 100%. But the issue there obviously is the civil servants in Africa can't think at that level. Maybe 1 out of 500 can. And that's the issue. That's why that won't happen anytime soon. Like, as you talked about the private partnership program, that's not going to happen in Africa for the most part, right? Because even if, like, think about like what you just said, right? You require someone who can think across time to be able to actually think that way, right? Simple thing is like, okay, this is a stupid SI point, but there in my estate, there's a little mini mart, right? Just around the corner. Now, I spoke to the lady, why don't you have sausages, right? We all want it. She's like, well, I can't afford to get it yet. The freezer. Why? Because she understands perishability and products. That's why she has a lot of dried goods and things that won't go off for like 2 years, etc. So I guess what I'm trying to say, Ike, is I agree with you 100%. Do you think then it's me, you, to not just one man, Musanda, to create these businesses, then leverage the lobby against our governors so that we can, again, be the ones to get this private public partnership program? Because the government's not going to do it. We know that already, right? They're low IQ.
Yes, 100%. So I'm an entrepreneur, even though it sounds weird to when I say that, because it's one of those words that's overused and it just sounds like somebody is just masturbating, right? But the reason I say that is because I believe in sales. And the reason I say that is I'm talking about influencing people based on solving their problems. The government has problems, right? Because presumably when you go to them and say, hey, I want to form a partnership, you're going to come to them with an offer they cannot refuse, right? I made them an offer they cannot. Anyways, to that point, you can come in and say, hey, Mr. Government, you're dealing with all kinds of, shall we say, corruption. The people over here, the land surveyor, he goes over there and he surveys X amount of land, okay? But he doesn't write it down on the paper. He writes a lower amount. He collects, you get my point, okay? There's going to be some fee associated that needs to go to the government. The government is not getting the fee, okay? It's going, I've heard of the train stations where they take only cash, right? Where they're, because you can keep the money. You're coming in to solve such problems for them. That's one layer which I think is important, because that layer is going to take care of the quote unquote corruption aspect. And you're coming in as a private person, because these government officials are not going to do it by themselves. You're saying, hey, Mr. Leader of this particular ministry or parastatal or whatever, I can solve these problems for you. And the reason I bring up sales is because in sales, it's a one-to-one situation. I don't know exactly what the particular set of incentives that are going to push this person, right? But I know, generally speaking, that there's something that's pushing them, something that's going to make them look good. And I'll tailor my message and my product offering to that, right? I'm not coming in saying, oh, I'm trying to be, I'm the great Pan-Africanist trying to get rid of corruption. That doesn't work. What's going to make this person look good? So you introduce technology. This is a particular solution that's been mentioned several times in this channel, such as the blockchain technology or whatever, that will make it such that you're going to have a decentralized system that is self-regulating, and that nobody has to go check receipts or trust anybody. A trustless system, we've all know about the blockchain somewhat, maybe in an ancillary manner, but we've all heard of this kind of decentralized systems with this new blockchain that is going on, right? So such systems sell to the right types of people that will make them look good in a way that works with their set of incentives. That's one approach. And then with regards to the bringing up of the money, right? Which is then going to be taxed, and they get their fees through this other decentralized, self-regulated blockchain type system. You have to be the person that goes in, plants palm oil, gets, shall we say, machines from China, as I'm doing over here in Ghana, can them, go through all the standard board requirements to be able to and sell it, okay, and import it and export it, and so on and so forth. And then go seek government, shall we say, there's certain government programs, for example, like right now in Ghana, they're incentivizing the growing of certain types of local rice, because they want people to kind of to grow that. This is the latter part of your question about, is it going to be individuals? Yeah. Yes, it's going to be individuals doing the typical sales and entrepreneurial stuff.
Okay, yeah, because thank you very much for that.
Here's my thought. The smartest things you can do, or the most realistic thing, because look, man, chances are you won't even touch $1 billion, or at least even 100 million. Chances are, I'm not wishing that on you. I'm just saying.
Do you want to bet?
What did you say?
Wait. I'm not saying this to disable anything, but
no, I didn't hear
we have
you.
to at least be realistic. That it won't reach $1 billion, or at least have influential or
bet your firstborn child on it. Bet your firstborn child.
Okay, guy, listen. I'm not saying this to discourage you or anything. Let's just say even if it does, and this is my point. Like, this will not help at least a minimal, because definitely, I'm sure there are more wealthier, not even black alone, but even Indian people. They have tried a lot of influences within Africa, and they are heavily failing. If you really wanted, okay, this is maybe a little bit too radical, but maybe that Julius needed kind of end a point of this. The smartest thing that could happen within all African nations is if they demand 50% equity within oil and oil extraction companies within Africa. But they have to do it all in unison. That is the only way they can have Africa. Because if you do this, and if you nationalize it, at least keep 50%. All African nations. Let me wait. Of mining companies, all international mining companies. But listen, this is the main point. The reason you're doing this, because first of all, resources that the Western, on most of the world, even India and China get, is from Africa. If you can at least unify on that point alone, you now at least create a brand new fund, literally 50% of all the money and budget that contributes to that budget into the African system. That's what I'm saying. So you're literally creating a brand new cash cow you can use for infrastructure development. That is the only thing. I'll be honest. I do not believe me, you, or any.
That's already happening in Nigeria.
My problem.
No. Nigeria is different. Because Nigeria is different. Because first of all, we're talking about one unique country, right? Because it's singular. This can only work if it's in unison and all these African nations all agree that any level of mining within this country, like the same thing you did with the African Free Trade Agreement, do it within mining, but understand the consequences. That's why I've always pushed for Africans to be able to feed themselves. Because obviously, when they can sanction you to death,
But
but as long as you feed yourself,
Musanda, it appears from the surface, I have to acknowledge that the African leaders generally are embracing one thing. One thing they've said for the last 2 years, they keep repeating, they keep talking about value-added manufacturing, every single one of them. And they keep saying that they don't want their raw materials to be taken outside. So the question is, would they actually do what they say they want to do? We don't know that until we start seeing the actual. In the case of Nigeria, Nigeria did reject Elon Musk's offer to come and mine our lithium. So you can see that there are cases where they have actually rejected offers.
No, you guys are not getting it.
Wait, I think you're
not getting it. My point is this: why does the UK have the London Metal Exchange? Why is the UK the determiner of value of African resources? That's because they have a majority monopoly on shares of mining companies within Africa. It's not just Canadian and Anglo-American. I mean, Anglo-American obviously is UK. But I'm just saying they have the monopoly. Let me finish. If I'm just saying this is an ideal world. If you Africans at least all had this unified identity within mining within Africa, that will make you the new London exchange market, whatever. So even if, let's just say, a country wants to deal directly with your nation, they still have to at least adhere to that specific laws that says that 50% equity has to go to obviously that particular country. And by default, you will have enough funds to industrialize. Because the only problem Africa has is not.
I think the issue with that argument. I think the issue with that argument, Musanda, is that you can set the price all you want. You have to be aware that others will they have other sources of the same material. So in the end, you still need to manufacture stuff.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Guys, you're talking about the whole entire
they can source the material from somewhere else.
If Africans keep doubting themselves, right?
Can I add something?
I agree with the point that it makes sense to set the price yourself, but I think the area of value added manufacturing, that one gives.
Yeah, go ahead, Flex Stop.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more.
Hold on, don't.
Real quick.
Let me finish my point now. But when Musala was talking, he didn't pass it on when he was talking. Come on, let me finish what I'm saying.
This guy's been here for 5 hours.
I'm not gonna go long. I'm not going for 1 minute even. I'm trying to say that. I think it was I thought it was I thought it was Indonesia, where one of the ministers said that because they did value-added manufacturing, they got 6 times return or even more than that. And they are doing very well because of value-added manufacturing. That's where the real impact is. So that's the only point I wanted to make.
Ike, do you see what happens here? These guys are talking about building castles and which best castle design in the sky when they don't even have foundation.
They labor index. They don't have any. Exactly. Look at the countries you're talking about tonight. They have nothing.
Sorry, Musanda, let me just say this. What you just said there, Kaizo, is everything that always defeats Tunaida's argument. It's like pie in the sky stuff.
Yeah, you say that, but what I said is actually grounded, but somehow it's pie in the sky for crazy people that don't understand reality. How can he call something pie in the sky? How can he say that it's just wishful thinking when I actually said something that actually happened?
Yeah, but not in Africa.
The crazy person.
But not in Africa, that's the point. What I've said to Musanda's point is
sorry. Let me just say this and I'll shut up. You see, Africa has to take a lot of leaps for them to be in the position to act in the manner and be in the manner that you often describe to Niger. There's infrastructural deficit, there's educational deficit, there's enlightenment deficit. The continent in itself is still somewhat it's subservient so many ways in so many spaces, not out of will, but out of the lack of. There's so much deficit to overcome to get to that space where we can act in this egalitarian manner that you often describe. So the ideas that you have, they're good ideas, but it's really a lot, oftentimes pie in the sky.
Indonesia is not egalitarian.
Guys,
Indonesia is not exactly out there.
Let's Flex
Let's
talk.
Flex Up speak. He hasn't spoken yet for
I
5
just
hours.
wanted
He
to
has been
say
here
one man
this whole time.
representing
Yes.
the good elders.
Yeah, go ahead, Flex Up. These are Africans. They're
Yeah,
uncouth.
yeah, it's complicated because there's a few reasons why we're gonna have issues with this. Is one of them is just even with our resources, like let's say we do that type of deal with minerals. A lot of these minerals, well, one, some of these minerals can be found in multiple places on Earth, right? Outside of Africa. And then you also have the factor when it comes to the other factor you have to consider is you can substitute some of these minerals for one another. And that also it, those factors, work together as well. So
I
you got to
agree, but
realize that, right?
I agree, but let's
And
move on the
then
point.
some of these markets are also, because of all of these things that I've just mentioned, some of these markets are actually smaller than we think. Like oil is like a few of these like minerals, the like the market for all these minerals kind of combined. Like it's not like some of these are just like, oh yeah, you have chromium, that's like 5 billion market cap, whereas oil that was traded that year was exceeding 1 trillion. So it's we don't have I don't think we have the leverage that I think we have leverage, but I don't think we have the like
Okay, so
God mode Thanos level leverage that
okay,
people
so
think we do.
Flex Up.
And
I
two,
partially
the other aspect is aligning all of these leaders, 54 leaders in a row, is going to be very difficult.
that's
It's going to
insane.
be like a fucking pin, like a what is it called again? Slot machine. Like imagine you have 54 rows on a slot machine and you're trying to hit sevens on all of them. Like that's pretty much
Okay,
what you
okay, let's
have there too.
There's basically
no no
you
no
have
no no.
you have
Here's
a
what the
better
leverage
stand.
is. So
Okay.
I would have told you. So the better leverage here is the fact that because people keep thinking. Remember, the biggest fear I have beyond all of this, to be honest with you, isn't on buying power, but just the economic and military threat that will come from the West. You guys really doubt yourself and the amount of cheapness that Africa makes raw materials out. You're right. A lot of the raw materials Africa has is available in the world. But remember, the pricing of raw materials is based on the estimated quantity of it. How many of these materials exist? If you lock up Africa, you price up those materials. So yes, you do
Yeah.
have value because you actually contribute to the pricing of it. That's why I made
Okay.
the old London Stock Exchange and whatnot. And secondly, and I'll be honest with you, if you're selling these raw materials, the question is, I'll be honest with you, what I'm thinking about beyond this military threat is, are you really going to have to sell them using dollars or any other currencies? Because now I'm thinking like, you're probably going to have to sell these materials in another alternative currency outside of the dollar, specifically because obviously the Chinese are enemies of the US. So you can at least get that allyship within the Chinese for the military threat to come from the US. My fear has never been the fact that they can't get these minerals anywhere. I just know that it will fuck up a lot of the price because that's what raw materials do, or at least any material does when there's a limited supply of it. You know,
And
and
that is
that's what's
actually
gonna deploy drones.
that was my question, because when you said simultaneously, that is a little bit like Jesus coming back and walking on water. Could it be more a domino effect? Would that be better? Like 2, 3 countries starting it, and then neighboring countries starting it, and
Snake man,
so on.
obviously, this is not. You shouldn't even ask that question. This so Flexed Up. Look,
It's
the
too
way you
many
phrase the question, you're doing a lot of straw manning, right? It's like, no, yes, you're right. It's not the only solution. What you want to do is you want to create cartels, monopolies of high ranking billionaires and millionaires investing in some of these, let's say, unique, non-distributed products. Like uranium is pretty African. Yes, it's around other places, but they need it for this whole green 2030 mission by European Union to not be burning fossil fuels. So you leverage the fact that that's their own sentiment and statement. You invest in uranium mining machine, like a Nigerian mining machine in Niger. Great news. Okay, you resolve that problem. Exports start giving you euro dollars. Okay, you get in South Africa mining going into other countries as well, not just sticking in the Southern African area. All I'm saying is all these chaos. The more you do these things, you industrialize as a byproduct. So the industrialization, yeah, you're right. The thing itself that you're chasing may not, pay off exactly the way you think it will, but everything else that gets developed on the process, you industrialize. So 100%, I agree with Mr. Musanda there.
When I listen to Kaiser and Ike, I think only
I was speaking directly on having a financial pump. That's what I want, because I'm talking about not just euro dollar, Kaiser. I'm talking about actually getting money that can allow you to industrialize. So that's why I want to go into not really euro dollar, but getting actual commodities,
I've made
like which money is.
Point. I said Nigeria is making what, like how many $1 billion a year? Is it like 60 or something? I don't know. Who knows? But it's making like a lot of money from oil exports. If Nigeria took half of that money, I know they've got to give half of it to Shell and everything else, right? Nigeria takes $30 billion a year, takes that money, prints the equivalent in Naira, gives it back to the people that invested in it, and then takes the other 30 billion real dollars, right? Since they're selling oil in dollars, they use that to buy machinery from China, Turkey, and other places and industrialize into all these other sectors. Nigeria is a superpower. So I get the point.
So the idea is to make the African Free Trade Agreement similar to that, in the sense that now not only are you saying that 50% equity has to be taken in of those companies, and at least 30% or some figure has to be used on infrastructure development. So you put this into a constitutional law within your so-called I don't know AU. I don't take the AU seriously, but yeah, this new AU that you have, where you say that, listen, guys, I have this paper. This paper says all of us are signing into saying 50% of equity of all mining and oil extraction companies has to go into this government, and then within that, this and this and this has to happen. And I know it's theory, I'm not saying it's going to be pushed, but at least having paper in the constitution to push it forward, I can actually bring on some change.
You could
just having at least the paper. All you need is the paper. So that's what I'm saying. You can do a lot more, but just saying, listen, AU, I have this constitution. I just want to push it forward, make it public, make sure everyone in Africa sees that it exists, and then hopefully maybe even the society will push it. That's the best thing you can bet on, instead of just influencing and bribing a politician or something. And I think that maybe can go to a micro level, but macro now.
Let's say this could potentially work. Now, what are the potential consequences, and how do you deal with that?
We'll deal with it when time comes. There's no need to talk about it now.
Okay, look, he's right on the sense.
Wow, what kind of great planning is that? Deal with it.
It's not magic. Like, you're gonna have consequences, right? When you sign that paper.
No.
How about planning for the worst?
No,
okay, so Flex Up is talking about CIA.
You have to be able to institute this. Come on, Kaiser. This is temporal, man. You got to be able to institute this over time, a certain period of time that gives you enough value over that period to make this work.
Okay, so Flex Up. You have to align yourself with a military that
build nuclear weapons. Then tonight, you're right.
It would have to be.
No. It's nuclear. Tunaja was right before. I know you guys are all taking on this, but it's actually right. Having at least one institutional country that does have nuclear warheads to at least be able to protect back on that. Because military is the biggest problem you're going to have. It's actually right about that. Having at least a nation that can have nuclear war.
Before doing this plan, so find another solution. We have to align ourselves with a nuclear power military industrialized nation in order for this.
But isn't the difference between isn't the difference between like nuclear uranium that's used for like power stations and one using for bomb is the enrichment.
Wait.
And they spin it, right? It's made by spinning, right? I think they call it centipede or something. Like they spin there's that thing they spin a lot, and then they spin to a point where it can purify.
So basically, if you don't follow this contract,
my point
you
is
get a nuclear warhead. Like, what are y'all saying?
My point is this. My point is this. Technically, then we would say that South Africa is an actual superpower because it actually does have that. It may not have nuclear warheads, but it does have that centipede for purifying whatever. I know that for sure. So
why do you not have nuclear warheads, Musanda? Why do you not just get nuclear warheads?
It was a deal. America. It was a deal with America. It's a story.
Yeah,
Look it up, man. Everybody knows
that only becomes a problem if we put it into law. If we don't put it into law, but a practice through the politicians and the businessmen, we don't have to worry about security.
The moment
Kaizo, there's too many points of
the
failure.
Europeans saw that
That's
the
what I'm
black
trying to
man,
point to.
hold on, the
And
moment
I'm
they saw a
saying,
black man wants to be president, they went and they commissioned South Africa's nukes. See, they have the fissile materials right now. If they wanted to build nukes, they could. And I'm not sure the reason why Ramaphosa would not want to do that, because if he has could control the country.
Not really, Tunaja. No, that's not what happened. No. The Boers were working. Wait. The African government was already working on nuclear way before, and the US government had a problem with it. That's actually one of the main reasons you saw the UN sanctions strengthen in the 80s. It was over nuclear. It wasn't because of black people being suffering or whatnot. It was definitely because the Africans were working on nuclear, and now they could not be trusted anymore by the US. The US government funded the apartheid government, even with the South African border war. You know, they only started to be skeptical on nuclear. Because wait, nobody, wait, nobody uses nuclear on their neighbors. No one in the fucking planet uses nuclear weapons on their neighbors. You use nuclear on somebody who's thousands of kilometers away from you. The fear they had was that a lot of these Boers will probably say, fuck it, the blacks are going to take over. There's nothing we can do. Let's throw it to at least the UK or something. Because the Anglo-Boer war or something. So that was the biggest fear that came from, I think, Margaret Thatcher at the time. She was the fear
that the South Africans are going to use it in the UK.
Yes, do you not know our history?
Why would the South Africans use nuclear weapons in the UK?
Not South Africans, man. The Boers. Remember, Boers is a different people. It's not white people. It's a Dutch.
Dutch. Yeah, they are Europeans. They're not going to go and use it in the UK. It's next door. They're not going to go and use it in the UK. You studied it yourself. You have to. This is why I said the deciding factor is the fact that the timing indicates that the deciding factor was Mandela coming to power. There's no way they're going to allow that guy to have access to
Mandela came out. No, Mandela came out later, bruh. Mandela came out in the 1990s. They sanctioned them in the 80s. Do you not understand what I'm talking about? There was
they were sanctioned. See, other countries were sanctioned too. They didn't give up their nuclear technology. That is what you have to look at.
They started developing nuclear in the 80s.
Let's make my point so that you can do deductive reasoning here. You have to look at other countries that have nuclear technology. Why did they give it up? Look at it. None of them gave it up. North Korea didn't give it up. China didn't give it up. India didn't give it up. The only people that
Ukraine gave it up. Ukraine gave it up. Ukraine gave it up.
There's a very good reason why Ukraine gave it up, because the mother nation that was part of the Soviet Union needed it back. That's why they had to give it up. But in the case of
it was given to the US. Do you not know your history? No, it's the US that prompted them to say that we will invest into your economy. You just have to give up your nuclear. This is literally the deal they made. It's called the Budapest. The Budapest. Look up the Budapest Agreement, guys. Come on, man. Budapest Agreement. Look it up.
Okay, I'm going to confirm it now. Let me confirm whether Ukraine gave the
Budapest.
The Ukraine. That's interesting.
Also, Tanaja, the apartheid government gave it up because they were losing power. So they gave it away because it was the blacks in power and control.
No. That's
Ukraine did possess.
You know that Sweden gave up as well because they want to be part of the West.
No, the European countries gave it up more or less, apart from like France and the UK thinks they have it or something.
No, they do. No, but you can't.
So Niger, what does it say? So Niger, what is it saying?
I need to. They said the agreement was signed between them. Hold on, I don't. It's not finished yet. I'm still reading.
Who got the UK? It wasn't even given up. It was the couple. It wasn't. They don't exist.
Carry on talking while I check it, please. I'll confirm it.
The point is they don't exist. Look at Budapest. Agreement. Just look up that word, Budapest. Finishing club, bro. But to get rid of this, man, the main point is there are a lot of countries that America does not want. Even the India wasn't supposed to have nuclear, man. A lot of world nations. You must understand that.
Okay, let me read it. Let me read it to you. Let me read what it said to you. It says the Budapest Memorandum was signed on December 5th, 1944 by Ukraine, the United States, and United Kingdom and Russia. Under the terms of the memorandum, Ukraine agreed to denuclearize and transfer its nuclear weapons to Russia in exchange for security assurances from the other signatory countries. Now, the point has been made. It's back to Russia. And the idea that you think that they will hand it over to the United States, I don't understand that kind of reasoning.
So it was given to the US, man. It was given to the wrong title. Let me say you
that. It was given to Russia. Why would they give it to the US? That's crazy.
Look, then why would they give? Okay, think about it, guys. Think about this. The US invested into Ukraine, and they did that because they gave up nuclear weapons to Russia. Think about that for a little bit.
That's what happens. Why do you think Russia has the largest nuclear stockpile in the world? Do you think when Ukraine was busy giving it to the US? Come on, man. There was no way that was going to happen in this world.
Masanda, you're lying right there. Masanda, just get with your lies.
Let me send you a link.
Yeah, give me a source. You're just gonna talk.
It doesn't even make sense. When you think about it from just common sense, there's no way Russia will agree to that. They were the Soviet Union. Why would they agree to hand over nuclear weapons to the US?
If US says that, US will probably say like get rid of the nukes. They just destroy it all.
I mean, to Niger, Russia did give away Alaska. So how would you explain that?
You see, you can say that, but not nuclear weapons. Come on. So really? the what I was trying to highlight was that you have to
give up a land right next to America where they could literally strategically.
Even Ukraine didn't even Soviet Union didn't give up their nuclear weapons to America. They brought it back to the Soviet Union. If you look at the entire world, nobody gives up their nuclear weapons like that.
Losing a strategic point, like right next to America, is way worse than losing some things you can create. Come on, even
they traded it because at the time people was it not Soviet Spain or which other country that sold this in California? People were selling land like nothing. It wasn't their land.
I know, but to Niger, as I said, that's a strategic point right next to America. Losing that is way bigger than losing weapons that you can make yourself, right?
The Russians, these guys have too much land. See, they are good
Niger,
on
it's not about the land right next
America.
to
they don't care.
America, to Niger.
See, maybe they felt like I'm not
Just
Russian.
Say they didn't think America was a threat yet at that point, and then leave it there. Okay.
Maybe that's what I just said just now. That they didn't see it as a big deal. They had a lot of land. They didn't see that a big deal. They just give it to America. Everybody was selling land.
It's about the size of land. It's about the area of land, right? They didn't think
these are the darts that I'm talking about that Niger tends to throw, and it's not necessary one way or the other.
Yeah, the way I look at it is that I'm agreeing with him, but he's seeing it like I'm disagreeing with him. I'm saying that Russians didn't see that as a big deal.
Yes, I get that, but why? It's because the only reason here would be that America wasn't a big threat at that time, because losing land strategically right next to American soil, do you think they would have given it up during Cold War? Of course not. That's the point.
Of course not. Yeah, they would never do that.
So the issue here is America wasn't a threat yet to the Soviet Union at that time. That's why they gave it up. Not because of the land size.
If you ask the Spanish today whether they should have sold California, they will tell you no. But at the time, it seemed like a good idea.
Part of NATO. You're not getting the point here. Forget this. I don't want you to bring up the Spanish. We're talking about Soviet Union, America, military power, and nuclear weapons. Alaska is right next to America to Niger. You know this, right?
So what do you want Russia to do? Go back in time and change the agreement?
No, I'm just saying I want you to concede at that time. The only reason why they gave it up, that land, was because America wasn't a big threat to them yet.
I already agreed to that.
No, you didn't. You started talking about land size.
No, I said that everybody was selling land and they didn't see the importance at that time.
No, that's not the same thing as what I'm saying.
You just said it just now. You said in a different way that they were not. They didn't see that America as a threat at that time.
Threat, yes, because.
Wait, Kaiser, can I please ask you a question?
I want to wait.
Tunaj, I got the source. I want to destroy this guy. Please, let's read this. because this guy hasn't given me a source and he's talking too much. Kaiser, can you read for us? Pull it up, because I'm giving you the source that they didn't. Russia got the nuclear. United States doesn't get nuclear from Ukraine. It makes no sense.
It's crazy. That's some of the craziest thinking. No
nation
gives
Kaiser,
up the nuclear weapons for no reason. But why should I? He's just his mistake. I made a catastrophic mistake of saying, about EU yesterday. So people make these mistakes.
Let me read this. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Ukraine had the world's third largest nuclear arsenal on its territory. When Ukrainian-Russian negotiations on removing these weapons from Ukraine appeared to break down in September 1993, the US government engaged in trilateral process with Ukraine and Russia. To Niger is wrong. The result was a trilateral statement signed in January 1994, under which Ukraine agreed to transfer the nuclear warheads to Russia for elimination. Maybe Niger is right. In return, Ukraine received security assurances from the United States, Russia, and Britain, compensation for the economic value of the highly enriched uranium.
That's funny now, isn't it? That's so
By the way,
funny.
I never made that argument, Niger. So when I
wait, Tunaja, we're right. Tunaja, you see, we're right.
They must regret it now, isn't it? You can't.
Yeah. I don't know who these people are,
outsource your survival to any other people.
Let me read the whole thing. Let me read the whole thing, please. Plus, it's not me. I never made that argument against you. Which could be blended down and converted into, I don't care, an assistance from the United States in dismantling the missiles, missile silos, bombers, nuclear infrastructure in its territories. Stephen Pfeiffer recounts the history of his unique negotiations to describe the key lessons learned. So it looks like Russia and America paid, basically paid Ukraine the money of the worth of the nuclear arsenal. Okay.
To give it back to Russia, because the West trusts Russia. They don't trust Ukraine on nuclear weapon. You see?
That was terrible.
I don't think they trusted Russia. That's not the point there. I think the issue is they wanted to reduce the number of countries with the nuclear weapons.
Yeah, with the nuclear.
And Russia was never going to give it up because it was a superpower. But Ukraine,
Russia assumed that they had a right to it because they were the main creators of the Soviet Union. And that said, though, Ukraine still has a lot of nuclear technology in that territory. If they wanted to build a nuclear weapon, they could.
They can't. They're too poor.
They have nuclear power plants.
Right now, they're too poor. I don't think the West will even let them, because the West doesn't allow. Yeah, the West wouldn't allow that because they want less nuclear weapon in the world. Because
the West don't have power to go and stop Ukraine next door to Russia.
No,
it's like going to stop.
No. They're not going to come there and bomb you. They're just going to sanction you, and you're not going to have enough money to build it. Like Iran. Iran cannot build it.
Go ahead. I want to thank Ike actually for coming up. It's interesting. His presence on the panel made us actually move forward instead of going circular. So
because they know that if he came here and somebody started, he could just go and pay to get them kicked out.
Oh, so the money.
And secondly, and Ike is also generally on the middle ground of those conversations. So I don't think the other two wants to get.
Ike is basically America here. Makes sense. He can. Yeah. Okay. So anyway,
Ike is American. He's like ruling over us. He's like picking the dust out of here.
And the conversation since then became a lot more productive. You see, when we're having productive conversations, that's when I enjoy it the most, because I don't have issues with that.
Lies, Niger. You listen. You're like a black African man. They see us, they look. On touch, you see panel, you click. Stop the cap.
No. Actually, I enjoy it more when we're having. So you think I just click for the sake of it and go and fight people? No, yes. I don't like the arguments. I prefer to have conversations where people share ideas, and I find myself to be wrong in some of them.
Why do you put me in the same ranks as Abby and Snake Man? I'm a nice guy. I never mean to you. I'm really nice.
What are you? You are the one that creates the environment. You're saying you are really nice. You yourself, you don't do the insults yourself on a large scale, but you create the environment.
Guys, you're the reason that people love dust. Let's be real.
Okay.
To be fair, people have been doing it on this in Search for Uhuru and African,
because
Pan-Africanism
they've been copying
strikes
my
back.
model. Wait, hang on. To Niger.
They started it. Come on, man. Come on, man. Those guys were sweating
I
like
was
crazy.
the first on the Astrosphere to introduce dust. Stop the cap.
Let's not start doing that now. Let's not start doing that. Let's not start recreating history.
Okay, name me. Wait, hang on. No, this is empirical evidence. Name me one channel that was in Afrosphere, not Black Sphere, Afrosphere. That was doing
okay. African, you mean?
Afro, not Black. African,
I have to be clear now. Are you referring to the African space?
Afro
okay, the African space I'll consider to you. I don't know.
Afro means African, yes.
Okay, that doesn't include African Americans.
Wait. Is Tunaja part of the Afrosphere? No, I don't think Tunaja is part of the Afrosphere.
Your point now so that I can understand what you're saying.
Tonight, we've specified the environment, Africans, not Black Americans.
Okay, yeah, if you say that, if I think about it again, definitely you are the first that I know.
Of course. So stop the cap and give me my.
I'm not. What is this? What is the cap there now? I'm just saying that I was on panels that were doing that before now. But in terms of the African space, yes, I think you are the first that I know.
Correct. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Bow down.
Yeah, it's only fair. Shut up. You are talking as if it's a good thing. What is wrong with you? It's not exactly a good thing to just be encouraging people to be insulting each other.
Yeah, shout out to Dwale for being a member for 2 months. Thank you very much. And you just click the link, man. Become a member. If you can't afford a super chat, being a member is cheap. It's even like $1, man. You niggas can't afford $1.
I don't think that it's $1. I don't think
it's $1, guys, man. Be it the dustiest version of the member. Click on it, become a Dusty member, support the channel and support Black and African media. All right, Masha Kaizoria. Yeah. Exactly. Even to Niger, we'll never click on it. I know because he's on benefits, but it's
shut up. Shut up. See, I think that for better or for worse, there's something to be said for having robust arguments and challenging opinions, whether you are old or young.
If you can bed, if you can cry in the beginning, and right now you're laughing and you're enjoying your pounded yam.
The problem I have with yours is that you go too far.
Wait,
it becomes it's not to enlighten anything. It's just for the sake of it.
That channel that you said with 500 people, right? I've seen the panelists. These are mid-level thinkers. Are you gonna get?
You've not had some of the craziness that goes on there. See, one time, Akafire was on one of the sessions. Akafire was one of the sessions or one of the sessions, and he was so brutal and he was saying all kinds of crazy stuff. And one of the guys that was called Electricity, I went after this guy because that guy is often very aggressive against other people. And I went after him towards the end of the conversation. I said, Electricity, what's the matter? Are you shocked by the He was so funny, man. So, yeah, there was kind of robust conversations. That they do have them, actually. They threaten
those
people.
Conversations are made. You're never gonna go to that. I know the panel you're talking about. You're never gonna go to it and then get an insight of something interesting that you didn't know before. You go there to preach, which is fine. You're the highest IQ person there, and that's fine.
No. I think what is happening there and what is happening here. You see, from my point of view, it's not so dissimilar. This is why I keep saying it. Most of the time, sometimes yes. Sometimes we talk here. We
just
talk,
admit they're not as high IQ as me.
No. You're mistaken. You're mistaken. I think sometimes what we do here is that we go into minutia, although on a higher level.
But Tunaja, let's be real. Those people are ideologically, like they can't change their mind. They ideologically stuck in their brain. You can never teach them.
They don't even have ideology. They don't even have ideology.
Have you talked to Iconfire? That guy is
Iconfire is different. Iconfire is different. I'm talking about Nigerians. Nigerians don't tend to have ideology. They just have
those things. Those niggas think Nigeria is the only country in Africa.
Yes, I think there are many Nigerians that are quite national centric or ethnocentric. They just look at Nigeria. Most of their conversation is like Nigeria. That's why I tell them you have to start discussing things on a different level. I think you do that here, but I don't think it's because you consciously want to do that. You do that because most of you are internationally based and you're having conversation based on.
Tonight, I could have made a channel about Kenyans. I didn't do that. Why?
Yeah, because you're talking to Ethiopians. And you're talking to other people.
No. Wait. I can answer that.
Ethiopians, South Africans, and other people.
Wait. You might have a lot of Kenyans, but you will get a lot of interaction among diaspora and international people. They have very, complex problems.
Thank you very much. So 21 is right. Andre is right.
Yeah.
My generation, I could not have made a channel based on only one country because the generation it wouldn't get the views or engagement. So I had to make a diasporan channel. Now, if I was from the older generation, I could make a single country narrative, but I'm not from that generation, so that's why I couldn't.
But I might not from the
yeah, but Kaiser,
a,
can I say something?
Kind of diaspora
if you're
tough stuff too.
The difference is like if you're a South African, you can actually make a South African.
No, South Africans don't donate 21. So unless you became like the biggest podcaster and you make money from AdSense, you'd make no money. South Africans,
podcasting. You got to be like the best podcaster among the blacks, and you got to be very popular.
The point is that Kezo had to end up there by default, not consciously even. You had to end up there by default.
It's called chaos.
Kaiser, the people that donate are always. Sorry, the people that donate.
I was just gonna say podcast. What I'm saying is, do you make more money from people who are members or just from donations?
Donations make the most money, then members, and then AdSense. The ads.
How much is members? How much is the members?
Or $3, depending on what you want.
Bullshit. And you at least $100. At least is what I think for members. Yeah, look, man. I'll say this about South African podcasters. People that do South Africans who are podcasters, they kind of have other jobs. The way I say it, most of them are just saying this. Maybe change some of the social things. They're not doing this for a living.
I don't think it's part of your culture.
McG is like I think McG is like individual because McG has always been in media. I don't know if you know this. McG is like always been in media. Like there's a video I can send you is literally cursing, talking about who would you between Messi.
We all have other jobs.
Right? No, not that. My point is that I don't think you can actually make a living out of like podcasts. I don't. I think most of this thing is good for. Yeah. It's a good thing for side thing. Not
no, you're right. If you don't get donations for Joe Rogan, you can't make a living unless you get like 1 million views a video.
We have Iconfire. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Iconfire.
Look at Joe Rogan. He got like a Spotify thing. You know what I mean? So he was
he makes 1 million views per video.
But a startup can give him that money. But think about how weird that is. Like it's a startup that gives him the money. It's not just some legit big company. It's a startup.
You said you wanted a high IQ person to come on. Here I am.
No way you said that. You're not real. You said that.
I wanted to do a stream this evening. It's good, maybe because if I had done a stream, then I would have had this thing brought some Nigerians on. I think that the reason why I mentioned you is because you came on that Nigerian panel and you really were hard on some of the panelists. So it's not like we don't have hard, tough conversations there. We do, and I'm also encouraging them to have more, not too focused on Nigeria all the time, kind of conversation. And Akanfire went there and gave it to them. He wasn't having it, and you can say whatever you like about Akanfire. He sticks to his guns, and he doesn't give ground.
The guy was beating around the bush, right? He's blaming everything except the white man that he loves so much. You feel me? Yeah, it's like you sitting on the white man's lap.
What do you mean about the white man bumper clap?
Hold on. Nigeria, right? they sitting on the white man's lap, right? And the white man be slapping them in the quiet. The white man be slapping them in the head, and they be asking, "Who did it? Who did it?" You feel me? Every day the Nigerians be like, "Who is doing that? Who is slapping us?"
I can say that Jamaica is taking the fucking hit from China. Jamaica is basically China's.
Yo, be quiet. Listen, we waiting on Africa to defend everything black. Talking about a little island is of no consequence, dude.
No, but
Save
like,
your
wait. I understand.
bro.
Wait. I understand you. Can I respond to you? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But
okay.
I look at brother. I watched a video. I watched a documentary that the Jamaicans can't even be part. They can't even have a beach. They can't be next to the water because the coast has been sold to the corporation.
Somali dude.
No,
Just be quiet. Just be quiet, man. Ain't nobody want to talk about no goddamn white sand, bro. Let's just stop playing, man.
No, but
stop playing, man.
They say,
bro, can
they say
somebody
they
else
beat
ask
you
a
up.
question? Can somebody else ask a question? Because it's like it's like you living in a.
Yo,
You
Kaizo.
see, for
Kaizo, who's
Africans,
that Somali guy who's like, the
That's a
Chinese are
fun one
grabbing
to you,
Jamaican?
man.
it's that politicians in Africa
They
they
say
do
they
that.
grab you by the dreads.
Bro.
I confer. I think that you're
Bro,
Jamaican. You
listen.
should talk
You
about
see,
Jamaica.
All
You're
right,
not
bro,
African.
listen. Yeah, but listen, I'm talking to you. I'm trying to be nice to you first, bro. Stop forcing your little petty argument. You feel me? My argument is, right? My argument is it don't make sense black Americans try to save America. It don't make sense Caribbean people try to just focus on the Caribbean. It don't make sense. If you black, you're supposed to be defending your continent for your continent to defend you. It don't, and I'm tired of these little Africans. You stop looking at yourself little. You can spit on Jamaica and Jamaica get rich. Jamaica is. You ever look at Africa and Jamaica on the map? Jamaica is almost invisible, dude.
I agree.
But you forget
So
one
let
thing.
me speak. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if you are smart, then you would, and you're black, then you would know that only Africa can save the rest of black people anywhere in the world.
I
You
agree
feel
with
me?
that. Actually, that's
If
actually.
it comes to
Wait.
China, when it comes to China and America and Europe, only Africa can talk to these people.
You see, we are Africans are applaud me. Do I say that? Because when we want change, we don't want change. We could have in Nigeria. They bought Nigeria, they bought Tinubu to us, and Tinubu failed Nigeria. You see, those people praising Tinubu. Oh, Tinubu is the best player. Tinubu was not prepared. That's the problem in Africa. Bring all these leaders pretend to prepare, but then they deceive us. That's the problem. We have the problem with ourselves.
Tinubu was injected. Tinubu don't even try to get he isn't even trying to get the presidency of his own. You feel me? He was injected. The United States put Tinubu there.
Yeah, you see, and the ones who pissed off, those Yoruba people were praising him to say he's the best president, but he failed Nigeria. Well, how you can be somebody you were praising but failed Nigeria? Some pissed off at the Yoruba.
Yeah,
Praising Tinubu.
as the man came in, this man caused hatred between Niger and Nigeria. What kind of person is this? What the hell is that? I never seen that ever. That's the first I ever seen that shit.
You see, I think what happened,
Wait, I can fire. Do you support the coup in Niger?
Most definitely.
Why is that?
Because
because I am greedy and selfish. I just want black people to own everything that black people have. Like everything in Africa, only black people deserve anything there. We deserve the maximum of everything, and we should decide if we want to share or not. That's how the world is. Except for Africa.
You see, the reason why Tinubu want to attack Nigeria, because Tinubu always go to France every time. You see, Tinubu is close with the French. You go to every time to get a booster shot in France.
They the ones who put him there, talking about he gonna ring bell. Like, bitch, you ringing a financial bell to destroy your country? You ringing the bell that of their financial statement that they use to financially destroy your country. Like, bitch, like these Negroes is like I'm telling you, I don't know why they, I don't know why, I don't know where they get these Negroes, man. But
You
they
know what's
come,
funny?
listen.
The funny part, all the parts in Nigeria we won the job, but one people say Tinubu not make up, we won them, but they didn't listen to us. Now Tinubu's president. Inflation is high, 1,000. They got the praising. We should stop electing these old people. Stop electing people who are deceiving you. The old
But I
people.
want to tell you something now, my brother. You feel me? I want to tell you something now. You know, most of the people in Nigeria is just like Tinubu. If you check the scale, of how much percentage is just like Tinubu, it might be 90% out of the 200 million. You know why? Because you're a colonized people and you have been spiritually corrupted. And the only way to know that, to cleanse that or treat that, is to recognize that we are mentally unstable because of colonization, and it's an illness, and we need to recognize it, focus on it, and deal with it.
Yeah, I
You're
agree
right.
with I prefer. I
Like,
prefer.
hang on.
Can I give you an example for that? Because
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
every standard in Africa have to be European. You know, that when it comes to education, when it comes to how you speak, I think that's part of like being colonized in the mind.
Yeah,
They
but
was
it's
already
not like,
colonized.
hold on. It's not like, listen, man. It's not how you speak. You can speak consciousness intelligently. You feel me? You can speak consciousness intellectually. It don't just like me. I speak consciousness ghetto, but you have ways to speak consciousness intelligently, bro, and nothing is wrong with that. That stuff is necessary. So, but listen, bro, we are trained not to take thievery seriously. Like, we can steal, and it's like we just have it as a part of life, practically. You feel me? And so we end up we thief, we scam, we this, we that.
Mm-hmm.
But what it does is cause fear. Your neighbors start fearing. So it kills trust.
Yeah.
You feel me? So we hardly can do business because of these type of behavior from our people through colonization and lack of knowledge. And look at this. A lot of times I say, "Oh, we so greedy," but we stupid. How you greedy, but you don't want to unite? I mean, like, what the hell, dude? How are you greedy, but you don't want to unite? Do you know that unity makes money? And if you greedy and want money, unite. You feel me? I mean, to me, we not greedy enough, or we stupid greedy. We petty greedy. All we want to steal is $20 and all that bullshit. We petty.
Yeah. And you see,
Go ahead.
and what is sad? Why should an African president go to France just to get booster shot? Why can't build a hospital in Africa and get his shot there? Why have to go to Europe to get booster shot?
So, One Africa, let me answer that question very well. Mashallah to you, my brother. Kenya is a different breed when compared to these other African countries. We've signed a deal, $500 million. The making is on the way. Moderna, $400 million to $500 million lab in Kenya. So from now on, Kenya will be providing the stuff for all the African countries. Very great point, brother. I don't know if your intuition just knew Kenya was superior and supreme or not. I don't really know, but here is the thing, and I'm showing you right now. You cannot compare Africa. There's Kenya, there's Africa, then there's Kenya. Look at this. right? March 2023, finalized agreement with the government, right? Produce up to, let's read what it says. Very great point, very great analysis, right? This new details.
You notice all the agreements is with America?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
There ain't no stinking African country that makes anything.
I really worry about that. You feel me? And the government
$500
voted.
million. Exactly. That's it. That's the deal. It's been finalized now.
Yeah.
Someone
I really worry about those deals, but it's good. I mean, it's good if there's no string behind it. You feel me? But I noticed they even legalize your culture, my bro. You glad?
I'm not gonna lie. Hospital in Kenya look better than hospital in Nigeria. I'm not gonna lie. Kenya hospital look more modern compared to hospital in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, boss man. This whole bunch of butter that we like, we Africans, we all of us in the Caribbean, America, and Africa. This whole bunch of butter that we like, and the thing is, Africans make butter also, but that butter is not good enough. You feel me? Um, um, the you see the ice that the white man have. It's like it's a different ice, bro. You feel me? We are colonized people, colonized to worship them. And it is working on us. You can go to any random person, you feel me? And they are white lovers. You feel me? You 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 have no chance as a black man with these type of people. I mean, and these are the random people in your communities.
Well, you say for Caribbean, are you from Jamaica?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that Jamaican people ancestry are Igbo. Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not.
Repeat that.
I heard that Jamaica's ancestry are from Nigeria. Is that true? Jamaican people, the ancestry from Nigeria.
Listen, we Caribbean and Black Americans, we are from every tribe.
Okay.
You feel me? All
Yeah.
all tribes are in us. You feel me? So I don't know which tribe I'm from. You feel me? I guess I have more than some, but I think all of us is mixed with a lot of different tribes, man.
Yeah.
You feel me? But we are black. You feel me?
Yeah.
We are 80%, 90% black, and 100% black also. You feel me? So I think that's as black as you can get. So that's how Black Americans and Caribbeans are, huh?
Would they consider North African Africans? I don't consider African not people from North Africa. Would you consider African people from North Africa?
North Africans?
Yeah. Would you consider African? They don't look African to me.
Oh hell no! Them people is enemies, and as soon as Africans get with it, they'll be. We can fucking demolish them and live in peace on our continent. You feel me? But these little Africans, they're very accommodating. You feel me? They fucking just give away piece of Africa as they like, and then they throw us way over here and thinking that we not gonna look at you and be like, you little bitches, y'all chased us out and have strangers on the land. You feel me? And now they fucking you all up. You feel me? Ask the Sudanese that if I'm lying. The Sudanese that the other day. Ask them that. 40, 50 of them. Go ask them if they didn't get fucked up by enemies. Long 2,000-year-old enemies. You feel me? And these little Africans, they're so fucking forgiving, it's unreal. Like, bitch, people offended you 2,000 years ago, it's still not done. We need to have a reputation on this earth where people get payback if they mess with us.
Wait, are you saying that people from North Africa don't like people from the south of the Sahara? People from North Africa?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
they from west east of the Sahara. You feel me? They from east. They from east. East West Europe. You feel me? That's where they from. You feel me? And Italy and parts of Spain and parts of Turkey and some of them from all them little people. You feel me?
Yeah.
And the whole thing is they don't like Negroes. But we don't like you either. And we don't want you beside us. That's what I'm trying to say. These Africans is like, oh, they're so nice and want to fucking be friends. These people can just come walk all through goddamn Africa as they like, walk all through Ghana, walk all through goddamn Nigeria, and all these Negroes do is wish they was pretty like them.
Well, are you talking about
You
the
feel me?
horsemen, the
Huh?
Fulani horsemen, the cattle raiders? Is that what you're talking about?
Nah, I'm
Oh,
talking about no. Fuller and them is black. You feel me? Them is black. They used to be black betrayers. Feel me?
yeah.
Thinking that they Arabs, but the Arabs don't like them. Anytime the Fullers walk or sojourn to Mecca, they get disrespected and treated like Negroes. Feel me? Well, maybe they don't get absolute disrespect, but they get treated like Negroes. You ain't getting no Arab treatment, even though you think you Arab. You're not getting none of that treatment. You feel me? They treat you like Abib. You feel me? That's how they treat you. So
Yeah.
all this try to be friends with some people that don't like you. It's not gonna work. It don't work for hundreds of years. And if you don't get with it now that you don't see that it's not gonna work, man, you're gonna feel it. You're gonna
Another
feel it. Who can't hear will feel.
another issue. Those type of people they don't want to modernize their culture. Those Fulani people, they want to modernize the culture. They don't want. They want to. They got
Listen,
emotion.
listen, boss man. I know what's going on. You feel me? If Islam fanaticism have been reigning in these people's minds, Islamic fanaticism, and what it really means. Oh, they want to be in good stance with God, right? They want to be in good eyes with God. Bitch, all you do is go around killing people and judging people that they're not good enough for God. You feel me? And you think you going to heaven? All you doing is for you to go to heaven, and you think you going to heaven by hating others. You feel me? People that ain't done you nothing. That and Christianity. That's how they do too. The two of them is an organized religion to gang Africa, started by the Arabs. The Arabs have been carrying out their plan until the Europeans got a hang of it and become their accomplice. Arabs taught Europeans racism. You feel me? Because Allah is racist. You feel me? A lot of people don't want you to talk stuff about these people, and these people are very unnecessary in life. You feel me? You know, if you who you expect nobody to carry feelings for you. When you hate our people, you think nobody not gonna carry no feelings for you. You think we gonna just forget and love you? Like I don't think we supposed to be like that, man. I think that people that harm us, we supposed to prepare for them and get them. That's why Africans don't make no weapons because they ain't planning on getting back nobody. Although all of your gold is in your land is dug up all around and you don't have no reserves. All of your reserves is in Europe. You feel me? All of your gold is in Europe, lands that don't have mines. And you're not mad. You're not upset. None of that. You feel me? Just forgiving. Oh, you know how much. You know how you when you go to Middle East. You know how much of Africa's stuff is in the Middle East. You know how much of Africa's stuff is in the Middle East. Over 7 centuries, all that. You feel me? To Niger. Oh, y'all. Yeah, first of all, ain't nothing wrong with me with grandstanding. I'll grandstand. You feel me? Africans need to stop forgiving. And we know the Africans and black people, y'all hypocrites anyway. Y'all don't forgive black people. Y'all quick to cut down another black man. But you wanna forgive Europe. You don't even talk about the Arabs. It's between fear and forgiveness when it comes to the Arabs. You feel me? But listen, let me get off y'all channel and go about my business because I don't beg friends either.
Yeah, so I'm just
It's
gonna
all
piggyback.
about forgiveness.
Hello,
What's
hello.
good, Sudia?
Yeah, I just gonna make this brief. It's an
Yo, what's
interesting
good?
story. I've been reading this book by Howard French. It's an interesting book, and it talks about Europe and the New World between the 1500s and 1960s, 1970s. And it's people. This white guy makes it interesting. He posts some research that suggests why certain parts of Africa might be predisposed to coups, corruption, and other funky behavior, right? And I really sat down because he spent about 20 pages explaining it and naming the theories. But they said because of the slave trade, which these idiots here on this channel, they made it sound like they were having spear fights and the winners got, sold the other ones into slavery. But then when you read the text and then you corroborate it, you realize actually these monkeys lied to us. These guys don't know anything and they lie or they deliberately hide stuff. Because when you read these white people's books, they tell you categorically that the British would sell refurbished guns and guns towards the end of their life cycle to these savages because they wanted them to go and grab able-bodied, robust people. By the way, this is just before they were taking a lot of gold and they were selling cloth and alcohol for gold. So that tells you that the white man knew that these guys weren't very bright. So what they did was they gave them guns, but they knew that the guns would or could be used against them at one point. So they gave them guns towards the end of their life cycle so they could use those guns to grab more able-bodied people, which they may not have been able to defeat anyway, right? To give them the advantage, take people away who are able-bodied, and then of course those guns would run out of steam or break down. So that would encourage them to go and grab more people to go and trade for more defective guns, including women and children. And when I read that chapter, I couldn't believe that people could be so stupid. These so-called intelligent Nigerians, particularly on the slave coast, could be that low IQ that they would sell not just, and the author mentioned this, to sell values of goods that have so low depreciation, such as gold, for goodness sake, and human beings that are able-bodied and fertile, right, for defective guns, right? At that point, I realized the white man is intellectually superior to the African, and it's been that way since they first came into contact. And now you're going to say, Jonathan, I'm a self-hate, Jacob, or Jerome, you're a stupid person for saying this, or self-hater. But I'm sorry, I can't. When you read a chapter like that, and it's a truth, you can't help but realize that there's something fundamentally wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I agree with you. I don't think you're a coon. I think you're black that did well in the UK, and you grew up with a lot of these people with their hyper masculinity tropes, right? About money, guns, violence, or rather knives in the UK, right? So yeah, I don't think you're coon at all, Zulia, right? I agree with you generally. Look, why do you think the Pan Africans always start with they didn't let us develop our economies? Why are you speaking from a weak victimhood perspective? Is because you know the person that did this to you is superior to you. That's the reality, right? And also, Zulia, intellectually speaking, right? When we say that the white man has a higher IQ than us, we just mean on averages, right? Obviously, there's high IQ Africans out there and black people, but if you compare them 1-to-1 ratio, they're not in equal amounts. And I think that's the thing which everybody sort of gets their panties tied up in a twist. We're just saying that there's more high IQ white people than there are black people. And those high IQ white people are in powerful positions where they can actually build. You niggas never realized, right? Why do we not have the Wi-Fi? I'm talking about fiber optic internet connections. How come they don't come from Africa? Why do they come from the West, India and China? Because we don't even have a data center, right? Because ultimately, that's why they come from the UK or Germany or India or China, because they have data centers where they can actually connect the whole network, right? The world is connected through satellites or cable. So we don't even have functional databases to create an internet. Even something as as important as internet, we have no control over it because we can't make it ourselves. Zulia, it's insane. When you look at the history, it's repeating itself, man. That's the part that makes me a little bit sad.
And one final thing, this is interesting as well, is that because of the trade and the environment in Africa, because the West never mentioned what the effect it was on Africa, West and Central Africa, right? And this is interesting. The book goes on to explain that because of this whole, the polygamy thing went up because there was such a shortage of men and so many women, polygamy was encouraged. Okay, that makes sense because the numbers bear that out. Nigeria has a lot of polygamy. It makes sense because a lot of the men were gone, right? But they didn't mention the type of culture that was created as a result and the selective pressure of an environment where you want to try and grab people and send them off and sell them to the Europeans. So you have an entire culture now, right? And maybe, and selective pressure genetically, where it was an advantage to be a snake. It was an advantage to say, please come to my hut, and get safety from the Europeans. And then you end up enslaving the people that went there for safety, right? This is the type of stuff that they did. Not all, but this is the type of thing that took place. Or using the kings with many wives, using one of them to act as a honey trap to try and trap men into quote unquote adultery or the intent of adultery. And when they get found guilty of it, right, instead of getting a slap on the wrist, the very intent got you enslaved because you committed a crime due to a honey trap. Right, so these guys in these live streams who made it sound like they were having one-on-one combat and it was a fair defeat. No, guns were used, honey traps were used, places that were supposed to be for safety ended up being used as places to capture children and women instead of providing refuge. These are the type of people that still exist in that environment, okay, at a very high percentage, which will explain stuff such as coups, corruption, and other low trust behavior, low altruistic behavior, because it was a survival benefit. And a lot of the people here will think this is crazy, but if you really think about it, it's not just from a genetic point of view, which is a possibility of selective pressure, but from a cultural point of view, is that this was the culture that was allowed to flourish and to be used and to be propagated. All right, so you have a high percentage of people who may be predisposed to treachery, sellout, and corruption, and you can see this clearly in their countries and their societies, and you can even see it in the scams that we hear so much about from that part of the world. It's a theory, but it's been said, and I, for one, will be most likely using it to explain what I've seen in a lot of people from that part of the world more than any other, and I've seen it so often. It's very hard to, and this is why even in Africa on these live streams, I've heard people
what's the
say,
name of that book? What's the name of that book? I would like to check it out.
It's cool. Okay, Born in Blackness by Howard W. French.
Howard W. French?
Howard W. French is the author, yeah.
Where's that author from? Where's he from?
Well, he's American. But his lineage is English.
Okay, so he's the one telling the African story. So, I mean, sometimes, do you think, I mean, the story told is actually what happened, or it could be like maybe he made up story just to, kind of, how sometimes you turn on the CNN and they trying to present a news to you to kind of propaganda to convince you that these people are stupid over there. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes,
Um,
don't you think maybe these guys wrote a book coming from a racist standpoint, just make up story?
no, no, no,
Because
no, no.
obviously the guy wasn't in
I
he
mean,
wasn't in Africa for him
I
to.
don't, because there's plenty of sources and books that I've read, including by Martin Meredith, who say similar things. And yeah, there's no way.
Europeans.
Yeah,
Which one of those authors were African?
very few. And
Huh?
yeah, if you send me, give me a name of an author of an African writer regarding that period of history that I can read, I will read it.
Well, maybe you should. I mean, visit these countries. People write about their history, like in Nigeria, for example. A lot of people that wrote books about our past, and I mean, you wouldn't read anything about just being so stupid and things
But
like
but
that.
but 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 but,
I mean,
but,
obviously, we
but
don't write stupid things about ourselves.
but
I mean, yeah.
I've also read accounts from the last few enslaved people who arrived in the United States. There's quite a few Yoruba people who arrived in the United States after the slave trade finished, and you could read their accounts. They're all over the internet. There's quite a few. If you type in, for example, the last few enslaved people Yoruba, they give you the names of these people. You click on them, and it tells you how they become enslaved. These are accounts from people who may have arrived. They arrived in the United States around 1873, 1879, and they died around 1930, 1940 in the southern United States. And they tell you that, oh, I was taken when I was 11, or I was taken when I was 12. This tribe came in with guns and took me away from my family. And they said this. They're all documented,
No, there's no
right?
question that these things didn't happen, but the context of where someone would tell the story, it'd be different. The way, if okay, let's say me and you get in a fight, right? And let's say, you know, uh, we get in a fight. You beat me. Let's say you beat me. Let's just give the benefit that you beat me in the fight, right? You won the fight. The way you're gonna tell the story of how the fight went is gonna be different from the way I'm gonna tell the story how the fight went. Even if you won, you're just gonna be like, the guy was so dumb and I just didn't know how to throw a punch. I give him uppercut. I mean, I beat him flawlessly. It was flawless the way I whoop his ass. But you're not gonna say whether I give you a tough time during the fight, things like that. The way you're gonna tell your story is from the way I'll tell my story. So I'm not here to argue that whether the Europeans didn't have upper hand and had things out their ways and slavery enslaved Africans or Africans are not dumb. That's not what I'm saying here. But what I'm saying is to just take the totality of their story and accept it as that's exactly how it happened. It's where I have problems. Sometimes.
I
Like it
understand.
looks
I
like
understand.
it could. I mean, what he said. I mean, it could be that of course the event happened. That that's so dumb and things. But the way they will present the story. I mean, you have to understand a racist minded person will present a story. He will want to tell the story in a way where just to present that that guy, that black there is a monkey. He's a complete idiot. You get what I'm saying? So we have to be careful how we consume, how we educate ourselves. He has, and I mean, this is pretty clear in today's reality. The way they design the curriculum. That's why when children go to school in the Western world, the way he begins to see himself is different from the way a child that went to school somewhere else. Because obviously, he'll design a curriculum in a way to make you feel so inferior and stupid. So we got to be careful. You know.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. And one other thing I didn't know, and again, these live streams, I was until I listened to that guy, Afrodamus, actually, some old video he did. I was I thought he was chatting shit. But he said stuff like, oh, you're lucky these guys, these Americans left Africa to come to Europe, sorry, to the Americas instead of staying in Africa. Because I assumed that all slaves went to the Americas, but the reality is I didn't know that so many didn't even make it to the port, so they just rested or became slaves at the coast, along the coast. So apparently,
Yeah.
yeah,
The coast of Gambia.
The coast of west coast of Africa, a lot of slaves got brought from inland, and if they were not robust enough, they didn't even get on the boats, or the traders would, I mean, the empires towards the coast would keep them, for whatever reason, and slavery wasn't abolished officially like until it was stamped out until 1940 in Nigeria, but it was stamped out in, let's say, Jamaica in 1838, but in Nigeria.
You see, that's what we have to understand. Barbarism was going on all over the world. You understand? Like, this is what we do today. Like, we look at uh, we look at ourselves today, right? And we look at maybe a white society or Asian society today, and we look at their society, the way they function today, and we think that's the way they've always been, and that's the way they were back in that maybe 400 years ago. That European society was this civilized people that just weren't doing anything barbaric, everybody else. And then we look at African of today and we say, oh, we were the only one doing barbaric things, you know. So what I would say is the world at that time was what it was. You understand? And we can't limit our entire existence in this world to just an era that was like the lowest. You understand? We don't know what was going on 10,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago. We don't know if maybe we were probably enslaving other people. We don't know. So I'm not saying we shouldn't look at what happened back then, be disappointed and address it and say, oh, this was foolish. But what I'm saying is I cannot use a time period in history which is just probably less than 0.1% of our entire existence in this world to use to judge who I am. You understand? So what I'm saying is, if I have to look at what went on back then, I would say the generation that existed back then, well, they've screwed up, they lost, they took a hell. But I'm not going to look at myself as a human being today and say, oh, that's me. That's not my era.
I understand, and I understand.
That wasn't my era. So I always talk to a lot of my I mentor a lot of young blacks because a lot of them, they feel so low about themselves because of things that happened in the past. And I always tell them, listen, this is your time to perform. You need to focus on your own performance and not let event of one era be your defining a way to define who you are as a person. We don't know. Maybe 2,000 years ago, we were the one capturing Arabs and Europeans as slaves. We don't know. Just because, we only know the era that existed. If I don't know the entire history of humanity, there's no way I can only pick one history and use it to judge myself.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree at all with what you're saying, and it's a good thing to promote healthy self-esteem. I don't disagree with that, but I just want to say.
Let me ask you one question, though. Okay, go ahead.
Number one is my mother is actually a full-blooded Kenyan, so she is not. I am not mixed, so I don't know where this changed. My mom's mixed Kenyan. She's not mixed Kenyan. She's fully Kenyan, so I don't know where this.
Who said that?
Some idiot in the chat. I don't know who said that, but
yeah, guys. Azulia is part Kenyan from one of my tribes. Shout out to them, right? And half Caribbean.
So let me ask you guys this question, very important question. I honestly want to ask you. Do you think, that's the saying that sometimes who starts the race first is not necessarily the fastest, right? Okay. And who starts the race first is not necessarily the winner. You get the whole point. So
yeah, I get the point.
I begin to look at things kind of differently, right? Like if you look at China,
Mike, hang on. Here's the thing, right? You obviously actually high IQ guy. You're not emotional. You're not a feeler like some people on the panel, right? And the name begins with 2. So if that's the case, right? What that means is you're able to see things as they are, right? I've seen idiots come to me and say things like, again, I'm not talking about the brother that came earlier. He doesn't know. But I've got idiots like Darth and all these people asking me stupid questions. And I'm like, the things that I value, I'm getting it, aka money, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Mike, right? You were able to see that. What I'm trying to say is the fact that you can see that, Mike, makes you already a peculiar person because you're not putting your own feelings and emotions. You're seeing the reality as it is. So all I'm saying is this, right? If Africa develops its spiritual science into a real, actual science, like proper meditations, talking about ancestral visits back in the past, going through, having journeys, and then fixing shit that's been clogging your mind up for generations, do you not think that the psychology, like Africa could, let's just use the Yoruba definition, right? If you guys sat down, wrote down everything, like meditated for a whole year or 2 years, right? And then made this stuff really high level, do you not think that the psychology stuff would just be completely fulfilled with the Yoruba divination stuff? So you think you can export it now to the whole world? You can. The issue with us, Mike, is we don't see the value in our resources, and then we don't add value to it until someone else does. Then we get on the bandwagon.
Do you know what's funny? You say until someone else, exactly. Do you know that a lot of Yoruba people are running back to their spirituality? You know why? Because they started saying like South Americans, even the Europeans, everybody like kind of coming on it to spirituality. Now they're like, oh wow, it's cool now. I'm like, you guys are stupid. Like, do you literally like they don't want to? I don't know what it is about Africans. Like, you don't want to develop what you have until someone else start like messing with it, and then that's when you begin to realize, oh, maybe this thing I have is, it's important. I'm like, dude, come on, man. The thing is, we have issues, definitely. Like I really don't know, man. But this is what I think. I just think the problem we're having is those that are exceptional, right? Which are only like maybe 5% of population. They're the ones that are failing the bunch. Like if you look at the European society, Asian society, you can tell me the average person, average citizen themselves, they're really thinking. They're not thinking. It's just they're able to create a system where their best of their best minds, their gifted ones, are able to use the platform to develop, to advance advance their society, and then the rest of them just they just lead the rest of them. The rest of them just follow. So I think that's where we are. You get what I'm saying? The high IQ people are only like just a few percentage of the entire population. It's a same case in all races.
Yes,
it's
but
the same
whites
case in all
created a
races.
system to put the high IQ people on top. That's the difference between them and us. They have a
That's
system.
different. That's just the difference, And that's what the Chinese figured out. The reason why I make that statement, that do you think who starts the race first is not necessarily who's the fastest. It's because the Europeans figured that out. The Asians, the Chinese figured it out. The Koreans, they figured that out, and they're just catching up with the Europeans.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, maybe Africans, what we need to be discussing is how can we figure that out?
I have a question for Zulia quickly. Zulia.
Okay. Yeah.
On the stream, when I showed that in China, like 2,000 years ago, they were doing high-level civil servant tests. Then also, my intuition led me to think, oh, what are they doing now? Then it turns out they're doing the exact same thing. They even made it harder. 20,000 people are competing on very hard, difficult tests for specific things, whether it's finance minister or foreign affairs ministers or whatever it is. These niggas are not just selecting someone from their tribe. They're choosing the highest. 20,000 people. Do you not think the winners of this selection is going to be like a genius, literally? Meaning every Chinese minister is more or less either gifted or a genius based on if the tests work.
Yeah,
because they figured that out.
Different system to select people.
The body analogy explains it. The head is the most important part of the whole body. The head got to be right. The head is the very most important part of the body. So we need to understand that the head of our society has to be the best minds. It's the brain that will lead everything. It's the brain that will.
The guy with all the feelings is back. This is time. This is the time for feelings. Yeah, of course, I was listening to some of the gibberish that was going on. See, when you talk about civil service, I think it was somewhere around 200 ANCE. This stuff started in China, the civil services, and you can also argue that in Africa that existed thousands of years before that. I think what we tend to do is that, and Kezo, I'll keep coming back to this. You are falling for that, or maybe you are deliberately doing it. You pick one case of an entire region or a continent doing something, and you compare it to the entire Africa. You don't compare it to the entire Africa. You compare it to only the Niger Congo group or maybe East Africans, but you don't look at the entire Africa. What was going on in Africa itself during that period? And the same thing happens in Europe when you hear about the Romans, the Greeks, and the English and it's not all of them at one time that was shining brightly. When most of Europe started shining brightly was just more recently. That's in terms of 500 or so years ago. So if you look at it from that point of view, Africa had its own time too. The Kush Kingdom, they had writing, they had all kinds of services, they had all kinds of programs. And same with the Egyptian, this is civilization, they had all that to thousands of years before any of these other groups, the Chinese, even started having it. So I think when we say these things that our continent don't have this, is why the others do.
Andrew, you made them all run away.
Yeah, no, let them go. I think they probably were due to leave. The idea is that we can't just say that when in reality it wasn't like the how do I put it, the Singaporeans.
Hang on, you should ask one man to give you back access because you're a good slave. You work for free and you work hard, and I can sleep. But yeah, go ahead.
That was a good one. That one I will take it now. I work for a reason, and the thing is, we have to take holistic view of things when we say these things, because I used to fall for all this type of narrative where Africa never did this, they did this, but it's not all of them that did it. Like even writing and reading, most of the Europeans were not doing it. It was just the elite. It was just after the Bible came along and they started print press. That's when it started spreading everywhere. It was mostly very, very few of the population that were doing the reading. And the same thing was true in Africa.
I've heard your narrative, but let me ask you, why is it that it's only China whose traditions survived across time? China is doing what it did 2,000 years ago, and it's working for them. All their ministers, extremely high IQ, very nationalistic, and 20,000 people compete for one job. In Africa, I get a job because I'm the brother or sister or nephew. You saw what happened in Somalia, where the sister who was actually fat was chosen out of all the Somalis to run in an international race. That's just showing you. So I guess my question, I get your point. We had some civilizations in Africa. How come they didn't survive, but China did?
That's interesting. I think the Indians, the Chinese, one, they were more isolated than most groups. And if you, in terms of survival, I guess it is based on the way you look at it. The Attila the Hun wasn't exactly. So they had conquest too. They had issues, and people came in, left. So it depends on how you look at continuity. They had their own breaks in their own civilization. Just like what happened with the British with them, and they came and now and changed it again. The what you have now is not the same as what was there 2,000 years ago. China has always been evolving to an extent. They took on Tibet. And so, yeah, you can say, okay, yes, there's at the core of it, yes, there's continuity where you have this large group of people at the core of it. Maybe you want to call them the Han Chinese, and they made sure that they had a kind of continuity, no matter who conquered them and who didn't conquer them. Yeah, that's true. You can also argue that Egypt had that, but China is a bigger entity. India is a bigger entity, and India also survived. India is another one that also survived, although they were carved up a bit. Pakistan was part of India, Bangladesh, all those countries were part of India once. So India survived, but in a little bit, carved up a bit. So from that point of view, I think you have a point. You have a point that they have continuity. We didn't have that. That's for sure. We didn't have, continuity that most of our kingdoms fell apart. Eventually, you can say the Benin kingdom had continuity. The Oyo Empire had continuity, but it's not continuity based on power. Maybe if we become superpowers, then everybody was like, "Oh my God, this Benin kingdom has been around since 1,000 something years ago." Everybody would be like, "Oh, it's been there forever." Technically, that is what people will be arguing, because China, in the 100 years of humiliation, I don't think they will be there to complain, talking about how their forefathers had, continuity for that long, because they know that the dispensation that they were in was not based on what their forefathers did. They had been defeated and humiliated, just like we have been. But our thrones are still there, and the core of the African societies are still there. And if we become powerful tomorrow, so people will start arguing that it's not even 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, maybe 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, Africa has been strong forever. You see what I mean? And the truth is, if you look at what happened on the continent, The only time the continent fell was around 500 years ago. We never really fell continentally before then. It was mostly Northern Africa that got conquered. The first time Northern Africa actually got conquered was about 3,000 years ago. Before then, nobody had conquered territories on the continent. That's non-Africans, I mean. So then after that, you had so many people conquer North Africa, but not
North Africans are not really African, right? They're just basically
they are Africans. Come on,
they're Arabs, man.
Beat about the
Stop the
bush.
cap.
No, now they are Arabs. Now many of them are Arabs, but then they were not. Before they were first conquered, they were not. They were more all Africans.
They were Fulanis before. Okay, makes sense.
Who knows how they looked then? And I like to think that they were more like maybe Ethiopians.
No, Fulanis, not Ethiopians. You have to look at the Fulanis were the people who claimed they came from North Africa.
Did they say that? Okay, if they did that, they will have to prove that one. I don't know. But my
they say that they were pushed down by the Arabs.
See, a lot of people got pushed down by the Arabs, and people moved a lot in Africa. I don't know whether they all have GPS. They knew where they were coming from. But if it was the Arabs, we will know. I don't think it's the Arab that pushed the Fulani south.
Do you wanna go on camera? I'll also go on camera if you do.
Why? I've gone on camera 1,000 times. Will you go on camera if you want to go on camera? I'm not interested.
We'll go on camera together. Guys,
I'm not interested in going on camera now.
I'll take $100 super chat. Don't send it. No, don't send it yet. If you want me to first, I'm not gonna be held in a contract I didn't sign. Write it down in the chat, and then I'll go on camera. Don't send the money.
You already said you're gonna go on camera soon anyway, so
yeah, I will have to, because I will, like, remember, Tanaja, my whole thing was creating a multimedia Pan-African network. That's why I partnered up with One Man Want to Mow. I'm partnering up with other people, etc. So even like Meezy soon, right? So yeah, it's all in the plans, right? I make real shit happen to Niger. I don't just talk about my feelings like you and Abby.
I don't know, man. I thought that was the one that, okay, you wanted to do that too, but I wanted to do that too myself.
But you're doing it, Niger, with Dr.
No, I'm doing it already too. I'm doing it already. I'm doing it with One Man Went to Mow too, and it's you that I don't have direct access to, but through One Man Went to Mow, we seem to be linked.
Niger. Are you happy?
I'm happy, and I take my wins gracefully. Unlike some people that don't like to take wins, they are allergic to taking wins gracefully. They have to fight over it. Yeah,
go ahead.
So the original point is that Africa is not that lame, and I think when we get out of the rut we are in, we are going to start realizing more and more how we have a great story to tell. And some people are even arguing the case for Africa better than Africans out there. But in time, I just feel like our priority right now is to take control first. Once we take control, the rest will start falling in place. I strongly believe in that. And now that the technology is there, Africa has a chance to, construct a new narrative. You said it earlier on, which was interesting, that you were saying something about, why is it that I think a particular people or a kind of ideology doesn't get a kind of, go and meditate like the Yoruba religion, come out with a very, very powerful religion that was spread all over the world. I think it doesn't have to be religion. This is a different era. You have to have an ideology. You have to call it an ideology because technically everything from that point of view is an ideology that the world resonates with.
So let me ask you, right? The reason I mentioned that with the Yoruba religious practices is you can actually turn it into a psychology and well-being system, and it
will fail. The reason why I think it will fail in this age is because the age when religion arrived, religion was coupled with politics, was coupled with a lot of things. Now politics has been separated from religion by and large in most of the world. And if you come with religion as a way of doing things, it's going to fail. It's ideology now that seems to be the driving force. Because if you look at what happened with the Soviet Union, it wasn't based on religion, it was based on ideology, and it went to China, spread to Vietnam. That's what led to the conflicts in Vietnam and many other parts of the world. It was based on ideology. And I think that in a way, the picture Martin Luther King painted was another powerful form of ideology. We just have to take it from there and expatiate on an ideology that caters to this century and the nearest future that is coming. That's the future. You'll find that people will find it attractive. People will gravitate towards it. Doesn't matter whether they are the same race or any part of the world. That is the narrative Africa should be looking to create.
Okay, shout out to you. Let's let Felipe go ahead. Go ahead, my Balaka brother.
What's going on, fellas? I can't stay long. I'm out here trying to work, brother. But actually,
just before you go, tomorrow I will be reacting to this video by this passport brother. His name is Austin Holman, right? Nothing going on in his mind. Haha, jokes intended. But yeah, it's actually an interesting video. It's called High Import Taxes Keep Africa from Developing. I actually agree with that title. So I'm going to be reacting on it live. I haven't seen the video yet. So yeah, tune in for this show tomorrow. The guy is not extremely intelligent, but I like the title. So
he had something.
I just have to mention Yoruba one time. Mike shows up. I shouldn't have mentioned Yoruba.
Yeah, let's let Felipe go, then Michael go, and then
I'm not gonna stay long. I'll land the plane quick. Another one, Kaizo. Austin just did one with I'm trying to remember the fella from Ghana, where he debated a Ghanaian about which market was the best market for African development, so on and so forth. And the Ghanaian guy is saying the United States, and Austin is saying America, but it's worthy of you reacting to it as well as the one that you mentioned. So some of my friends had sent it to me today, and I was listening to it. It was thoughtful. So, and we're talking about the right stuff. So what I wanted to say was that, I've said this on your channel before, and I think one of the big problems that we have is because we've been on a losing streak for a couple hundred years, that we stop believing in the team. And that arguably we're some of the most capable people on the planet, but we've had a losing streak, and there are reasons why we were losing, but to say that we don't have the IQ or the ability, or that we don't have the median IQ, just isn't true. And it's not historically true. It can be verified. It's just not true. But we have been on a hot streak of losing in the last couple hundred years. And so my thing has always been to say, look, we got a shot to turn this around. But the first thing that has to happen is we have to understand why we lost and how we got in this situation, which ironically, Niger actually convinced me on some of it, that part of it is that we don't put enough emphasis on defending our borders and our people as a group. And specifically, if I wanted to mention like what's happening in Niger or Mali, where they're getting intelligence from Wagner Group and the Russians and the Chinese to help them thwart these coups that are being attempted to retake these countries. And that's exactly to a point that Tunisia has beat me about the head about for, I'm going to say, at least a year and a half, Tunisia. So
thank you. I think that I take the win. I take the win. Thank you.
Yeah, you've been saying that, and at first I was like, "Oh man, Tunisia, man, you know the military thing. That's the last thing we should spend money on." But the reality of it is that if we actually scale up Kaizo the way that we discuss, that it will be undone if we don't have modern intelligence. Like we as Africans need to lean into technology more than the Asians do, because the big thing is we don't want to create wage slaves. Almost every other industrialized country has eventually gone to the wage slave model.
Well, hang on, Felipe. It's not going to work in Africa. As I think I shared this video of this. I believe it was Yoruba man, but definitely Nigerian. He was explaining, the issues or differences between Canada working and Nigeria, and you notice something. Here's the thing, like to Niger and everybody listening. Just because I seem negative when I explain African culture, it doesn't mean I actually am negative. I'm just choosing that perspective for whatever reasons I'm choosing it for. So in general, Africans are more spiritual. They want to actually enjoy their time as they work. They don't want to be working as robots out there selling their souls for trinkets. That's not the African mind. So 100%, this whole thing, as we industrialize, we become, more independent sovereign nations. We have to understand that we cannot create wage slavery. The moment you start creating wage slavery, you've killed the spirit. And actually, it's not going to happen in Africa. There'll be revolutions and all that kinds of stuff, because now here's the thing also, to Nigeria, you don't have to fight this point when the white man says it. It's not that we're lazy. We value our life and our experience because we're more present in life than some other groups. So we want to actually value our time. We value our time. That's why we're not just clocking in. So very, very great point, Felipe. I think as we become more industrialized, more richer nations, we definitely don't want to create wage slavery. 100%.
We can't do it. And you very eloquently laid out one of the core characters of us as a group that prevents the model that's being laid out by the West and by the Asians. And our model has to be Africanized for who we are as a people. But the ability, yes?
That's what I agree. Like, we shouldn't have to do things exactly how everyone else is doing it. To me, I think modernization, I think Africa needs to start looking at a different style, or maybe something that just, it's all about making life better. That's what modernization is supposed to be about. It's not really about looking like someone else or something. So we have to look at it within ourselves and say, okay, how do we want to modernize? How do we want to move forward? We don't have to be in the same manner where the Chinese or the Americans are doing it, where they're just destroying the planet, polluting the atmosphere and all those kind of things. We could discover a different way that hasn't been discovered before. So if we have to get into,
keep going. Keep going. I cut you off.
Yeah, I think if we have to look into modernization, we have to maybe start using different imagination, right?
Well,
because
I've laid out an advocacy plan of small incubated successes to get our confidence back. And I think that is a way to get people to rally around the flag. Part of the reason why we're so cynical is because when people appeal to us with emotional appeals, whether it's in the diaspora or it's on the continent, it doesn't sustain because it's not backed up by small successes. And it's not based on this is in my best interest. So for example, if you implement a system where small improvements are made, whether that's through the power, where everybody now has power, everyone now has clean water, everyone now has access through high-speed rail from the rural areas to city centers, that we put our freight on high-speed rail. So we plug into Belt and Road that the Chinese are building, so that if I'm out in a rural area, all I have to do is get my crop to the high-speed rail freight, and I'm done. I can make my money. And these little small successes will get people on board, because one thing that African people everywhere love is success. We relish in that, but we have to see it. We're a much more visual people than to necessarily read it or believe it. We don't tend to believe in
things you're
that
talking about already exist. Like, I mean, it seems like you think.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work in a system.
There are we have road networks. What we do have is that these roads, when they going bad, like we have corrupt politicians that loot the money, they don't fix it and things like that.
But
so
can I say
it's
this?
not like we don't have anything. Like, we do have all these things.
We do have roads in a lot of these countries. I agree, but roads are the most expensive, most inefficient way to do freight. And it's actually choking the hell out of the United States right now, because we have all these areas, and particularly I'm from Los Angeles, that you have all these areas outside of Los Angeles that are only accessible by car. And so then that means, and in many African countries, this is the same, that they're only accessible by car. And so that means that you need constant repair, because you have both your trucks and your cars and your motor scooters all on the same roads, and that wears out the roads. So it's very expensive to repair that. And in the United States, because you have all these areas that are not accessible except by car, then you have to keep raising taxes, and it's basically a Ponzi scheme, that you need an increasing amount of population in your area in order to support your tax basis for your infrastructure. And the problem is that with deindustrialization in the United States, you lose population because you've lost your manufacturing base in that area. And so then they're going to Wall Street to borrow the money to pay for the roads and the basic stuff to keep the lights on. This is why the Africans, because they can build from scratch in some regards, should not go to a road infrastructure. They should go to a rail infrastructure, the way that Asia and much of Europe has done. And to do city centers. So there should be large areas where there are no people, and that those areas are only.
The roads are already there, is what I'm trying to tell you. You already
I know,
roads.
but we can't afford to maintain all of them, is the point. You run into the problem that the United States has.
Yeah, even rails, you have to maintain the rails too. So I mean, either way, you still gotta.
I think he has a point, because rail has the capacity to carry heavy load and more efficiently too. And
it's just one of those things of the money. What Niger was saying, it's the money, and and having looked at some of this in Asia, that I can tell you as a fact that they did that strategically. That they did not do the roads as much because it's too damn expensive. You wind up spending all your money on patching the roads because of the trucks. The trucks tear up roads.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Tunanja, actually, I heard you mention something about continuity. Can you talk about? No, it's something about continuity that I mean, we had ways of doing things, but we don't have the continuity of it.
I think maybe it was the area where I was referring to the fact that most African empires and kingdoms were disrupted, and they were not together compared to like China, the way China was, or India as well. And even the writing was disrupted. You didn't have the Egyptian form of writing was lost, and the Meroitic script they can't even decode it.
No, I get that. No, I think you give example of the Benin Kingdom and the like the Yoruba people, our empires and things, how we had way of doing things.
I see what you mean. Yeah, what I was saying then was that it seems like, because we are down now, these empires are dead, or they don't have any significance anymore. But in reality, when we recover, people will just describe them as, oh yeah, they've been around forever, and they will go way back 2,000 years ago, 300 years. They will start sounding like that, just like the Chinese now, because we know the Chinese, the current dispensation has no direct link with what happened in the past, but because they exist now, we tie it to thousands of years ago.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that the Benin Kingdom is not dead? The Yoruba Empire is not dead. What we have is our ways is still preserved. But the only thing is we're under Nigeria, and we are operating with the system of Nigeria.
I think the key term is cultural continuity, isn't it? We have cultural continuity, and
no. For example, the way Yorubas, the way we do things, and that's why someone like me, when I advocate, I think we have to. I don't necessarily say we have to break the country, but we need to allow the empires do things their way. Leave the power to them to operate their ways. For example, the way we do things, we have our system intact, right? And we have our system of leadership, right, and governance, whereby, of course, we have the emperor, right, and then we have the kings. Each of every part of our society, we have a king, and then we have council of chiefs and council of priests, and then the council of women, right? We have checks and balances on those things, and then hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, and I will tell you, when we want to do contracts, we want to do maybe an agreement, and you want to be installed into a position, we do something where we take oaths, right? The spiritual way, where people back then were afraid to even, go against once they've taken our oaths. So the idea of corruption was not there during our time, during back then when we were operating in our ways. The idea of corruption was not there at all. You understand? People go to the Ogun Shrine to swear before they take a position. So now we're operating in Nigeria, where now you take a Bible to swear and then still go into office, steal the money. It's still, we issue of corruption, all these things. So we had our ways of doing things. We had our tradition, our culture, ways of hierarchy, our code of conduct. Everything was there. And we were evolving. So I believe if we hadn't been destructed with this system of this new idea they just brought, where the British story is beautiful. I don't know how they convinced us to accept it, where we take all these empires, all become one country, and then we take the British system and start operating with the British system that we don't understand, where we didn't create. And then we don't even know how to fix it. We don't know how to move forward with it. So we seem to be stagnated, that we're looking at a bunch of low IQ people that can fucking fix things, get things done. Because we're operating with something we didn't create, we don't understand very well. And then when some people want to talk and say, hey, maybe we need to take a step back, because we were pretty much, we understood ourselves before we started doing this project called Nigeria, which maybe we need to take a step back. People say, oh, you're a secessionist. You're talking about breaking a country. You want to go back to your tribal ways. You want to, rather than listen to the logic that we're presenting. Then no, it's not because I'm not saying we should take a step back because I don't like someone from another ethnic group. I'm saying we should take a step back because in my kingdom, we have things going better than now. Now we're confused.
Okay, let me take it from this point of view. Most nations that have emerged, in the recent centuries, they never went back to where they were before. For reasons that one could argue, Russia, China, India, name it. None of them went back to former system, because what the Europeans did was they decoupled a lot of aspects from religion. Most people didn't want to go back.
Wait, hold on. Name one of those countries before you go further. Name one of those countries. They no longer use their own language.
I just gave you China. I just gave you.
They no longer use their own language. They're using European language. And they use
their language. They use their language. I'm not talking about language. See, you are talking in terms of religion.
The Chinese custom, for example, the Chinese calendar is still the same Chinese calendar. Yoruba people have our own calendar. The Yoruba calendar is only 4 days in a week, and we still follow it in our tradition. Right?
Yeah.
We still follow our Yoruba New Year is in July. We just did our new our New Year is actually in June.
See, what I'm talking about, the essential parts. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Nigerian New Year is different from the Yoruba New Year. Yoruba day of the week is 4 days. The Nigerian day of the week is 7 days.
You made your point.
But did the Chinese did they start following European calendar, European New Year, European this thing? So what are you talking about?
No, they didn't start following European calendar.
So why did they
can you let me say one thing without shouting over me? If you want to believe you're correct, you can go ahead. I can, you can go and have your own experience.
You said they never went back. Who they were. Did they leave who they were? For you to say they never went back.
Yes,
they never left who they were.
They departed a lot from what they used to be before. That's my point. It's not everything that can I finish my point? It's not everything that is chalked out. They didn't chalk out their language clearly. They didn't chalk out a lot of the things that were built by the emperors. Not everything that was chalked out, but the system that they are running now is very different from the system that was there before. And that is the same for many countries. Like in the case of Russia, they had the monarchy.
Did they evolve it, or did they dump it? Did they jettison their old system, or did they evolve?
No, they didn't. That's what I said. You can't, even if you try, you can't jettison everything. Even if you try.
What we did in Nigeria, listen, what I'm trying to tell you is that we jettison everything about us. And we adopt British.
No, we didn't. We didn't. Hold on now. We didn't jettison everything. Clearly, the throne is still there. You see, your problem is that you just like to shout and argue as if But it's not logical. The language, your language is still there.
Really?
The festivals are still there. The throne is still there. Most of the
which one of it is in the Nigerian recognized in the Nigerian constitution?
Yes, it's not recognized in the Nigerian constitution, but the
There
customs
is
are still in
Constitution
place.
The constitution is the definition of the nation.
Hold on. I just gave you major nations where they completely did away with the king's court. No throne, nothing. I gave you examples. And you are talking about the one that still is preserved. You are complaining about that one. I'm saying that what people tend to do is that when the continuity is supposed to happen and is for this century, or let's say from last century, they tend to move away from the past. Not completely, but they tend to, especially when it comes to governance, especially when it comes to laws, especially when it comes to
we should agree. We should agree, Tunanja. We should agree that it's good to move to something better, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me that the Nigerian system is better than the way the Yorubas are their system?
How can you say whether the Nigerian system is better?
It's a simple question, Tunanja. Please.
The Nigerian, if you ask me whether democracy is better than what we had before,
No. I'm asking you, the system we're using to run Nigeria, is it better than what the Yorubas had before?
I gotta
yes.
get going. Hold on, Tunanja, let me hop in for just 1 second here. Yeah. Listen, the point that you're making is that the original, not Tunanja, but the other gentleman here, that the system you had before was better. Mike.
Yes.
And of course it's better because that was designed by you, and the Nigeria that exists now and that was created before, was created by the Europeans to serve them. So obviously the architect of the plan dictates the success of the plan. But to your point, Mike, the Chinese actually did break their system with Mao to redo it. And if you remember, there was a lot of bloodshed, and they had to redo things because there was always this tension between the emperor and the merchant class. If you go back and you look, the merchant class actually was sailing all the way to the east of Africa and doing trade. And that threatened the power of the emperor. And so when they returned, I forget what that emperor's name was, they burned all the ships to the ground and turned inward because they felt that the merchants were becoming too powerful. Now,
Again, remember I mentioned that I agree that it's good if you want to change a system, you replace it with a better system. So my argument is not that you should keep something, right, and not change it. My argument is, if you're going to change something, first, you have to be the one to create a new one. And of course, if you're going to create something new, you're not going to adopt it if you don't see that it's better than the old one. But what I'm saying here is that you didn't create something new for yourself. Somebody gave you something new. And that something new is not even it's not working for you. It's not even better than the old one that you have. So
yeah. And my answer to you is to say that is correct, but to draw it as a region and to diminish the real problem, which is the borders that were drawn by the Western Mzungus. That's the real problem. The problem is that
you can even argue that they had problems even with the old system, because when the British arrived, let me finish my point. The perfect system you are talking about, when the British arrived,
I didn't say it was perfect now. Did I say it was perfect?
Hold on now.
Because don't put word in my mouth. That's my problem with you. Don't put word in my mouth.
Yeah, but then why? Then when the only argument I made, I wasn't saying you should clear everything out. The only argument I made was that you have to redraw the map based on the challenges that we are facing now and into the future. You have to come up with a new ideology. That's what we are supposed to be doing.
I'm taking a compromise position of saying don't redraw the map, just make the economy regional rather than national. That you have a sovereignty issue locally, which I agree with you to Niger, to enforce your borders, but economically that you want the region to be codependent on one another and to allow these ethnic groups that Mike is talking about to reunify economically as a force.
Yeah,
that's what the Europeans did.
I also want the region to go into a defense pact whereby you attack one, you attack all of them,
well,
like the way other people
what
have it too.
You're 100% right on. Both you and Mike are correct. You just have to see the larger vision of, number one, our confidence has been shaken, so we want to go back to something that we think is a success. But the context in which it was a success no longer exists. On the other hand, you have to be able to defend whatever you build, and you have to be able to build something that causes interdependence. The biggest problem is if you think that, hey, I can draw this up and I don't need to use this group of people or that group of people, then you fail, because then the other powers that want to flip you can always find someone who's a dissident to flip against you because they're upset.
That was a perfect point you just made there. And then, Mike, what do you think?
I'm going to land on that. I got to get back to work, but great conversation, and I'll be back again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, you saw what he said, Mike, about you have to create new systems that involves interdependency, not trying to strike off on your own, and then you have to evolve. You can create it in such a way. I know you like the traditions and the Yoruba, the rich culture. You can do it in a way that it is preserved. Even the Japanese, they preserve their old culture. They are one of the best groups.
But do you agree with me?
Do you agree with me?
Wait. Do you agree with me that I have to be the one to decide how I want to interrelate with other groups, right?
You don't have that luxury anymore. That is exactly what the Felipe said just now. That
it's not a question
that the context has changed.
But listen,
you are saying that from the Yoruba point of view to decide. No, it's from the Nigerian point of view.
No. Okay, who in Nigeria should make that decision?
The entire people, like we have always been doing.
Okay. Listen. You're not paying attention to me. My Yoruba empire, we know ourselves. We know where the shoes is where it's pinching us, right? Where the shoes pinching us, and we want to create the terms on how we want to interrelate and interwove with the rest of Nigeria. Should I decide how my kingdom will do that for my kingdom, my turn? I'll relate to Nigeria, or someone else should do that.
So
who should do it? Should I be the one to do it or something? Because should I be the one to do that, or it should be someone else to do that for me? To do that, who should do that? Let me ask you.
You can do that in the context of Nigeria. That is what you have always done. You think Yoruba people were not part of writing the constitution? They've always been part of it. You have to see where things are evolving to.
No. The people. Let me tell you who's been doing it. Some bourgeoisie, right? They don't do it in representing their ethnic group. They're doing it in the context with the mindset of the British education and what the British design and what the British define as Nigeria. That's always been the context of what they've been sitting around doing.
The realities of today. If you go to China now, let me explain something. Like when you go to China now,
no. Let's don't run away.
I'm trying to give you an example of how realities change. If you go to China now, there was a time they didn't have Tibet, and they went and invaded Tibet and took over Tibet and made Tibet back. So they had to redefine the future of Tibet based on their own image. That's what is happening in Nigeria right now. You can say that our leaders are sellouts and all
the difference. Do you know the difference?
Nigerians are making the decisions.
Who's the Nigerian making the decision? That's the question.
The ones that wrote the constitution. It's not the Yoruba constitution we're using. Many of them a lot of Yorubas were represented, a lot of Southerners were represented, all groups were there. Like any nation writes a constitution, that's how we did it.
But you're not listening to me. You talk too much. You don't listen more. Were those groups sent or handpicked by the kingdom, or were they just bourgeoisie?
The kingdom are not in power anymore.
No. If you come to, for example, you can't go. I can't go to Benin Kingdom and go and insult you about Benin. You know what will happen?
See, do you understand? Do you actually understand that the reason why the kingdoms actually exist is at the dispensation of the state?
That's your problem.
What is the both side of my mouth, please?
First, you say the kingdom are still there. Now you're saying they are not there anymore. They're there.
I just said they are there right now because of the grace of the state. The British could have come and destroyed it completely.
No, they could
didn't
not.
do that.
No, they could not.
If they wanted
If they could, they would. No. If they could, they would. They could not.
It's not their style. See, it's not their style.
Not their style,
when
really.
Islam, when
so
Islam,
why did they? No. Wait. You do give me a chance now. So why did they destroy the Australian kingdoms, the Aborigine, completely? Why North America destroy the Native American completely? So you can't say it's not their style.
They destroyed the people. They destroyed the people. They were not necessarily going after their kingdom specifically. Like in the case of in the case of the Indians in America, they destroy the people. Whichever one is surviving, if their throne is still there, they don't care. That is all. They just want them out of their way. In the context of Nigeria, the same thing.
No,
once the
kingdoms,
Obas, come on
everything
now.
is
Let
gone.
me say something before you jump in. I let you talk. So whenever they came in, when they came into Ijebu, they tried to fight them. They used the gun to kill them. Then the others surrendered. Then they worked with the leaders, the indirect rule, like you always acknowledge.
Hold on, excuse me. Wait. Say it again. I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it?
They use indirect rule to control this in Nigeria. They didn't go out to completely destroy the entire thing.
You can't use the word Nigeria. Maybe some places not the way they dealt with everyone was different. You have to understand that. So don't put us all together in one basket.
Yeah, but the thrones themselves don't have the power because they've been removed. So there's a reason why Obasanjo was asked those leaders to stand up and sit down the other day. In a way, it's to demonstrate to people where power lies. But what you guys don't seem to understand, you just think that the throne is still powerful.
Listen. Do you know Obasanjo wouldn't have said that to Oni of Ife or the Alafia for you, who are the emperors? He did that to the smaller kings. Because we all know, the smaller kings, of course, who they are answerable to is the emperor. You understand? So they now
multiple of them.
Obasanjo in his wildest dream wouldn't have done that to Oba of Bini or Alafia.
Yeah, if he had done it, then he stood up and sat down. Then what would they do? Everybody would go crazy and go after him. They won't go after him.
No, he wouldn't try it.
If he did it, what would you do? What would you do to him?
It's not me. I'm not saying me. I'm just saying he won't do it. And know that.
Yesterday or 2 weeks ago, you would say he would never try that in the Yoruba kingdom. But he did it. What you don't understand is that there's a reason why they don't have direct power anymore. The power was taken away from them and vested in the constitution. That's in the apparatus of the institutions of democracy. That's where the powers lie. It's not in their hands anymore. So if you want to argue to change stuff, you can make that argument and say, okay, as a matter of fact, people are already making the argument to bring some power to constitutional seats and all the rest. If you look at I wanted to say this before, northern Nigeria, when the Islam spread there, they did away with a lot of the thrones. They didn't preserve the thrones. They removed them and replaced them with their own. So the British could have done that, but they just chose not to do it. They left them there and created something next to it. Because the British, what they tend to do is that they say, okay, they will separate traditional thrones from constitutional order. That's what they tend to do. They did it in their own country to an extent, and they did it in America. They are willing to preserve the traditions of the people and just create a system on top of it. While the Islamic ones don't do that. They remove them and replace them with their own emirs and sultans and all the rest of it. That is the difference between both of the North and the way the British approached it. If you want to change it, Mike, you can argue to bring traditional thrones back into constitutional order. You can do that. A lot of people are doing it already. But I think it can be mix of both. I think there's a way to make it. But the problem is the traditional order, would they accept changes?
Yeah, I think Nigeria needs to split, man. I think that's where Pansa will probably agree with me. I think we just need to split and go back to our.
With the traditional,
if I try to get on the table, if we try to get on the table to discuss how we can do it, we're going to end up with people like you. They're going to be like, oh, we can't get nowhere. So let's.
It will be okay. Let me show you how confusing it's going to be. Like you have in Nigeria now. Then you want to say,
let's bring.
My point. Let me tell you now. You have in Nigeria now. You want to bring your knee back to of a power. So if you want to bring your Nipa to power, he has his own practices. And if you say, okay, that practice you are practicing is against the constitution of Nigeria, that becomes a problem. You see what I mean? There are some practices that he may want to practice that is based on his tradition, that if you empower it, it could lead to conflicting with the Nigerian constitution. So
yeah,
you
that's why I
have
said
to
we
find
should
a
split
way.
the country now. That's why I said you should split the damn country.
Yeah, we were there once. We were already there once. It didn't work.
No, we're never there.
Nations are ganging up against us all over the place, and some people's focus is, oh, let's become smaller, and because that's going to help us anyway.
Yeah, that will help you. That will actually maybe one will figure something out, and then the rest will follow, and then we'll become
figure
strong.
something out. Do you know what?
These useless countries that we have that nobody's having headway.
Hold on now. What made it useless was the smallest entities that they had before. And do you know what the Ijebu people were doing before the British came?
Is that
Hold on now. Let me ask you a straight question. Do you know what happened to the Ijebu people that made it easy for the British to conquer them before
British never conquer Ijebu people? Stop talking dumb shit.
Oh, tell me now. You don't know. You don't know what was happening.
You're making irrelevant points. You are making okay. So
they were fighting for straight 12 years. They were fighting each other for straight 12 years before the British arrived to finish them off.
Bros. This your one Nigeria now. Make you strong now. You can face the British now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can face them now, right?
Yes, you can face them if we get our act together.
Really? Okay.
If we get our act together, let me say we can face them now.
Man, get the hell out of here, man. Israel is smaller than Yoruba land. Israel handle freaking entire Arab countries by themselves in the 70s. Go read your history. So you come here, something that's making us weaker, bringing a bunch of people that don't agree together, when we are holding each other's hands. Imagine if Ijaw people control their oil. Wait. If Ijaw people control their oil, their own nation, they'll be more powerful than Nigeria. Because they would have freaking used that well.
You are really thinking in
Nigeria,
a backward way.
because we are a bunch of morons.
We had it before. It's not going to work. We've tried it before. They enslaved and colonized you.
So the one you are doing now is still working.
So we were doing it for how many years now? Just because it didn't work yet. See, hold on. Just because it didn't work here doesn't mean it's never going to work. When Israel, hold on, I will let Pansa go ahead. Pansa will talk. See, when Israel was put together, it wasn't working at first until it worked. Now everybody's envying Israel. When Israel started working, it was basically technically in the 2000s. That's when it really started taking off.
Israel is a monolithic
people
society.
were busy cleaning the country. Oh, now it's a this thing. Oh goodness, they come from all parts of the world.
Anyway, let me say hello to Kazorian, Tunaja, and Mike. Tunaja, the argument you're having, the debate, actually argument, not a debate, the argument you're having with Mike is obviously two of you are wrong. That's what the problem is. You're wrong and he's wrong. So he's able to jab you back with, can you fight Britain right now? And you cite Israel. And Israel is a state that's established pretty much by a lot of powers, including the United Nations, with a lot of resolutions, and the United States backing them. If the US backs anybody, they're gonna win. And what the hegemon right now, which is United States, what they're doing doesn't mean that's the way anybody else is gonna do it. Let's say America stops being a hegemon again, and somebody else, even Britain, if they return to their glory, they're brutal. They take territory. They defeat. Look, Mike, on the other hand, is just making a fool out of himself, like always, right? Normally, he's on the other side. He's almost like a separatist now. He's like a Biafran on this platform, right? I guess he saw me. He thinks I'm for dividing Nigeria, and he's talking like that. The point is that the people who do the conquering in Africa, they've already conquered the Yoruba nation, just like the Hausa nation. They didn't have to fire a shot. There are many ways to extend an empire or to divide people and take over, right? It's not orthodox the way it used to be in those days. The Yoruba is very into two Christians, Muslims. And I guess with the courtesy of the Yoruba tradition, their tribe, you can't tell because they're like, hey, we're family, right? I got Muslims in my family, I got Christians in my family. And also because the Yorubas are polite, the Arabs, the Muslims keep ruling them, producing, it's not absolute. There are some Christian leaders in the Yoruba land, like in Lagos and other places, but you just know the progression, the way it's going, right? So the Christians are docile, they don't care. They say, we don't care about it. But if it's the other way around, right, then they will care. So they've conquered, obviously, you look at the past, the Hausas, Thieves, all those people, they were eviscerated, emasculated, taken over with their religion, right? So now they got 50% of their Yoruba. Who are you going to fight? Even if you look historically, a century ago more, they took a lorry from Mike. So Mike's always this macho Yoruba, they can't do this, Yoruba, they can't do this. Yeah, well, if they take it, the ones they've taken, go and get it back.
This guy here, this man here, obviously doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
I can't hear you. You're not
There's
audible.
one kind or one kind of another. The Igbo people, you got your ass whipped in 1960, 67 to 1970 by the Northerners. By the your entire Igbo land was fucking overrun. Your tribe was conquered. So I don't know what the hell the only tribe Nigeria has ever conquered is the Igbo. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, I hear your point. That debate is a separate debate. Maybe you have a point. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
But you lost the war completely. I mean, come on, man.
Hold on. I can engage you in that debate, but that's not what I'm talking about. So don't try. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Because
you're talking about it took something from me. You're talking about Lori, which is a freaking hybrid, a border town.
Can I finish? Can I finish? You're very rude. You know,
tell me how they conquered you. How your tribe got your ass kicked.
I know you like talking about Biafra. That's not what I'm talking about for right now. But I'll have that debate with you. But don't interrupt me again. You insulted me.
It's still hurting your feelings today. That's why you come here.
You insulted me the last time, and I'm gonna make sure that you regret doing that. By the way, because you are
explain how your tribe got your ass kicked. Man. Explain to everyone.
Warrior. Anyway, to Niger, who is the host here? Who's hosting the show?
No, just tell us now. Tell us true history. How you got your ass whipping,
Okay, so
actually the Igbos, it was more difficult to defeat the Igbos than it was the Yorubas, to be fair, and because they didn't have a common king. No, because they didn't have a common king.
So why did they defeat them within 2 years, man?
Look,
you got your ass whipped, man.
Yours were faster, man.
Name a time in history. Name a time in history where any tribe ever conquered the Yoruba.
I don't want to.
They conquered the Yoruba. Well, the moment they went to do Ijebu and defeated Ijebu,
no, tell me.
Hold on. Look at what happened in Nigeria. The moment they defeated Ijebu, the Ombas were like, welcome, whatever you want to do, we bow before your fate. Come on, man.
Even white people are still making movie about your empire.
Look,
we were controlling the whole West Africa.
Mike, you know the truth. The moment they defeated Ijebu, the message went out.
You're embarrassed by what I said. So you want to make up stuff.
No, I'm not making stuff up. This is the story of Nigeria. Come on, man. The Igbos were more difficult to actually conquer.
Mike like to go to Biafra war all the time. That's not the issue. The point is that kingdom, the debate you were having was a bigger debate, a more interesting debate. That's why I joined you. Look, when the Japanese were imperialistic, they were tough. They had a king, right? I'm talking about the king, not the cockamamie kings you have in Nigeria. Their king was like a god. So when the United States came there, threw a couple of atomic bombs that defeated them, and then took that kingdom, curtail the powers. That's the United States, right? Curtail, they wrote them a constitution, made them a democracy, but they left the kingdom. I mean, they left the king, largely ceremonial, but it's still revered. Okay, so you don't play with democracy. You don't play with democracy is a good thing. Looking back now, Mike, the only advice I have to give you, obviously, not because we're Nigerians or not because I'm Igbo or Yoruba, but because you're a black man. You have to open up your aperture. You know, when you say something, think about this. Every time you open your mouth and say something, there are a lot of things that you're saying implicitly.
But what did I say that's not true? Didn't Igbo people got their ass kicked? Come on, man.
No.
Was it not one Yoruba guy that conquered half of Igbo land within 3 months? Was it not Benjamin Adekunle?
Now, come on, man.
See, even your
Mike,
small
you
right
know
there
what happened
in
after
Akko.
they defeated Ijebu now.
Was it not?
The way the Oba just welcome, please, just start.
Was it not Benjamin? Was it not one Yoruba man?
Don't start with the Gatling gun. The Oba said the town. Did he say the town crier with the talking drums? Go and surrender to the British. Let them
the most powerful empire in Nigeria history. The most powerful empire in Nigeria history.
That shall not resist.
The Yorubas are the most powerful empire in Nigeria history.
The Oyo kingdom didn't even fight the British. They just surrender. They're like
surrender. Do you have documents of the surrender?
The reason why I'm not engaging you at the Biafran war is that it's not over, right? You're talking about the Biafran war.
I can't believe this guy hasn't checked the records, man.
The Biafrans
they didn't conquer the Oyo Empire. They surrendered.
The
Biafrans welcome.
Strategically won the war, right? Look, there are many phases to a war. Okay, even what the initial Biafrans did. Now that's another thing. We Nigerians or Africans or just dumb people in general, if people did something, a cabal of
Nigerians, stop lying. The video is still on YouTube. You surrender to Obasanjo, a Yoruba man.
Let me finish.
The Biafran leaders, they surrender to Obasanjo, a Yoruba man. And he brought them from Igbo land to Lagos to come and announce whatever. So you were conquered, man. Forget it.
What you have to do is that the way
you were conquered along to Nigeria's
can I talk? I can't be shouting match with you. What I'm saying is that the war is not over. The Igbos are winning that war strategically. If you keep going this way,
man, get the fuck out of here. You're on the internet just doing propaganda. That's what you're doing, man.
Actually, the British defeated Oyo very, very easily.
Yeah.
They just went, hey, hello.
Let me tell you what happened.
Mike, hold on. Let me land now.
We don't want any more God. Please let us.
So far, I've gone into 3 topics without finishing any of them. And now I'm in the Biafran-Nigerian war, right? The war, that Nigerian-Biafran war, if you're a Nigerian patriot, you should know that our people were used. They could do it in Congo. They try to do in these other new African states, and they're refusing. They're trying to kick some of this nuclear. They discovered oil and they made our people fight.
So, by the way, Panther, you asked who the moderator was. It's the Supreme Ruler, Lord King, Dr. Kaiser. That's me. What's good, brother?
Oh, okay. How you doing, buddy? Here. So, Mike, what I'm saying to you is that you don't even have an iota of patriotism in you. You know, you try to talk Yoruba here, you know, you dance around, and 1 minute you talk Nigerian. How could you stay there if you look back and see that people who are not that smart come to Africa, to our forefathers, our fathers, and because they discovered oil, they make 2 tribes, or 1 tribe fighting a lot of other tribes, cause a war, and the British were the ones fighting the war. The British wanted that oil, and they got the oil. Up to today, every time you don't think about
the oil belongs to Nigeria now. It doesn't belong to Yoruba people now. It belongs to Nigeria's people.
Yeah, the British fought the oil because.
But the oil is being shared. The oil is being shared by the Yorubas, the British, and the Fulanis. So what the hell? So what's my problem there?
The elite. No, what I'm saying though is that you did there, right? People come, fool your people. Let's just say
no, they didn't fool my people. They fool your people. They fool Nigerian people.
Hold on now, because some of it, every time it's not a joke, Mike. Like that's your macho thing that you do.
No, you can't say they fool my people. My people
if I see you face to face, you talk like that.
No, if I see you face to face, no.
I will beat the hell out of you, right?
You know that your nonsense again, you bastard. Stop it now.
Listen to what I'm saying is if I ever come across this mic, right?
Hey,
right?
Tunaja, hey, Pastor, we can exchange numbers. We can meet up. We can meet up somewhere.
So what you have to understand is that
Hey, Pastor, do you want to meet up?
He brings up an issue that's very important, right? He is not a Nigerian. He's not a Yoruba. I don't know what the hell he is. He's always talking about. He begins this topic. You go.
No, you started tribal, so I gave it to you.
Our country and made our people go to war. They're doing it up to today in Congo. They're doing it in many African countries.
Let me just ask
don't
something.
Even care about that.
They make your dumb people went to war.
Mike, the capture of this in the capital
Tunaja,
of Oyo. Hold on,
your oil. Yorubas are controlling your oil today.
Mike, the capture, the capture of
Tunaja. Have you ever seen Igbo Yoruba fight before? I've seen 30-something Igbo Yoruba fight, right? I've been in 3 days. So, Mike, I've never seen a Yoruba person beat an Igbo in a fight, in a hand-to-hand combat, ever. I've seen about 30-something. I've been in 3, okay? And a Yoruba person, I don't see any Yoruba person ever beat an Igbo in a fight. So I don't know why every time you're talking about Igbos, right? Go out there, go and fight an Igbo guy, anyone that you see. They're gonna beat the hell out of you.
Come on, man.
It's not about individualism here.
No matter how big the Yoruba is, if you fight an Igbo guy, he's gonna beat the hell out of you. You know that. So everybody knows that.
You sound so dumb, man.
All the time you're on we don't bring these kind of things up. A lot of people are ignoring you because
can you fight Israel this one? Francois, can you fight Israel this one? Can you fight Anthony Joshua?
Look at that kind of argument. I'm telling you, as you grown up,
those are Yoruba men, man. Those are Yoruba guys.
Have you ever seen a Yoruba person beat an Igbo guy in a fight ever in your life?
Name an Igbo guy that can fight Anthony Joshua. Name
Look
one.
at this guy talking nonsense. Anyway, go ahead. All I'm telling you,
I'm just stepping out your low IQ discussion. You say every Igbo, which is dumb as hell. You say every Igbo guy can beat every Yoruba guy, and I'm telling you, the world champion. Wait. The everywhere world champion in boxing is a Yoruba guy, Anthony Joshua. The everywhere UFC champion is Israel Adesanya. He's a Yoruba guy. Name one Igbo guy. Wait. I'm speaking to your argument. Name an Igbo guy as a world champion.
You are on your own. You are the one.
No, name an Igbo guy as a world champion in fighting. Any form of fighting. Huh?
All right. Anyway, so on a serious note,
Anthony Joshua is a Yoruba man. No, Israel Adesanya is a Yoruba man. And you're telling me that no Yoruba man can beat an Igbo man in a fist fight. So these are world champions. Name an Igbo man as a world champion in any fighting fucking shit.
Go and try now. Go for street, go fight. But anyway, what I'm saying
is I will whoop your ass.
It's only you try to divide everything in the tribe, right? To us, Anthony Joshua is a Nigerian boxer, right?
He's a Yoruba man.
To you, he's a Yoruba man. Right?
Idiot! You didn't want to ask me, can a Yoruba man beat an Igbo man in fist fight? And I'm telling you, name an Igbo guy that can fight Anthony Joshua. You dummy.
Awolowo is a Nigerian politician, but to you, he's a Yoruba man. So you're myopic, but it's actually you now because the best political actor in Nigeria right now is a Yoruba man. The best. Nobody even come close to him in Nigeria. Those are the kind of people that should be president in Nigeria or Africa, right? So it then makes it very difficult to come and condemn the entire tribe. Dele Faro to me is the best that Africa has to offer right now. He's an honest guy.
Because he's doing obedience, right?
No, he's not doing obedience. He's an honest guy. He's a smart guy. He's not, if you put him out there to go and negotiate with anybody, British or French, he's going to be looking out for everybody's interest. He doesn't have an ounce of tribalism in him. Now, to you, though, what you do, here's what you're doing. Anybody who's telling the truth, or anybody who's on the path of righteousness,
you came on the show. You started this shit. Now I'm cooking the shit out of you. Now you want to move the goalpost.
Nobody, come on, man. You don't know that everybody know you. What I came in here knowing that you're here, right? So I know you're here. That's why I've come to. Maybe you're gonna change. It's possible.
Pastor, we all know you, man. We all know you.
Change because
I know how to handle you, man.
Think it doesn't matter. It may be 10 years from now. All this footprint you're living everywhere on this social media is gonna haunt you. Trust me on this. But anyway, I'm sorry to monopolize it, and let me yield back to you while
I'm just trying to get Mike to admit that the Yorubas were completely confounded by the greatness of the British Gatling gun, and they were just all
But why are you talking about the British? Why don't you talk about Tunaja? No. This is a better argument.
This is too hot.
Tunaja, can your little baby tribe, your Muslim tribe, can you face the Yorubas? That's the question.
My point is the Yorubas were very fast.
Well, we colonized your tribe for 1,000 years. What are you talking about?
The Yoruba colonized this thing there.
What is this tribe?
We were colonizing
what is this tribe that you colonized?
It's on Delta. It's on Delta. The Oyo Empire was colonizing the whole Delta region for the Shekiri.
Oh my God!
We colonized you for 1,000 years. So what are you talking about?
The Oyo Kingdom didn't go near South at all. I don't know where
Oyo Empire was controlling the whole, virtually half of West Africa. Are you saying Agbo could have? Wait, are you saying your stupid?
Oyo Empire couldn't even take over Benin Republic, Dahomey. What are you talking about?
Tunaja, you telling me that your stupid tribe that's only like 1,000 people? You can face your Oyo Empire. Is that what you're telling me?
The Benin Kingdom was controlling many areas in the so-called Southwest.
Tunaja.
What are you talking about? I don't know where you got this idea from.
Tunaja, you telling me that your stupid little tribe there?
What tribe?
You can face your empire in a war? Is that what you're telling me?
The Southwest, your kingdom. See, what you call Yoruba today.
To Nigeria, we know what happened in 1960.
Let me finish my point. See, hold on. What you call Nigeria today, that the Yoruba today didn't exist as you were describing it. They were busy fighting each other continuously. That region, they were fighting each other. They didn't. The Oyo Kingdom was mostly restricted to Nigeria. It was now and again they defeated the Kingdom. The Dahomey Kingdom defeated them back. No, it's a fact of history. I don't know why you're trying to make history up. They were fighting each other till the very end. Even when the British came there.
I'm asking you that your little stupid tribe there in the Delta, can you face your empire?
See, Benin Kingdom.
No. You are not from Benin Kingdom. Stop lying.
So how can your empire go past the Benin Kingdom? You're talking nonsense. How can your empire extend further past the Benin Kingdom?
I'm asking you a simple question. Can your small little tribe there, because we know what happened in 1967 on their way to...
What tribe are you talking about? I don't know what tribe you are referring to.
Nigga, come on, man. You told me you're from Agbo. Now you're from Asaba, other area.
Oh, I'm from Asaba too. Give me another one.
You say you're from Agbo. Are you not from Agbo?
You don't know where I'm from.
Okay, where are you from there? Where are you from?
See, I'm from that south region.
And the point is that's what I said.
You are illogical. You are not being logical. You don't know where I'm from. Hold on. Let me say what I'm trying to say here. You are not even being logical.
No. Tell us where you're from.
You are saying that
you told me you're from Agbo before. So why are you moving it?
Are you trying to argue the point, or you are trying to just...
Which point?
He knows that.
The point is that you are saying that the Yorubas
Mike is a very tricky guy. He wants me to gang up against you because he knows I am very...
No, I don't. Okay, I roast both of you together, man. I put you together. In fact, I'm handling both of you.
You think that's what he's doing?
I'm cooking both of you at the same time.
You can make a senseless point. How can your kingdom that can barely take over the Dahomey Kingdom rule over Benin to go past Benin? You don't have a clue what you're talking about. You know what he's doing now? He doesn't want us to talk about how quickly the Southwest surrendered after they saw the Gatling gun.
You keep talking about British.
They gave up the fight.
Talk about yourself.
Like, hey, this is too much.
Talk about yourself. Stop talking about British. Talk about
the British with Abala. Owedu.
Mike, talk about yourself. Talk about your own greatness.
Make the best Owedu. I welcome them.
This is Nigeria, right?
A battalion of soldiers. They walk through Asaba.
What part of Africa is Mr. Kazorian Empire from? Is he
he's from
Kenya. I gotta leave. I'll leave you guys, man. I gotta go do something.
Man, you guys are here.
I know you guys can only cook me my absence, but
you know full well now. I think that's why Mike is laughing. He knows what happened now. When they saw the Gatling gun, they were like,
this is too much.
So
this Kenya is still Nigeria like this, eh? So when a day here, they talk like this way Kenya day here.
It's a Kenya now.
We don't finish.
No, we do cook Kenya. It's from Wanga in Kenya, from what he says. That is one of the Wanga kingdom people. The sellers.
You come see, say, we no be anything. They fight each other all the time. You know, how do you ban Mike? How do we ban Mike from the social media? That's because I'm from Kenya here. I can't believe it. And then we're fighting Igbo, Yoruba, Delta fight here. Well,
no, Tunaja is Delta Igbo now, but he always denies Igbo-ness. You know, he doesn't want to associate with that.
I'm Delta Igbo. I'm from Ijo. Everybody seems to give me a tribe. I'm from Edo.
Tunaja, you don't know where you're from,
giving me a tribe. I know where I'm from. Yeah, you just don't know. That's the problem.
So where are you from? Where are you from?
Argument today, but today this is the first time I've had my laugh at the idea that the Yoruba people were rolled up very quickly. They were rolled up.
Tunaja, you're not from any great kingdom, so you can't be talking.
You know,
you have no history in Nigeria.
It's funny that this time that something beat you close, you're not sitting on the fence. You are really taking a strong position against Mike and all that, right? But normally you'll be like, if some Igbos are fighting Yorubas, you'll be, you'll be riding the wave. You know what I mean? It's not fair. You gotta stop this thing that's going on in Nigeria. You see Dele Farotibi, you know who he is, right? Have you've seen Dele?
Yeah, I think I like him actually. That guy.
How can you think? You know that you do, right?
Yeah,
he's quite Nigerian. Good. That is, he's an attorney, but his politics, but it's true, false. Doesn't matter what tribe. Now, I'm not that good up to that level, right? I have some tribal blemishes here and there, and I'm quite proud of it, by the way, because there are some things that need to be resolved. But somebody like that, yeah, if Nigeria ever produces people like that to be head of state, we're going somewhere. But we have to do something about this, Mike. I gotta tell you, because only him alone, just him, causes a lot of the problems we have.
But it's very interesting, when you look at the expansion of British in Nigeria, the period that they used to take over the southeast area is not well defined. It's almost as if they just took over every place around the southeast, and they were like, these people are crazy. Let's just assume that they agree with us. They don't necessarily. There's no clear case where they say they went into a town and took over. The British just went there, 4 people and took over. It's not that clear cut. It's weird in history. It's not
look,
well stated.
You know why? Here's why. It's not. It's very easy to take over a place without firing a shot. All you have to do is to have a superior argument, right? People in the southeast, they're
you telling me that you would just surrender without the fight? That's even worse.
No, yeah, because you could make that argument, right? You could make that. It doesn't look sexy, but the point is that if you come in, right, you didn't actually come in a warring mode, but you come and make your case. Do you understand what I'm saying? If somebody come with technology, right? Let's say you're doing your thing African way, traditionalist, right? Well, we know that technology is a good thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you come with technology and you're demonstrating that, or you come with a religion that protagonist, the God, right, is merciful, is fair. That's light. It's like there's more light in that religion than the darkness you're wallowing in, right? You're gonna be able to you're gonna get some converts just from persuasion and talking to people who are Republican in nature. It's not a war thing. But even if you had gone to the war thing, you're gonna be defeated because we're not united in Africa, like you were saying in the Yoruba thing, they're warring each other, right? So it's the same thing. These people come because the Yorubas don't have the kind of religion, like our chi is very close to the Jewish God, Jehovah, right? Chineke is creator. That's what it means in Igbo land. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you come with your religion, and it's just remarkable how close you have monotheistic. Listen, because I know how you feel about this patriotically. I know how you feel, but just listen.
No. The reason why I'm reacting is some of the things I'm reading. The similarity between how the Yorubas fell and the Igbos and other, it's just so similar. It's just one hymn book. We just repeat the same thing over again. That's why when I read something like
right.
it's
But look,
unbelievable.
it's good to when you reflect, you have to put yourself in that period. You cannot reflect from here, contemporary, and then you're reflecting at the times. Do you understand? That's one mistake a lot of people make. You have to transport yourself back then. So now that you understand that, let me then ask you now, transport yourself back then and then make the argument. Let me hear what your argument will be, because you have to convert other. You have to convince others. You cannot fight the bridge by yourself. You have to convince the elders. You have to do all kinds of things. Now remember, in those days you could even open your mouth. Like, for example, in the Igbo land, if you're a kid or young, just the age will determine when you get to talk and what you have to say. You may open your mouth and then you're gonna have to bring cola nut, bring a goat, and bring this to come and repair what you've done, or you're gonna be cast out of the place. Do you understand? So now transport yourself back then and then make your case. I'm listening.
I think the Arrow expedition that they made against the Arrow Confederacy it was one of the ways they weakened the southeastern states. But part of it was the fact that many of the southeastern states were fighting against each other. And then this pattern repeated itself, and that's how they get in. They get in through the divisions that they have between the communities and use that to build their influence. Then at the end, they took out the biggest dog in the house. It's just that in the case of the Southwest, they just had to go to one Ijebu and use their Gatling gun, and the others were like, hey, we can't take this, so let's all give it in. So, but the Southeast one was the Arrow people they went for. They took them out, took out a few chiefs. Before you know it, the others also fell in line. Nigeria somehow was quite easy to conquer, the southern part of Nigeria. The areas that were harder to conquer were the northern parts, which is, well, sometimes the narrative we have in Nigeria is that, oh, the northern parts were like the ones that the British chose. That they actually had more, because they knew about the conflicts in the south earlier, and they had Islam. So their eyes were more open to, this in greater first world conflicts, let's put it that way. So they were preparing to fight the British, but it still didn't work. When the British got there, they ran them over again with their Gatling gun and all that. And the British also recruited locals, which made it even more damaging for the northerners. So they recruited southerners from the southwest and from the south, from the southeast, and took them north and used them to defeat the northerners. And then they had the entire Nigeria for their cake, really, to decide to do what they cut it in three: southwest, southeast, and this in the north, really. That was the end of it. And today we are still reaping the consequences of.
No. We're doing the same. They're doing it right now. The same thing you're describing, right? It's ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you could have done then, you can do it easier now. But there's nothing you can do.
But the instrument, their greatest weapon was our division.
Right, but what do you think they have now? The greatest instrument
was still our division. It's still our division.
That's right. That's right. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. This, if you go and you go into entry-level politics or anything, any discipline, you're gonna find out what I mean in social sciences, right? It's a known thing what they're doing. We know what it is.
If Nigeria,
they will actually teach you and say, look,
Hansard, if Nigeria was united, let's say like Nigeria, I know it wouldn't be, but let's say during the time the British arrived to Nigeria region, the entire Nigerian area, the northern part, the southern part, all of them were united. Not even that united, just united to an extent. The British didn't have the power to take over the entire country. They didn't have the power. They didn't have the manpower to take over the entire country. It's our division that made it possible.
To Nigeria, the cop out you're doing constantly on it, and you're ubiquitous on the internet. Okay, you have that problem. You have that log in your eyes. The British, if we're united today, what would we be talking about? We're gonna be asking them, why did you enslave our people, or free Scotland, right? Free Northern Ireland, free Wales, right? Well, that's what we'll be talking about. We'll be telling them what to do. If Africa is united, they'll be flat broke. They wouldn't have a dime. we'll be doing business over the phone, right?
Yeah, well,
hold on. What I'm saying is that why do you then go to our forefathers? Yes, at least they had no history to reflect on and say, okay, these people are this is what they did. These are this kind of people, right? Or you doing the same thing, they're doing worse than what they did to our forefathers, right? Because it's either you don't get it, right? They use division. There's division. They're using division now. We're divided right now, right? Maybe not clanishly like it was then, because that one was up to the micro level clan, right? Family. Right now, we're divided on tribes. We're divided on religion, region, or you name it, whatever you could name. Okay, and who do you think is doing that? It's them. The same thing. So why go back and then exonerate yourself? Whatever you can do, you wanted those our forefathers to do, you can do it today easier than they could. Where at least you could buy.
I'm not looking to exonerate anybody. I'm just saying that given what they did then, and the pattern was so, to read it is so jarring how similar it is. And then you look at today, you still see instruments or how they use those instruments against us. Like now, if they wanted to sabotage Nigeria, all they have to do is sympathize with some of those people that want to, go to war in the southeast.
It's
and
called
they
Iraqi
sabotage
model,
Nigeria.
right? That's a good thing. Hold on, that is my Iraqi model. What you just described right there, right? The Sunni Muslims of Iraq, right, were minority. Saddam Hussein used to get.
Yeah, local P, go ahead. If you're that, I'll kick you off. If you're someone else, it's cool. So go ahead.
There's local P now. I know local P.
So if
local P, do you want to speak?
Okay, is he here?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Now, don't mind. Go ahead. The mic is yours.
No. I just want to hear that again, please, if you don't mind.
No, it's okay. You're not the person I thought you were. So go ahead, brother.
Okay.
You have the mic.
Okay. So to Nigeria, so the Sunnis in Iraq were minority, but Saddam Hussein took power a couple of generations before his demise, right? He took power by military force and everything, and then he was dealing with the Shia. But more importantly, he was gassing the Kurds, other minorities, just like you have in Nigeria. You have the Tiv, they're small, but right now they're in concentration camp. I mean, concentration camp, in IDP camps, and then they killing the Shias in South in Zaria, Kaduna, right? So that's exactly what the Sunnis in Nigeria are doing. It's exactly what Saddam Hussein was doing. So now, for the United States, that was an easy thing when U.S. wanted to finally deal, because you have these administrations, Democrats, that come to in America, and they're so corrupt, right, that they let some of these dictators do whatever they want, and they pretend like these dictators are just as strong as America. That's their game, but they're corrupt. So, unfortunately for Saddam Hussein, then George Bush came into power because he saw how he menaced his dad, that was George Bush Sr. So when George Bush came, and then what's his name? When I knocked out 2 towers, right? What's his name? Osama bin Laden. So for the Shia of Iraq, a lot of them were in exile in the United States, just like you have a lot of Southeasterners in the United States right now, in England and all that. So a lot of them, so they saw an opportunity. So they went and worked with neocons in the United States, and went and convinced Bush, hey, escort us home. All you have to do is to send us 182nd division or whatever, right? Escort us home. We'll do the fight. We'll fight. We'll fight Saddam Hussein. And it worked like a charm, which is what we need in Nigeria. Look, to Nigeria.
You seriously want to inflict what happened in Iraq to... That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. Listen to me.
That's exactly what got us in this mess.
No, let me tell you something. First of all, right, it's inevitable, whether I want it or not, whether now you want peace or not, it's inevitable. It's the same torrent that's driving.
You see the kind of people that are killing the continent.
Can you listen? Listen, hear me out. Right? What Iraq has lost palaces for its head of state. That's the only thing they lost. It's gonna take them a while. They rebuild. The only thing they don't have now is beautiful palaces all over the country.
But Iraq is still together.
Huh? What did you say?
Iraq is still one nation. They still didn't break the country.
They did, but listen, that is on.
Chalabi that betrayed this in Iraq, did he succeed in whatever he was doing? The country is still intact.
Listen, Shalabi, I made this quote. I don't know if I've told you what Shalabi said. It applies to us in Nigeria. It applies everywhere. Here's the quote. It's indelible in my mind. Shalabi says, when America rewards her enemies and punishes her friends, the world make progress. When you have this Shia Muslim divide, you have to resolve it. When you have a Muslim Christian problem like this third world country such as Nigeria,
well, the divide is still there.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Listen to me. But at least they got their country back, right? The majority got the country back, and it's going to take them a while. Democracy is not easy. Dictatorship looks good and shiny, but Saddam Hussein is one with the palaces all over the place. How does that help people? Do you want your people to be gassed? The cause of you have to judge people by an individual, by a minority. That's how you judge a society. You don't judge a society by the big men or how beautiful the
actually, where did you get that tosh from? Societies are judged by the dominant groups. That is basically what they are, the ones that tend to shape society. If the dominant group shapes the society, you can't say, oh, because I'm not so big as the dominant one, let me sabotage the entire group.
No, but you see, that's a fundamental, it's a philosophical difference. People have had that argument for a long time. You go back to Locke and all, you should read up on it. Say here in the United States, okay, the individual rights trumps everything else because the majority, it can be a tyranny.
Where did you get that from? Go and tell the Japanese internment camp and all this stuff that even the Germans, what they did to the Germans during the Second World War in America.
Yeah, right.
I don't know where you got the idea that America is some kind of egalitarian state where everything is just hunky-dory.
When I talk like that, what you have to understand is, number one, the American people and then the Constitution, not the administrations. Okay, these administrations come and go and they're all different. So Truman or whoever interned the Japanese, I would have done it. But do you understand what I'm saying? So a lot of it's highfalutin, right?
Most systems are written down in a perfect way.
Yeah,
but your argument, what is your exact argument in terms of Nigeria to behave like traitors like Shalabi to Iraq? What is your argument?
Listen to this argument. Here's the argument, because first of all, I want to say something that's categorical. I'm like somebody who, when I saw a movie, are you in line? Excuse me. And I say to you, hey, I don't want to spoil it for you, but if you want to tell you what the movie says, right? I've seen the movie. You haven't seen the movie. I'm trying to tell you right now that there is a clash of civilization in Nigeria. You have the Muslim Islamic tradition against the Western tradition, but the Western tradition is so advanced and pursuing some other interests that they just leave us there and have this Islamic tradition suck it to us while they are aiding them to do so, right? Because you would think, okay, look,
you're not aiding them.
Hold on, they're aiding them. Hold on, please, hold on. Let me just tell you, because the Islamic tradition are so weak and so how would I put it?
So hold on. Why would they not accuse them of aiding us? Because they educated the South a lot more than they educated the North.
They're not. Listen to what I'm saying to you, okay? Because the person that devastated them was the George Bush that I'm telling you in the just early 2000, right?
Okay, you're talking about Iraq now.
I'm talking about the same thing. It's the same thing, because you had at that time on the scene, you had Muammar Gaddafi, you had Saddam Hussein, but they're disjointed.
Yeah, but you're not getting to the point. Go to the point. What is the point you're trying to make in terms of correlating with Nigeria?
That's what I'm trying to make. Listen to me. I said there's a class of civilization in Nigeria, but we at the intersection, the Christians are being used by the West. They're helping this Islamic people take over, right? Africa, pretty much. They're trying to colonize because they know how to deal with those people better. They cannot get their hands dirty by taking our stuff directly, right? So they will use this. In Nigeria, they use the Fulanis to do so. In other African countries, right?
Okay, make the point, because I don't
the point I'm
understand
making
where you're
to you.
going.
Let me make it, but I'll be mindful of the time. But let me then go serially. Okay, first of all, don't pretend like you fell from the skies. Do you think there is an Islamic tradition that's clashing with the Western tradition in Nigeria, for example? Are you blind? You don't see that, right? Just the last administration was a Muslim despot.
We can see differences, but the question I'm asking is that how does that translate to being an entity in the country that is capable of being used by external powers to sabotage your own nation?
Look,
how does that turn you to that kind of instrument against your own country?
I just told you we need to take our country back. It's better we do it by reason, but that's not
by betraying your people to them.
Who? What do you mean?
To foreign powers.
Yeah, listen to me. We have to take the country back.
How are you taking the country back by betraying the country to your people to them?
Don't spoon feed me. When I stop.
No, that's what I'm trying to understand. How are you going to do it by betraying your people to them?
I don't have a people. I don't have a people unless they are my people, right? So use your head before you ask.
So you would rather work with the British to defeat the Hausa people and become a slave to them anyway?
No, but that third leg there.
So you are fighting for the master, this thing. In other words, the way the Americans call it, the House Negro position. Is that what you are fighting for?
If you listen carefully, then you're gonna get it. There are three interests, right? You have the Islamic tradition trying to take over and have a caliphate from Saudi Arabia. They want Nigeria. Let me put it bluntly to you. So then you have the British who want our resources by doing a neo-colonial entity. They want
let me ask you this.
Let me land. I just gave it to you. I'm going to give you the third one. When I say they're okay, as a human being, I can only say one thing at a time. So I said two. You have to listen to the third one and listen, because this is not.
I'm hearing the third one.
Okay, but I don't just listen with the haste. Like you want to run to the next. Let's try to make it tight. So the third interest is then us, free, loving, liberty-loving Africans. Now, the unity now that we're talking about is, let's just say the Southeast. That's what you understand it as. But it's larger than that. These are Africans who don't want either one of those things, right? We don't want British colonial influence in our country or over our lives. And then we don't want the Islamic tradition. We're liberty, free, loving people trying to enjoy the rights given to us by God himself and our ancestors, right? So that's it. There are three parties there, but the British already, like I said to you, it was more prominent when George Bush came in. He went after this Islamic tradition all over the place, including Saddam Hussein, right? And I had a lot of Muslim friends, and they were scared to death because George Bush was not listening to the Turkey argument, trying to compartmentalize it, right? No, he's looking at all of them the same. Somebody knocked out those Twin Towers in New York. It doesn't matter if it's Saddam Hussein. It doesn't matter if it's Osama bin Laden. They did it, right? So he knows that with Saddam there menacing Israel, lobbying missiles at Israel, gassing his own people, the Kurds, right? He getting 100% in an election where he's from a minority.
You are going too far. How does that make you an instrument to as a kind of control against your own nation? How does that make you an instrument willing to sabotage your country?
Okay, let me tell you again, because maybe you went there when I answered this question the last time. This is also ecclesiastical. It's in the Bible. When you ask Jesus Christ who are his people, right? It's not necessarily going to say it's his brother or his sister, right? My people, in that case, the question was asked of me, Yorubas, Southwestern people, and South Africans. Who are my people? And I was telling them it's the South Africans. The Yorubas are, even though there's a geographic proximity, they're not our people. South Africans, Ghanaians are more my people than the Yorubas. Now, there are exceptions. Like I said, Dele Farotimi, it's a human being first, it's an African giant, right? So you have the exceptions, pockets here and there, but as when you do the what do you call that? The stigma, idiosyncrasies. The Yorubas are not our people at all. So, but the South Africans are. they said to me, but they're killing a lot of Igbos in South Africa. Yeah, they're doing that. They're being dumb and stupid. They don't know. The only people I hold accountable are people who know better. You do know. You know something is evil, you know something is wrong, and you're doing it. You have nothing to gain from it, and you're hurting somebody else. That's evil. That's it. If you ever wanted the description of evil, I just gave it to you today, because there are 3 or 4 components before something goes from being wrong, being bad, then to being evil. The South Africans are doing a bad thing, even though it involves killing, especially Igbos in South Africa, because somebody's taking your girlfriend, and you have a reason. You have something to gain. But in the case of the Yorubas, they know. Now, when you say Yorubas, like I said, there are exceptions. Very good. The best, like I mentioned, Pa Adebanjo. There's no other Nigerian like him. They refer to me and all that. Okay, so, but as a collective, the Yoruba right now, and not just right now, as always, has been an iniquitous tribe. They're not our people. We have nothing in common.
Okay.
So now, to land on what I'm trying to tell you, I just said to you, the British are out to get our stuff from. That means us, means the entire Africa. I don't care what's your tribe. You could pretend like you don't know. I see you going and digging into history, reading, but you're picking it. In essence,
let me read what I see from all the stuff that has been said. I'm reading from 1877 to 1893. After the British Battle of Lagos, the British became more involved in internal conflicts of the Yoruba people in Western region. The Yoruba Wars, a series of conflicts and more struggles among Yoruba took place during that period. The British supported various Yoruba factions, and by 1893, they were able to establish a more significant presence in the region. That is the statement there. Then I went and asked questions about the southeastern one. Guess what they said again? Let me see the early contacts of the British. Let me go where they said the eastern one. Okay, yeah, that's the eastern one. That says conflicts and trade. The British became increasingly involved in the regional internal conflicts and more struggles among different Igbo communities. They entered into treaties with some Igbo leaders, gaining control over specific territories and extracting trade concessions. And the pattern remains the same. They go through one group that are willing to betray the other, go there, work with that one, and they take over the entire people. What you don't understand from that tactics that you are even till today still willing to do is that you are not going to win it. They are going to come in, use you, and take over the entire thing. That is what you are missing, and you are repeating history.
May I respond to that? Let me respond to that. All right. Because as you're reading that, that's useful, but try to put it together. Forget about Yoruba Igbo this, because who is the beast and who is the human in that undertaking? The British are the beasts, right? The Africans were human.
They are the smart ones.
Yeah. Listen, just hear what I'm saying. When you read that, there are 2 contexts you have to criticize it, right? Yeah, the British are doing the wrong thing, left their place, come over here, meddling in what?
They were very, very correct to do what they were doing. They saw us as being very vulnerable.
Yeah, they did. And that's what I'm saying. What are you going to do about it? I'm trying to tell you what you're going to do about it right now, right? See, the truth is modular. If we establish a Republican state, say in the Southeast, that is in pursuit of that 2 + 2 is 4, that's progressive, that lacks science, that encourages education, because that's the only way you have to be the British. You have to be educated. The population has to be educated. How do you stop tribalism? Like people like Mike, popular,
How you stop it is working with like-minded people that don't believe in what Mike believes in.
No. These things have solutions, and people smarter than you and I have studied them. You need education. Any society, okay, that has an educated populace like the United States, it's very, very important. They're gonna do very well, like Japan.
Education does not end. Doesn't say people like Mike should stop needing to be separate.
If everybody's educated, right, Mike wouldn't even be on a platform, right? If people are educated, when you come on a platform like this to talk, just like every other, you don't have to have a YouTube channel. You have to lay a foundation. right? You don't come and make assertions that requires years of research, and then when you pull that research together, it has to be peer reviewed before you order something, right? You just don't come and make claims. Mike has to be an anthropologist to be talking all this tribal stuff, because tribe
See,
is just
I say this is because all nations have people that have difference of opinion, but the ones that have the winning argument come together and make the difference.
I know, but
that is what you do.
I did not say anything against what you just said. What you said right now is true. But the point, in order to have difference of opinion, do you think, how many times have you seen Mike on CNN, for example, or the environment who come and talk, or even you? The point is that in order for people to come and have a platform to talk, you have to have a foundation. You have to lay a foundation. What is your degree? Because before you make a statement about anybody's tribe, like he's talked about you in a Delta, right? Or whatever the hell it says you come from. He didn't do any research about those people, or about the Southeasterners, or about the war. You have to go and research that war. You can't regurgitate what you heard. Or like in your case, the way you do it is to maybe pick up a book and you read, or maybe on the internet, and you look at what the victors, people who won the war, what they wrote. People who encountered our forefathers, what they wrote, because we don't have our own in written form. That may not be what happened. The British have been cut through their knees. They lost. They want to get back to that glory. The French, the same thing. These people used to have a glorious past. They're wounded and they're lost. The United States took over, right? Britain used to be a hegemony. They claim they controlled the United States, which they didn't. They controlled 16 territories, but they're liars over there. You know, your country where you are. They're a bunch of liars. They didn't control the United States. California alone.
No, man. You are arguing for the Anglo-Saxons now.
No, listen to me. I'm saying that you don't go reading what a British author, somebody who loves Britain, for example,
I think we should allow Loco to speak. You know, he's been here for quite.
Oh yeah. Loco, you could interrupt me anytime, because he's put all kinds of stuff on the table, right? You know, after all this, I still haven't made my point. You asked me, why do I want to make it?
Already made your point. You are still willing to sell the country just to get what you want.
You're a great man. You're a great man. You've been talking since you've not learned your points. You're a great man.
He never learns anything. He doesn't want to admit that. He doesn't want to admit that he's a security threat to his very own people.
You're a great man. Continue.
Okay, let me wrap up. But please, Nigeria, out of all the topics you have hanging, the one I want to conclude is that I want the Iraqi model in Nigeria, in the sense that these people have gone up the way up to the United Nations. When Buhari came in, he was at that time listening to Northern intelligentsia like Sani Salamido, Sanusi, who's a hypocrite, right? And El Rufai. At that time, they had Buhari's ears, so he planted the woman who's still there today, Amina J. Mohammed. It's the UN ambassador, right? And she's right there. No matter how many people you massacre in Nigeria, it won't make it to the UN. She looks like a daughter of Queen Elizabeth. She's a Fulani lady, but she's very beautiful, right? And she's still there. She's very effective. You could massacre the Shia. I'm talking about 1,000 in an afternoon or 2 afternoons. Massacre this on YouTube. They bury them in mass graves. You don't hear a word. December 2015. As soon as Buhari came in May or June or whatever, they went to work over there. Remember, these are the nemesis of the Sunni Muslims, the Shias, right? So they massacred these people in an afternoon or 2. So on YouTube, you could see it. And captured the leader. In this episode, they bite 3 or 4 of their leaders' children. Got him almost blind, shot him in the eye. You could see it on YouTube. Took him and his wife incommunicado for many, many years. Because they claim he blocked the road for the chief of army staff. Nothing, because you know why? At the UN, they already got us there. Now, when I say the Hutus and Tutsi, what country am I talking about? Hutus and Tutsi. Tunaja. Or Lokopi.
We know the country now.
Tell me.
I forgot.
Rwanda.
Rwanda. Go ahead,
Rwanda. Okay, so do you know how they got this together in Rwanda? Okay, you see, Rwanda is like Nigeria. The Hutus are like Yoruba, Igbo, Ejo, Delta, the regular indigenous people, right? But the Tutsis.
Man, this your point never lands.
Hold on, it never lands. So the Tutsis, you are so jealous. You know
the
that
runway is so long.
You know what? Look at P. Nigeria is gonna jealous.
You have been landing for a long time.
I'm coming. Let me put it together. Listen to me.
Assad, you are in denial. You are a threat to your people, and you are refusing to see it. That's why it's taking you so long to admit your position.
Let me land, because it's a big point that you're grappling with, right? So, in Rwanda, okay. So what they did is that the Tutsis, who are like our Fulanis, right? They're nomads in the past, and then anthropologically they migrated and they have a certain population, but it's still a minority in Rwanda, right? So they took all the jobs, just like we have now. Okay, they different people, different religion, different looks. They're very tall compared to the Hutus. So they took all their jobs, took everything from them. They charge. So Hutus, like the Igbos, had it and then went to work to take their country back. So they had it. If you have a straight nose, if you're 6 foot tall or whatever, they had a description of who are not indigenous to their country, and they killed a lot of people. So the United Nations, because that's the plan, which is the plan the UN has for us now, with provocations. So because they provoked these Hutus, and these Hutus did this to the Tutsis, right? Then the United Nations say, hey, that's a genocide. Then they came and took that country, and eventually they handed it to the Tutsis, right? Who are in charge now, and then trying to bring reconciliation. So that's the trick. That's what they had for us with that Amina J. Mohammed there. They want to provoke us, Roga, but fortunately, the indigenous Nigerians are too asleep. They don't even know what's going on. They don't care. So they've done everything so that people are going to say, hey, the Fulanis, you're coming over here with your cattle, or you're putting people in IDP camps over here in the thieves. You're doing this in the Yoruba land, compliant forests. You're doing this in Igbo land, southeastern land. So we've had it with Europe, with the what the hell you call them again? We had it with you, the Fulanis, and then we're gonna do a genocide on them. Then the United Nations will come in and seize our country, and then give it to them. Eventually, that's exactly the model. They do it one by one in Africa, because the Brits believe in this evolutionary thing that one of their people put together, that these lighter skinned people with a straighter nose, at least is the evolution has come up. They can work with those to occupy us, the indigenous people with a flat nose and the kinky hair. So you look at every country, you see that play. They will use Arabs and they choose them over us. They will choose the Fulanis over indigenous people like you, to Niger, and Igbos, Yorubas, Delta, all this. These Fulanis are going to in charge. And she's very good at that United Nations. You don't hear a film from her. Would this administration remove her? No. Because, first of all, when you see her, she doesn't even look like an African. And she has a British accent. You touch her and you're done for. That's the kind of people they want to work with. They don't want your flat nose, kinky hair guy.
Okay, in
that
case, you are making the argument that they chose people that look like them more to run the countries.
They are not necessarily look at them that are civilized. They've come up the ladder of evolution, right? You go to contract. Now, these people, I'm telling you, this is crazy. But don't take my word for it. Go back and do or just by observation, look back where you have conflicts in Nigeria and in Africa. You're gonna see the same thing, the same phenomenon.
It's not the same thing, because in the case of Nigeria, if that was the case, the northern part of Nigeria is the part that they would have educated far more. But yeah, the southern part of Nigeria is the area that had most of the education. In the case of the Hutu and the Tutsis, clearly they educated the Tutsis more. But in the case of Nigeria, that's the opposite. That there were 800 and something schools in the southern part of Nigeria where they were just about 8 or not up to 10 in the north by the time they handed over during independence. That tells you the disparity. It was so tilted towards the south. So,
no, but you're making a mistake. The Northerners don't want to be educated in the sense you're talking about. They want Islamic education, right?
True, but yeah, they had schools in the north.
Yeah, but hold on, please. Hold on. Those people did not, there were two civilizations fighting at the time. The Islamic tradition was coming down, fighting on their own.
But the UK was in charge. They could have done whatever they liked with everywhere.
They could have clashed, but they worked out a deal. Do you understand? The UK was not in charge of that the northern caliphate coming down Sokoto, conquering the Hausa
The UK was in charge.
No. That was another.
The UK conquered the southern of Sokoto seat. They conquered it. They had the entire control of the whole country of Nigeria. They had everything. So they could have done whatever they like with them, but they didn't put all the education there.
They had a deal. They worked out a deal. Okay, but one thing that you have to stop looking narrowly at those kind of things, right? You have to. I made a lot of points that should have irritated.
No, you use those points. In the end, you said the education that they gave as one of the examples in this thing in Rwanda. He talked about the way they looked, and if that was the case, the way people looked is not consistent with the people they handed over power to in all the countries.
Yes, it is. It is consistent because I just told you. Okay, right now, you can't even tell the difference between the president of Rwanda and say Buhari at that time, right? So Buhari's administration is totally different from what we have now.
The Rwanda president is not the same as Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa is one of the most African-looking leader.
Yeah,
really.
Right. That's right. But he's a British. When he speaks better than anybody else.
Yes, because they were all educated in the UK now. They are Anglophiles. It's a fact.
But why are you mixing up the two things? I just told you.
You are saying it's based on looks, or it's based on certain affinities. They had so many things that were not in line with the Northerners, like religion. They don't have the same religion as the Northerners. In terms of education, they educated the South a lot more. In terms of even the looks, Tafawa Balewa is not exactly looking like them.
No, I know, but it's not on the same series. Now, that point I was making before, when you have that three intersection, right? You have the North, the Islamic tradition in this case, but there's also the Igbos, right? And the Southeasterners and the Biafrans, right? Interest. The Brits cannot just come and take that oil. Do you understand what I'm saying? They can't just come there and take our resources because they're going to be criticized in the United Nations, right? They're going to be condemned. So they need somebody to do a new colonial. In essence, they're doing this in many places.
Whose oil are they coming to take? Is it the Southeastern oil?
Just as I'm about to land, you're going to interject me, right?
You just compared two things. Is the oil belonging to the Southeast now?
The oil belongs to Nigeria. Okay, but in order to take that oil, you have to have a conflict. If we're unified, then we're gonna say, "Hey, you can't take our oil."
Okay, you can make the argument, I guess.
Okay, so you know that it's not just in our country; it's in every other African country. You have to come in with everywhere you have oil or diamond. Okay, the indigenous people or the majority cannot be in charge of it. That's a colonial trick. You could read that in a book, but you could also see it in practice. If you have oil, you're going to have a problem there. Everywhere you find resources, that's war them. Why? Because the colonialists will bring in a minority group to be in charge of it. And then they're going to tell them, hey, look, you're going to have to do what we tell you to do. Else, then these other people are going to get it because it belongs to them. You understand? It's like a deal. You don't own it. Look, you're Fulani. You don't have oil. Okay? You're going to be nomads. You're going to be taking a bath with camel dung over there. But I'm going to get this oil. You're going to be in charge of it, but you're going to do exactly what I tell you to do. That's the way it works in every country.
I see. Hold on. The point is that they use people in the country to sabotage the country. And you have to admit, people with your mindset in Nigeria are ripe for being used to sabotage Nigeria if Nigerians want to get their act together.
Absolutely. People like me, right? we are ripe to be used if you're not going to listen and try to make the country progress and defend ourselves against those kind of people, right?
No, because you don't get your way, sabotage the entire nation. Why not?
Because listen, you're not listening.
Because it's not that it's always about you.
You don't have a nation, okay? Where's your nation? You don't have a nation if the nation is not our nation.
There is always a compromise somewhere. If you don't know where your bread is buttered, you are going to lose and keep losing. And the truth is that if the future we are supposed to survive on the face of this earth, if that time comes, people like you, if you become a problem, you will have to be sidelined one way or the other because you are a threat.
No, you cannot. I'm not threat. You are the threat, right? Because you
are a threat because you are willing to. You are the instrument that they use to sabotage our government.
You don't know where you are because you have a very big problem. After what I just explained to you, right? You don't get it.
I get it perfectly. If that same leader that they handed over to now wants to stand up to them, then they will say, "Oh, you want to stand up to us? Okay, we have that Igbo brother Pansat there that is very, very much willing to do our bidding. We are going to give him ammunition, and he will be happily do it." That is the problem.
If you're listening, you're going to know that they cannot do that. Listen to what I'm telling you because I'm telling you the truth. They don't like me, right? I'm already telling you.
But you are already, they like you very much. I tell you that they will like you a lot because you are the kind of people they use as control over our leaders. Because what they do is that they say, you want to challenge me, I will support this group that is against you and they are going to bring you down.
You know, I don't blame you because I didn't make something. Let me make something clear.
Well, that's what you argued that you are willing to.
Now, while I'm trying to make something clear to you. If I say I want to make something clear to you, if you talk, you're being
make it clear then.
Let me make something clear to you. Those are the, if you hear a keyword like that, then you shut up and listen because clarity is what you want. You want light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's the clarity. There's a big difference between the United States, who did the work in Iraq, and the United Kingdom. United Kingdom takes territory. They take people's resources. I've condemned UK here almost every day that you've heard me talk because I know you're there. And I'm saying it's not a democracy. And their past has been one that is should.
Let's not go in there. What is the clarification?
Okay. So the clarification, I've already said it.
They are different.
Doesn't take territory, right? They do protect their interest, but their interest happens to be democracy. They like that, right? They know democracies don't fight one another. Britain is not a democracy, right? So
how do you know they don't take territory? They take territory more than any group.
They do not take territory. When they went into
Iraq, military bases all over the place.
Right. They have, even in Britain, they have, it's the US that's protecting Britain, right?
Yeah, that's taking territory.
Do you think Britain would have protected USA? No, they wouldn't have. They hate the USA more than anything, right?
No, they don't.
We know that. Yeah, we know that, but the white racism here in the United States doesn't make that very clear for whatever reason. I don't know why they do that. I believe that it's because they have Britain as they attempt to ruin.
Britain and the US are far closer than any other country on the earth.
Okay, but that's what you think. But like, as far as I'm concerned, okay. But let me go to the more important point you're making, that I'm ripe to be used by, say, Britain. Britain cannot talk to me because, number one, I will show my mirror and show you're not a democracy. And here,
but how about the US? Can the US use you?
Yes.
Exactly. You have just made my point. That's my point. The US will use you to destroy the country.
Absolutely. If the country won't
you're just making my point. That's why that's why I said when that kind of time comes and we feel that there are groups like you that are out there that are going to help other people sabotage the country, they have to be sidelined.
No, you could try to sideline it, or you're gonna be sidelined. The point is, you don't understand is that you keep talking all that jargon where I gave you the name. It's called the Iraqi model. You don't have to keep describing it. It's called, if you're in a country that's unfair, right, and you have
all countries are unfair.
If you have a religious cabal, okay. I don't want to raise my voice. I could raise my voice just as high as anybody. But
you can raise your voice if you want. All countries are unfair.
Like Iraq, where you are gassing a minority, the Kurds in your country, or you're lobbing missiles at your neighbors, or Israel in the case of Iraq, right?
Isn't that the weirdest thing? Look at now. You just walked into that one with the college example. Do you know America was siding with these things, Saddam Hussein, when he gassed the Kurds? But then the Kurds went round and connived with the Saddam Hussein, the US, to go after Saddam Hussein. So either way, they are fighting each other, and guess what? They are poorer for it.
No, but listen, I also made that point when you weren't listening. Number one, the US people are savvy, they're fair. Their constitution is thrown down from heaven. But the administrations, the political administrations, is what you normally point to when America is doing evil, which is a lot of the times they're doing evil. But it's the administration, right? Political.
I think I can't go
You're not
circle.
listening because
You are circling me round and round.
about democracy.
You've already said your piece. You already said your piece that you are very, very happy to work with foreign powers to sabotage your country.
Bloody monarchy. You don't know anything about democracy.
I'm not worried about monarchy. The fact that you see them as different is good for you. But I don't believe in people that believe that they can sabotage their country with foreigners.
You can't believe it.
And you have not learned anything from history then. Even when your history is full of... That's why the Southeast was colonized. But it's okay. You can go ahead. I think I'm going to go and rest.
If you're an evil empire, believe it or not, you're going to come crashing down. That your false patriotism stuff is bullshit. If Nigeria wants to be a fair country, there has to be justice. If there's no justice, there's no peace, my friend. That your nonsense of trying to say, hey, cobble together our country. We don't have a country if it's not fair, right? So you could talk all that nonsense because you don't live in a democracy. So local P, you could come in. To Nigeria is going all over the place, accusing anybody who wants to hold Nigeria accountable to be fair or dissolve. He says, "Oh, you don't wanna be patriotic." He wants to make Nigeria strong enough to fight the West. That's somebody being not only naive but crazy. You don't have the resources to engage even a tiny division of an American army that is stationed in the sea. And Britain to a lesser degree, and all these countries, they could destroy you just with robots and satellite and microwave weapons. So instead of trying to build something strong internally, a society that would then promote education, when you're suggesting to him that education is a virtue and should be promoted, he either ignores you or starts talking nonsense that is unattainable without education. So how do you deal with somebody like that? I said, if you want to eliminate tribalism, you have to have an educated population. To him, that's not important because why don't we use that money and buy tanks? Buy tanks from an enemy that will put GPS on some aspect of that, just a tiny speck of something on that tank to disable it whenever they want.
Sorry, is Kaizo, are you there? Kaizo?
It's a local piece here.
Sorry, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, carry on. I think Kaizo may have left. I'll leave it for another 20 minutes and then I'll come and check again to shut it down, but carry on.
See if local P, you here? Local P, see if he's here. If he's not here, then you could shut it down.
All right. So you're up next, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, speak to us about the because I think you've been having private chats. Do you want to speak to us about the black book that has taken the Nigerian movie space by storm?
What might you see here?
Prince Daddy. All right, who wants to take it on?
One man. Sorry,
Yeah. Let Adele Coco come in. Yeah.
The title. Who gave it? Who gave this?
All right. So, sorry, Pansat. We are running two streams at the same time. So let me shut it down here. Yeah. Pansat.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. You are the only one here. So let me shut it down.
Okay, I think Local P is here now.
Huh?
Local P, are you there?
Yeah, I was asking.
He's not saying anything.
The title of the stream. Who gave you that title? I don't like that title.
Do you want me to let you guys carry on?
Yeah, go ahead. Let us carry on. Local P, go ahead.
No, I was just asking.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Do you want me to shut it down?
No, let Local P talk for 20 minutes.
All right.
Local P, I want you to talk for 20 minutes straight, right? I've never heard you make your case.
No. Why I came in was the title, the subject, the title of the stream was the reason I came in. Like, I felt is a title that is shooting ourselves in the foot, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who's running this place. Don't worry about the title, but I want you to talk to me as an African, right? As a Nigerian.
About what?
I'm not going to interrupt you for 20 straight minutes.
About what?
Everything. Just talk to me for 20 minutes. Okay?
No, I think the truth about Africa, just like we just okay, first thing first, right? We are what we are right now, right? Not because it's our nature, it's because of what I say long-term suffering and long-term brainwash and long-term, as in like how I put it now, yeah, long-term brainwash, right? Then when we now back this whole thing up with suffering, it clouds our head from thinking straight. You understand? Because we'll not be looking for what to eat instead of thinking properly. We'll be looking for what to eat, how to survive, how to live a good life, how to, in fact, struggle to have the social amenities, basic cities of life. That's what we'll be struggling to get because of the long-term, situation that we find ourselves. This is not how we were. This is not who we are. You understand? But we are like this because of, like I said, long-term programming. You get me? So and see, it's going to take a longer time for us to get out of this mess that we are right now. Because trust me, majority of Nigerians do not want Nigerians to work. Majority of let me not say Africa because I don't really know. I'm not really speaking to other Africans, but at least Nigerians, as I know, majority of Nigerians do not want Nigerians to work because if it does work, many people will be broke. Many people will have nothing, to offer. Many people we can't even create a job for themselves. They just follow the bandwagon, what everybody is doing. They make money from not having any content to give and all that. So I think it is better with Nigeria, but Africa as a whole, I think is Africa whole has to do with majority of independence, and the way the people see things, in their own spectrum. Because I've few Africans that I've seen, not Nigerians. Not to say anything harsh on them. If I interact with Nigerians, Nigerians are kind of highly or sort of, the intellectuals in or the intellectuals in them in other Nigerians, I think it's kind of, let me not say high, because if I say high, so it's as if I'm degrading or degrading or talking down on other African country nationals. But at least Nigerians, the way they talk, the way they see it concerning Africa, at least majority of them, they know what's happening. But most other Africans, they just want to just enjoy their life and that's it. Nobody, majority anyway, don't care about what is happening in the world. So basically that's just what I want to say anyway, because I've been trying to make awareness of this Africans waking up, Africans, getting united, and coming together so we can have this leech that is sucking us dry, have it off our back, and yeah, basically. And judging for what you were saying yourself and Papa, where you're arguing, saying that you need to work with the West to get rid of some of your countrymen. Yeah, I would say that is really, really wrong. You know why? Because if, how will I put it like this now? If your how do I put it? Let's say a betrayer, right? Somebody who betrays somebody else, who betrays somebody else to favor you. Just know that one day that person is a traitor and will definitely betray you for somebody else because he's a betrayer. So trying to work with the West to say, okay, yeah, you need them to work with them and get rid of some certain people. Yeah, they will help you to destroy the wholesome, as in the oneness of your people. Then by the time they've done with them and it's remaining you and them, what do you think will happen? They will definitely put you where you belong. It's just like how will I put it now? A goat, asking a lion to come and asking the lion to come and stand as an umpire between itself and a fowl. Obviously, both of you are launch for the lion. So, regardless of who the lion supports to win, once the lion is hungry, whoever is the victorious will definitely be feast for the lion. So that's how it is. So you can't ask this puppeteer, this traitor, to come and support you and work against your own countrymen. Instead, develop yourself and defeat your own countrymen yourself if you want to. Not using the master puppeteer, master betrayer, master con artist, to come and help you fight your countrymen because you think, religiously they are overpowering you or whatnot. You understand? So that's
By the
just
way, Local P, you have another 14 minutes, and then I'll come in because you got 14 more minutes. You gone already? It's gone? All right. Khazarian, are you here? Khazarian Empire, are you here? One man, are you here? All right, so let me then respond to Local P since he's not here, and then we'll shut it down. I was going to give him another 14 minutes to land. But it's simple. The response to Local P is identical to the response to Niger, except I believe that maybe Local P will listen. To Niger is far gone. A country, there are characteristics that make a country. There are characteristics that make a nation. A nation is different from a country. A country could be made out of many nations, as is the case in Nigeria. And what's the case in Soviet Union? The Soviet Union, so the great Soviet Union was a great power, almost rivaled the United States. Had a lot of rich culture and to technology. They made a lot of things. And they could fight a war. Powerful. But they still lacked some of the fairness. They lacked democracy. They lacked liberty. They lacked a lot of other things that's cohesive in nature that will make it then last as a country. So it did not last as a country. It was devastated. As a matter of fact, Russia itself was part of that. And it's a power to be reckoned with now. There are so many other, Ukraine was a part of it, so many countries. Even in alignment, Germany. Yeah. Are you here, one man? Yeah, I can't hear you very well. Okay. But you stay here then, because I was responding to Local P. He's gone. He spoke. I want to respond to him that you could shut it down if there's nobody else to talk to. But I don't know if you could hear me. I'm responding to Local P. And
no, I can't really be in this conversation because I'm running another screen as well now.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and shut this down? I'll see you on that one so that you concentrate on one.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you then.
Thank you, everyone. The conversation continues in the comment section. Thank you to the super chatters. One man to Victorian Empire, George Ryan, and everyone else. Thank you, one and all. And